A Merry Life, written by Sarah Branson, narrated by Helen Lacer. Production copyright 2022 by Sarah Branson. Produced by Audio Productions.
Part 1. Freedom. Bell Coast Island, late spring, 2349. Dying is not an option, at least not today. Freedom is my only goal. The sky is a brilliant blue. I half hear the ever-present plaintive cries from the seabirds. Sweat forms under my braid as the late afternoon tropical sun slants down on my bare neck. Earlier the sun was more intense. Now it is dipping toward the horizon, and the sea breeze cools me a bit as we walk the dusty road away from our long day at the crowded marketplace. Carissa and I were sent, ostensibly, to buy landscaping supplies and seeds for the late spring garden. Carissa just arrived here a couple weeks ago in the most recent thrallkoffel, and was assigned to me. She's a bit younger than me. She'll be 20 in the summer and nice enough. Petite and blonde. She's the closest thing to a friend I've found here. I take care of the gardens at the villa. My talent for caring for green, growing things was noticed a couple weeks after I arrived here in Bell Coast, almost a year and a half ago. Old Dorothy had told them about it because I had talked with her about her herbs. Working in the gardens kept me safe for several weeks, until he noticed me. Though we purchased seeds and mulch and tools that the guards hauled back to the villa for us, they certainly didn't have us dressed like gardeners. No. Given our flimsy, sheer, and floaty attire, I suspect we had been sent to the marketplace to drum up another kind of business. I saw the guards handing out his card and talking price. But I don't plan to be around the villa tonight to receive any of his visitors. In fact, I don't plan to ever spend another night on this island. I eye Carissa as we walk a distance behind Alexei, our guard. His laziness is to our advantage. I pull in a quick breath and then nod at her. Her face goes tight, and her eyes widen. She pulls in a breath as well, and her lips press together, probably mirroring the way mine look. She nods back. I pull the rock I had hidden away from my pocket and heave it toward the home to my right, shattering a window. We run. I've watched Alexei enough to know it will take him a few moments to realize we're gone. He's big and strong, but as slow and stupid as geese, so pulling his attention from the broken window and the ensuing chaos long enough to realize we aren't there will take a while. Dashing back to the marketplace, I try to get us lost among the people, but the crowds have headed home. Now, just a few people remain, mostly merchants checking out their competition. They won't help, being as terrified of him and his guards as the thralls are.
Is he following us?
Carissa pants. She's so petite, her blonde head only reaching just past my shoulder, so the words seem to bubble up from below me. I glance down and shrug, then grab her arm and hustle her with me. Hey, don't go away so fast. Some trader calls after us in a slurred voice. I dodge to the left into the nearest tent stall and drag Carissa with me into the darkened interior, putting a cautionary finger to my lips as we sink down and creep beneath the counter. The trader stumbles past, calling, "Girlies!" I hear him trip on something inanimate and swear, then apologize to the stick or the rock that tripped him up. He obviously had his rum with a side of glitter. I hear him heave himself up and stumble farther away. Time to move. I tug at Carissa's arm, but she pulls away, and I can just see her wide eyes through the dim light filtering in through the coarse cloth curtains of the stall. I reach out to touch her shoulder and realize she's stiff from... what? Fear? Resolve? No, it's fear. That's what her eyes say.
Come on.
I breathe the words as quietly as possible. She shakes her head, her fine features rigid with terror. I'm staying. The words come from her at almost a regular volume, so they sound blaring given our previous whispers and silence. Shh! I caution, and keep my voice as low as I can. We have to get to the airfield.
I can't run. I'm going to hide like a rabbit.
The image bothers me for some reason, and I shake my head vigorously, not only to disagree but to clear the picture.
They'll find you.
I tug once more at her.
They'll hurt you.
She just shakes her head slowly. I glare at her. How can she be a quitter? She came to me to escape, for New Earth's sake. Not the other way round. Apparently just being willing to run counted me as an expert. No matter how often I was hauled back, or how much the punishments escalated. I put my hand to the unhealed wound that runs from my left ear to my right collarbone. I can't get caught this time. I stand up and make for the next stall over, leaving Carissa huddled in her hiding place.
Mary? Anne? Where the fuck are you two? Get your worthless asses out here now!
My breath draws in as I hear Alexi's voice, which is as big as he is, booming ever closer, around the quickly emptying marketplace as he searches, for Carissa and for me. Of course, he uses our thrall names. They don't even know our real names. We aren't even allowed to use them with other thralls, though Carissa told me hers when she first arrived.
Worthless,
Alexi said of me. Maybe. I mean, certainly my dad told me that often enough. Worthless girl, he always said. It's likely true, but still I can recognize an opportunity when one is presented, and this is an opportunity. Alexi has lost sight of me, again, and of Carissa. I should go back, convince her to run. I know they'll find her there. I tried hiding the first time, too. They find you, and they make you pay. I'm standing as still as I can next to the stucco wall, half hidden in the afternoon shadows. The marketplace may be almost empty now, but the smell of old oil and herbs and the heavy, sugary stench from the various food vendors, mixed with sweat and pee, and the sour, dusty smell from the never-washed drapes of the stalls permeate the air. Over it all is the smell of the sea. Bell Coast isn't a big island, so the ocean is ever present. And I can hear the surf on the rocks that border the town beach. The smell of fish hangs in the air. My heart is pounding and my cheeks are getting warm, even though the spring day is a bit chilly.
Slow your breathing. Keep quiet. Think. Which way to run this time?
I put my hands over my chest and throat, trying to muffle my heavy breath and pounding heart. It is so loud to me. Can Alexi hear it as well? I imagine him moving among the stalls, lifting curtains and waiting to grab me and drag me back to the villa. I just have to be patient and quiet. I won't be caught this time. I'm going to live through this. I'm getting away. I look cautiously around the wall and move quickly behind the nearest curtain. I hear Alexi yell and then a scream. Carissa's scream. Which, after some scuffling, is cut off with a sickening thud, and then a grunt. I can almost see Alexi bodily tossing Carissa's unconscious form over his shoulder. He'll be back for me in a moment. Time to move. I glance around and see that Morris, the lazy metalsmith, carelessly left a bag behind. His sloppiness is my good fortune. I spy a metal cup glinting in the bag and grab it. It's heavy, more like a club than a cup. Might come in handy, though. Maybe I could use it to bargain with traders. I drop it into my skirt pocket and feel the fabric sag with the weight of it. I slide quietly from Morris's stall over the cobbles to the next stall, heading toward the gap between the marketplace and the landing area, where the airships are parked. The airships. They're my chance for freedom. I start to move to the next stall. I see Alexi, unexpectedly back and closer than I had imagined, peering into the stalls. I gasp a little and push myself backward, trying to become part of the wall. The head of the guards, whom I have dubbed Henry the Bastard, must be beside himself. He hates me because of all the times I've run. I think it reflects badly on him. Boo-hoo. Henry would love to personally break my neck, and would have, if the boss hadn't given specific instructions that he would dole out the punishments to me himself. Maybe a broken neck wouldn't be so bad. I shut my eyes and drop my hands to my side. I feel the cup and draw it out. A sense of resolve rises in my chest, and I set my jaw. Well, if dying is back on the table, I won't go passively. Like they would expect a thrall to. No. I'll go like the free woman I am meant to be. I slide behind the fabric of the stall. Alexei is a big man, heavily muscled, but he has vulnerable points, and he won't be expecting me to attack. I make a little mantra in my head as I wait. His face, his balls, his face, his balls. I see his feet come into view, and I pull in a deep breath as if I'm about to jump into the pool I used to swim in back in the North Country. How long ago was that? I see the fabric shift as he lifts it, exposing my hiding place.
There you are, Mary.
He has a self-satisfied look on his face. My name's not Mary, asshole. I growl the words as I swing the cup as hard as possible at his temple and feel it make contact with a dull thump, while at the same time shoving my knee hard up and in between his legs. He groans a little and drops to his knees and falls forward on his face. For a moment I want a whoop of victory. Then I turn and start to run, the cup clattering as it falls to the cobbles. I hear someone running toward me from the direction I'm headed, so I dodge into a stall closer to the edge of the market, on the airfield side. This is the herbalist's booth. The rough wooden walls have nails in them, and they smell pungent and bracing from the bunches of herbs that recently hung in there. It reminds me of my grandmother's place in the North Country. I hope she is in the air here and will protect me. I'm her namesake, after all. I duck down in the corner. Footsteps, first quick, then slowing. Henry and the others are looking just for me by now. Get smaller, keep your head down, don't move. It's so dim in here, but sweat is accumulating under my hair and I can feel it soaking my tunic. In the front, a musty dirt smell seeps into my nose, and there's a tickle, so I open my mouth to avoid a sneeze. The footsteps are getting farther away. Time to move. I don't want to be seen, so I crawl to the next stall and feel the jerk as my hand catches on my braid that has fallen forward. Fucking hair. Blowing out a disgusted snort that I immediately try to silence, I grab the broad coil and stuff the end into my tunic. The hard, packed earth of the marketplace is fairly even, but I feel some small rocks under my knee. I peer. Nobody to the left. I shift my gaze. Nobody to the right. Go. I crawl forward. Damn it. A sharp pain in the ball of my left hand. Oh, fuck. It's bleeding. There's a big shard of broken glass in the dirt. I grab it with my right hand and hold it up and away from the ground and dodge into the next stall. I kick at the dirt behind me to obliterate the blood smears. Leaning back against the stall corner, I drop the shard in my pocket and pull out the blue kerchief and wipe my hand. I pull the shard back out and stare at it. It's about as long as my palm and comes to a point, which is what punctured my palm. Sort of a triangle shape, with two thicker, smooth sides and one edge that is irregular and sharp. I turn my head, feeling my hair shift where it lies in my top. I look back at the glass blade in my hand. I hate my braid. It was the only part of me my ineffectual mother ever complimented. It's what he admired and would grasp during those horrible times. I shake my head to avoid remembering too much, but the anger is there and it takes control of me. I grab my thick braid with my wrapped left hand and pull it taut against the wooden beam of the stall. I raise the glass shard and start to saw at it, the tip of my tongue firmly in the left corner of my mouth as I concentrate. I get a rhythm going. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. As I saw, my anger keeping me focused. The individual hairs release under the shard's edge as I work it deeper into the plait. My shoulders feel strained and awkward. My left shoulder is pushed down to make space to cut while my hand keeps pulling the braid a little farther as I reach the halfway point. My right shoulder keeps moving my right arm up and down, up and down. The air is dry and dusty as I pant with my mouth open, as I cut and sweat stings my eyes. I'm thinking of a plan. I feel the hair separate more, and I pull the remaining twisted hanks over my right shoulder and up to my face, sawing more furiously until the hair comes away in my hand, and my head tips backward now, unencumbered by the heavy weight. Free. I slice the bracelet from around my wrist and let it drop to the ground, then pull the green ribbon from the pocket I keep wrapped around my waist and drop it into the dust as well. Peeking over the edge of the counter, I take my disembodied braid and pin it with the shard to the corner post at my head level. Maybe. Might work. Old Dorothy would be proud of the deception. The first day I arrived at the villa, she was in the kitchen garden, walking backward in her footprints when she picked her special herbs. It looks like I just flew away. I reach for the curtains of the stall. The blue fabric stops me for a moment as it pulls the image of the blue fabric that covered old Dorothy's body yesterday. Then I remember Henry the bastard pulling it off her as he threw a shovel at me, knocking me on my ass, saying, "The boss says to get on with burying her." I pull the curtains around the braid. Good. I turn 90 degrees from the path to the airships and run down the dusty corridor between stalls. Passing the last curtain stall and a couple meters farther, I turn to a wall and pause. Scraping the dust off my feet and smearing it on the wall, my breath coming heavily. Control your breath. Ever so carefully, I backtrack my footsteps just as Dorothy had done. These bits of deception might buy me the time I need. When I get to the stall that marks the edge of the marketplace, I look up and take another breath, jumping to grasp the beam that the long curtains of the stall hung from. I swing my feet hard, but not hard enough, and I miss. But then I swing again harder and pull with arms that have gotten stronger over the last several months. Grave digging, obviously, has its advantages. My mouth forms a silent thank you to the women I buried. I can feel the tightly pulled fabric of the roof of the stall under my body. I spread my arms and legs out as wide as possible and crawl like a lizard, grasping the framework of the stalls over the length and width of the marketplace. I'm approaching the edge closest to the airships again, and I look at the tree line and toward the village. I see no one. Then there's a motion under the trees, and I hold my breath. It's a rabbit. I roll onto my back and take 3 deep breaths. Fucking rabbits. Either the other thralls thought they were good to eat, or the younger ones thought they were cute. I don't get it. They make me sick to my stomach. I flip back and rub both dry eyes with the heel of one hand, then drop to the ground. I flip back my chopped hair. It just skims my shoulders and feels heavy with grease and dirt. Run. Now. My legs start moving. The visiting airships are parked just a kilometer or 2 farther. One is bound to be unlocked. Something in the brush makes a sound, and I stumble a bit. What was that? Maybe it's the bastard in pursuit. Glancing over my shoulder as I run shows no one behind me, but as I look back, a tree root rises up and grabs my foot, and I fall forward. The balls of my hands catch my weight. Searing pain cuts through my left palm, and I feel pebbles in the mud embedding themselves in my right palm as the side of my face lands heavily next to them, sliding to a halt. My cheekbone feels hot and cold at the same time. That's going to leave a mark. Keep going. I scramble to get up from the slick sludge and wipe the dirt and scum from my left eye, smearing it down my face. I focus forward. Get going, legs. When I was in primary school, a teacher said the faster I pumped my arms, the faster I'd run. I work at pumping my arms back and forth fast. Can someone's heart actually explode? Mine might. I can't hear anything over my own breathing and the blood pounding in my ears. A branch catches at my hair, jerking me back, but I simply jerk harder forward, pulling it loose, and keep on running. My scalp is burning now. Holy fuck, I've made the flight line at the landing field. I'm here. I run up to the first airship. It's large and silver and has a shimmering F and A on it. Federal Alliance. There are countries all over the world that are part of that. My dad hated them. Too rich and powerful, he'd say, as he took my pay and told me what to do. Hell, I'll go there, wherever there is. Why not? There's a pole with a keypad. I see the door's outline on the hull. Which buttons do I push to open it? Fuck, I don't know. I plug in this year's date, 2349. Nothing. I run to the next ship and then the next, pounding the year into the keypads. Nothing. Finally, I get to the small airships. The first has a green hull with a flying waterfowl etched in yellow, and the numbers 2014 emblazoned on it. I try those and nothing happens. I try this year and nothing happens. Move on. A dark black hull. I plug in the year, and am finally rewarded by a grinding sound as the hull door slowly descends. I step back from it and look at the airship, with its folded wings and double air screws, and realize this is one of those I've seen land on water. I squint at the black hull, and can just make out what looks like a sailing ship etched on it. That's odd. I glance behind me and then turn and run up the ramp. My breath is rough and ragged as I stand in the doorway. I take a moment to lean on the wall and feel my chest expand and contract. Slow your breath. I pull air in through my nose to the count of 4 like my grandma said. I hold it for a bit, then blow it out of my mouth to the count of 8. Thanks, Grandma Rena. I feel my heartbeat slow. I open my eyes. No people in the airship. But how the fuck do I shut the door? I turn to the wall and see another keypad. The buttons I push are random, and suddenly I hear another grinding, and the light in the airship starts to dim. Yes! I feel my knees bend and I slide to the floor. I give myself a moment of breathing to slow my heartbeat, and then I look at the fuselage. It's small, with only 5 full seats, and one smaller one folded up on the wall. The cockpit and helm are essentially one and the same. Cargo netting is molded behind the seat most remote from the helm. I see some rough pieces of fabric off to the side of the cargo netting. I snag one of those, moving in front of the helm, and pull my makeshift blanket around me. When will the crew return? Tonight? Tomorrow? Next week? I try not to think about water and food. Deal with that tomorrow. I can go without for a while. I've been practicing with his help, though he doesn't know it. He holds on to water and food to get compliance. I've been pushing my needs for those things more and more. His face clouds with annoyance when I can go without, and that little bit of power delights me. I have paid for the delight in blows, but it meets goal 2 of my life, inconvenience and annoy him. Goal 1, of course, is to survive, so that sometimes requires I moderate goal 2. I lean my head against the helm. Could I sleep? I shouldn't. But I'll hear that grinding of the door, right? Feel the weight of the last few hours descend on me as the adrenaline subsides. I think about Carissa, and my stomach hurts. Should I have gone back for her? But my eyelids are heavy. I close them for a moment, promising that I will open them to the count of 10. As I reach 5, the emptiness of the airship starts to echo, and I feel my neck sink to the side, and my head loll down to rest on the deck. I feel the sensation of the rough fabric on my face fade, and I slip willingly into a dreamless sleep. Gasp, and then I hold my breath. The surface I'm lying on starts to shake. What's happening? Where's the baby? What baby? Then I feel the cool metal under my hand and remember where I am, and that it's an airship. It must be taking off. I hold my breath in an effort to maintain my hiding place. The longer I'm invisible, the better off I am. Hey, Teddy. Looks like there's a refugee on the lee side of the helm. The language I hear is different from home and different from here, but still similar enough that I can understand most of it. Damn it. Is it too soon? Will he turn back and turn me over? I won't go easily. I saw, comes a gruff voice. Let's get airborne before we suss out the details. Aye, aye. Several minutes later, as I feel the curious drop in my body that comes when an airship goes aloft, I hear footsteps, and then a grunt. I can feel someone's presence near my head. It's foolish. I try to stay still and imagine that I am invisible, even though I know they obviously see me. I feel a tentative tug at the fabric I've pulled over myself, and I hold on to it more strongly. I hear a chuckle. Then the cloth is peeled back from my clinging hands, and even though I grasp and pull, eventually my face is exposed. Hey, it's okay. I hear a deep rumble from the brown face I'm squinting at. It holds more than a few wrinkles, and the hair is more salt than pepper, but the eyes are kind and questioning, not dead and mocking like his. What you found there, Teddy? This is a woman's voice. Looks like one of the thralls from the villa. I hate that they use our glitter to keep them docile. He shakes his head and looks toward the voices above me. Hey. He turns his focus back to me. You got yourself here. You were safe. I'll take you to Miriam. He looks right at me and his eyes dart over my face and the scar on my neck and down to my hastily wrapped hand. Surprisingly, they stop there. That is different and welcome. But I've been down that path, and I'm not going to be taken in that easily. Not any longer. Damn it, I'm going to die free, and not even this old man will cage me with false kindness and manipulation. I lift my chin and pour all my resolve into my eyes. There's a pause as he looks me in the eye and smiles. I get it, he says. Don't worry. Nobody is touching you. I won't touch you. You're fucking strong.
You got this far, don't forget that. You were free. What's your name?
He calls over his shoulder.
Can we get a better blanket here?
A soft, furry blanket is passed over, and he carefully lays it over me as he draws back the rough cloth. I stroke the softness with my fingertips and look at the man sitting back on his heels, his hands entwined. He surely has passed half a century. It's hard to tell his height as he crouches, but he isn't particularly tall. But his shoulders are broad, and I get a sense of strength from him. He has a day's growth of beard, and his eyes are a deep brown. I try to read those eyes. There's no look of expectation, no lustful approach. No, if anything, he looks impressed. Don't know why. I'm a thrall on the run, but still something in my brain begins to wonder what it might look like to see pride for me in that face. I take 2 breaths as I look at the brown face, wrinkles carving the cheeks and eyes and forehead, and into the soft brown eyes. My name. I haven't been allowed my real name for 1.5 years. It's not fucking Mary. My name is Kat. Kat Wallace. Chapter 2. Abernathy Enterprises. Bell Coast, Fall 2347. Light filtered into the elegant office through the sheer curtains of the large velvet-draped window as a tall, refined, blond man, dressed exquisitely, poured himself a measure of amber whiskey and replaced the stopper in the crystal decanter. Turning, he took his place behind his large recherche wooden desk. After settling himself in the custom-tufted leather chair, he carefully moved a few items on the desk, making sure they were aligned exactly as he liked them. Finally, he looked coolly over the desk at the dark-haired, swarthy man seated in the smaller but equally as tasteful chair across from him. He did not address him by name nor offer him a drink, but instead went straight to business.
I have a friend who has acquired some dry, temperate land and is planning a new farming venture. The land can take 40 head, and he wants that amount delivered by next week to begin to break the sod. And at least 20 need to be breeding females, and he wants a variety. He had some trouble on his current estate with too many of the same origin.
Rob Abernathy laid out the requirements his colleague had put forth, leaning back and gazing at the trafficker of humans.
The previous group I contacted made a mess of things, and I cannot abide messes.
His hand unconsciously straightened an already tidy stack of papers.
Is this something your cartel can manage?
Absolutely, sir. My people are perfectly capable of meeting your friend's needs. However, accumulating a full and varied herd is a premium request, and with just a week to select the best specimens, there will be a surcharge for the expedited delivery. The price will reflect the premium goods and the narrow window for delivery.
Alejandro de Leon smiled broadly, and his voice was smooth and soothing.
An invoice will be sent to you. After the deposit is received, I will instruct my people to begin the gathering. Delivery of the herd will, of course, be contingent on full payment. Should we expect the markers to come directly from you or from your friend?
From me. While he is committed to enhancing the FA's food supply, he prefers to do business by proxy.
Abernathy didn't add that there would be a significant service charge added to the bill he would forward to his friend. But that was the cost of doing business with Abernathy Enterprises.
Understood. Is there anything else you require?
Abernathy nodded.
I will need a 6 head myself, all female, but these are for sport. He noted De Leon's eyebrows rise briefly. The leader of the trafficking cartel paused for only a moment before returning to his usual business smile. We can deliver your items at the same time.
Excellent. My assistant will go over the specifics of the orders with you.
Abernathy waved toward the door, dismissing De Leon, who stood and moved toward the door where he was met by a slender brown-haired man.
Casey, I will need you back to review my calendar when you have finished with Mr. de Leon.
Yes, sir. The young man motioned respectfully to the rising star of New Earth's human trafficking trade to follow him, and pulled the door closed behind them.
Sometime later, Casey waited next to the desk holding the device he had used to keep track of Mr. Abernathy's calendar. "I'll make Henry aware that a shipment from De Leon will be forthcoming. Also, we have a glitter shipment due to arrive at the end of the week, so, for tomorrow, you have a comm with the head of the Children's Center at 10 to discuss the ceremony for your award, and afterwards Senator Roberts will be flying in for lunch to review your short list of campaign managers. Then your pilot will be ready to fly you back to New Detroit for your son's birthday dinner. I've arranged for a bicycle to be delivered as well as a cake. Would you like the same flowers to be sent to your wife ahead of your arrival as last month?" Casey ticked off the items with a finger as he spoke. "Yes, the same. What's the date of the awards ceremony?" Abernathy nodded and leaned forward. "The 25th of next month." "Good. I'll have announced my congressional candidacy before that. The additional publicity will certainly help." He stood up and moved to the window, looking out at the expansive grounds below and the gardeners working. "Indeed." Casey looked up. "You have nothing further on your agenda this evening. Shall I have your dinner sent up to the office, or will you be taking it in your rooms?" Rob Abernathy considered the question. "I'll take it in my rooms. And Casey." He craned his neck to watch the young woman in a brown tunic shoveling mulch into the decorative beds, and the edge of his mouth curved slightly. "Let's have Mary from the gardens bring it up to me." "Yes, sir. I'll see to it." Chapter 3. To Bosch. In flight. Late spring, 2349. Teddy stood up and stretched his legs in the vessel. The girl was now sitting with her back against the inner hull, watching the goings-on of the flight with an expression of curiosity in her eyes as they darted from one person and section of the vessel to another. She sat there with her knees tucked close to her chest. She didn't look like she was much more than an adolescent. Probably isn't. Her hair was a mess, tangled with blood and dirt, and there was that long cut on her neck. But she had her shoulders and head as if she was in charge, those light eyes catching something. He did some stretching, turning his torso side to side as he watched her watching him and the rest of the unit. "She probably thinks she's headed to a country of old folks," Teddy chuckled to himself. As the master commander, he didn't fly many missions any longer, but every now and again his old unit would reunite and fly a glitter drop or run an extraction. If his compatriots honestly confessed their ages and did the math, the mean age of this vessel's crew was about 50, a good 20-plus years older than the average age of the units under his command. But it was important to get out and experience the working end of his mandates and projects. It helped him keep his head in the game, he reasoned, but knew he did it for the adrenaline rush. He also loved to fly, and he loved Bosch vessels like this one. Unlike the airships of other countries, Bosch vessels could take off and land both on land and in the water, an innovation that developed as the Bosch pirates moved from marauding to the business of glitter trading. He looked about him at the efficient, sleek cockpit. The familiar helm was in the center front with his pilot's seat and the seat for his navigator. Off to either side, his gunners each had a seat next to their weaponry instrumentation. The flight engineer seat was directly opposite the helm, slightly toward the back of the vessel, with its own instrumentation panel. This seat was unoccupied, and Teddy sobered as he thought about his FE, George Cayley, who had died late last summer. The unit had agreed to let his seat sit empty on these larks. The far back of the vessel was for product, though there were smuggling compartments throughout the hull. There was also a small seat folded onto the inner hull for times when a passenger was on board. Teddy unlatched this and opened it. Then he turned his attention back to the stowaway. The girl had eaten the fruit and crackers the unit members had scrabbled together. Eliza had used her warm, gentle voice and coaxed her out from under the helm, giving her an oversized blue summer tunic to wear over her skimpy, filthy outfit, and showed her the space to sit where she could see everyone, and no one could approach her without being seen by all. Teddy walked over to where this Cat Wallace sat, and lowered himself to the floor to sit in front of her. Her face didn't hold the panic it had initially. She simply looked at him, with an eyebrow raised. "We are in the Bosch airspace now. You'll need to strap in for landing." He pointed to the small jump seat. She shook her head. "I'm fine here." Teddy shrugged. "I don't think you'd put yourself through all that you did to get here, to end it by being bounced on the ceiling by a rough landing. "I thought you were a good pilot?" came the response. A grin curled Teddy's mouth. "Aye, that I am. But remember that a pilot cannot control the wind, only read it. Takeoffs and landings are exhilarating but can hold danger. It's best to be prepared for any eventuality, and safety straps are one way to prepare."
Kat tilted her head to one side to consider this, and then nodded in assent, and stood in one fluid motion to move to the seat Teddy had indicated. Teddy stood up as well, making an involuntary oomph as he rose. Then he moved to the helm. She's got a strong spirit and a quick mind. She'll be able to put those to good use as a trooper. He surprised himself that he was already planning for her to stay in Bosch. She is Bosch. I can feel it in her. Her eyes tell the story. "Closing in on the battalion airfield, Teddy." Mateo Robertson, Teddy's navigator, alerted him. Mateo was close to 60, and his face was a deep ebony color. He was no longer the trim figure he had been in his prime, but he was still the best navigator Teddy knew. Nice and smooth for the girlie, Teddy thought. Let's show her what a good pilot can do. Teddy curved the vessel gently around and set it down on the runway delicately so as not to produce a single bounce. Mateo grinned over at Teddy. "Fucking show off." Teddy grinned as well. "When you've got it, you don't lose it." Eliza stood up and straightened her vest. A gunner, and the kid of the group at 45, she was tall, with hair that used to be dark brown but now had an unnatural red tone to it. "Keeps the gray covered. That's what matters." Raina, the second gunner, also stood as the vessel came to a halt. She was full-breasted and full-hipped. Teddy couldn't quite remember, but he thought she had 6 children, and her ampleness had increased with each one. She moved forward and unlatched the hatch door. "Good mission, Teddy, but a bit of a fucking disappointment that we didn't get to shoot anything." "Next time, ladies, next time," came the reply. Laughter came from around the vessel as the members jovially prepared to disembark, but the stowaway sat firmly in her seat. Not for the first time, Teddy was glad he had women in his unit, no matter what the old guard had said. "Liza, Ray, could you two wait a moment?" Teddy asked, as he looked at the young woman. Her pale face was inscrutable, but he imagined trepidation was mounting. "Sure, Teds, but for fuck's sake, what is Miriam going to say?" Raina came over and looked at the girl, who looked back warily. Teddy shrugged. "Now that's a real good question." "She's a fucking saint," Raina posited. "That she is," Teddy agreed, still looking at Kat. Teddy had made the 2 comms as they had discovered the thrall. What he was planning was not the typical protocol. The Bosch system had the immigrant center for all non-Bosch that arrived on the island. Usually the immigrant would stay there for a few weeks, until they were either approved for residency or arrangements were made to return them to their homeland. But once Teddy had seen this young woman's eyes, he knew that Miriam was going to be needed to midwife the pain from her and put her on the road to healing. And he also knew that, selfishly, he wanted to keep her close. There was just something about her that felt like family. So he made the comm to Miriam, who, while astonished, agreed to prepare their house for an extended guest. And the second was to Betsy, his executive secretary, who readily agreed to bring her large, comfortable vehicle around to pick them up. "But you always walk home from base, MC," she had said. "Usually, but today I picked up a package that needs some special handling." He took a breath and approached the jump seat. "We're here, in Bosch," Teddy said gently to her. "My secretary is outside with the vehicle. She'll take us to my house. Miriam is waiting for you there." Kat nodded and undid her seatbelt. She stood and walked toward the open hatch with Teddy staying a respectful distance from her, and Eliza and Raina standing reassuringly at either side of the hatch. Kat stopped at the edge of the opening, lowered her head, and looked out onto the airfield where a large blue vehicle was just pulling up. She straightened and looked back over her shoulder at Teddy. Their eyes met and held. "You read the wind pretty well, I'd say," she said, and walked down the hatch. Teddy smiled. So Bosch, he thought. Chapter 4. Actions. Bosch, Late spring, 2349. I looked to either side as I walked down the textured ramp from the airship we arrived on. The air is cool, though I can still catch the hint of the sea in it. We are close to a large gray hangar that has a low brick building attached to it. I glance into the distance. There is a tall chain-link fence, with a road leading up to it from here and then away from it on the other side. On the far side, the road is lined with trees that are far more like those I was familiar with in the North Country than the trees of Bell Coast. I wonder how close I am to my old home. A small shudder passes over me, though I don't know why. But I do know. I don't want to return there. I wonder where here is. I shift my inspection closer and look at the people that are buzzing on the ground below me. Unlike my old home in the North Country, this place has people of all colors, mostly browns with some deep, almost black-colored ones, and a few pale ones like me. Bell Coast had people in the village of different shades, but the household was mostly light-colored, except the dark girls, and that never ended well for them. They're mostly men and a few women, all in black uniforms, some with vests and some without. They are significantly younger than the crew I just met. They attend to the airship, chalking its wheels and preparing it to recharge. The two women from the trip move past me, both giving me a kind, "Good luck, girl," and a wave. They don't touch me, and for that I am grateful. The old man is walking behind me several paces. I feel him pause when I do, and restart when I begin to walk. My instinct calls for me to trust him, but experience says, be cautious and be ready to run. He says that no one is enslaved in Bosch, but captivity can take many forms. I'll keep my eyes open and my body ready to escape. I pause at the bottom of the ramp, but the man moves past me. I take in the bustling activity as people move in and out of both the hangar and the brick building. "Cat Wallace?" His gruff voice calls my name. I like having my name back. The man stands by the blue vehicle, and I notice his vest is more elaborate than any of the others I've seen. He's holding the passenger door open. "You can ride shotgun with Betsy. I'll sit in the back." I nod. I don't know this expression, but I like the power it has. Shotgun. I like the sound of that. Do I get a weapon? I raise my eyebrows, testing the limits of this place and this person. I know what the response will be. Thralls are never allowed to be near weaponry. He laughs. "You can have one of mine if you like." And he proceeds to pull a hand weapon from a holster inside his flight suit and offer it to me. I stare at the offered item. What kind of an insane place is this anyway? That they just hand weapons to anyone who asks for them? I'm not completely inexperienced with weapons, including guns. I used a hunting rifle back home a few times, though someone would always laugh and say, "It's a good thing we don't rely on you for food," when my shot would land far off the mark. I can't think about that. Best to pretend it never happened. Then I can keep my mind clear. Let's see what he says when I try to take it. I reach out my hand and wrap it around the barrel. Wait. The man named Teddy says, "See? I knew it was too good to be true. My suspicions are confirmed." He pulls it from my hand and turns it around, settling the grip in my palm. "Here's the safety. That's got to be off to shoot." I look at the craggy face and narrow my eyes. "Okay," I say slowly. I gently try to pull the weapon toward me, and I feel his hand fall away willingly. This is crazy. "If you haven't used one of those before, don't worry. We'll get you trained up another day. Just hold on to it as long as you want. Take the shotgun spot." He motions to the front passenger seat of the vehicle. I peer in and see a roundish woman of indeterminate age, with short dark curls and a pleasant smile. She is not wearing a uniform, but instead a dusty rose-colored tunic, with a soft gray cardigan over it. I slide into the smooth, comfortable seat, settling the weapon in my lap. The pleasant smile woman in the driver's seat glances down at it. Oh, that's one of the MC's favorites. Her voice is warm and friendly, like old Dorothy's. It's part of a pair. Be sure to see if you can negotiate it for the other one, too. Her eyes twinkle at me. I smile and nod and settle back into my seat, relaxing slightly for the first time in months. I think I'm going to like being in Bosch. Good advice. I'm Kat. I'm Elizabeth Ingram, the executive secretary to the Master Commander of Bosch. You can call me Betsy. Teddy is getting in the back seat, and I turn, looking at him appraisingly. You're the Master Commander? Should I be impressed? There is a hint of humor in my voice. Be impressed by actions, girl, not titles. I turn around in my seat as the vehicle begins to move. Duly noted. Teddy and Betsy laugh, and I find myself really smiling for the first time in a long time. Chapter 5. Coming Home. Bosch, late spring, 2349. Miriam Bosch shook her head and set the comm down on the small, light wooden table that sat near her comfortable chair up in the bedroom. So, Teddy was bringing home a stray. She should have seen this coming when he told her he and the old unit were running a mission. Her husband had always been a soft touch to the impoverished drifters in other lands, who often accosted the glitter units as they came and went from their vessels to make a trade. But that was back in the day, when glitter missions were the daily fare. Usually he had simply given them whatever markers he had on hand that weren't promised to the quartermaster, or he had brought a meal for them. But this time he had outdone himself. He was bringing an escaped thrall home. She stood and started to tidy the room she was in as she considered what she had just agreed to, moving from the bed to the dresser, and finishing in the large walk-in closet Teddy had built after their last child had left home. It's not like they hadn't taken one of Mimi's friends in for a few months during the girl's last year of secondary school, when her parents were in a bad place, and she knew this would be a far shorter stay than that. What does one need when escaping slavery? She pondered. The same thing one needs when birthing: safety, nourishment, and rest. She could make those things happen. She went to a drawer in her room. Her hand scrabbled about in the contents for a moment, and then she pulled out a hair tie, using it to fashion her shoulder-length mane of wavy silver hair into a quick ponytail. She leaned down and picked up one of Teddy's sweaters where it had been left the evening before. She held it to her face, as she always secretly did with Teddy's tops, and inhaled. He had teased her one spring long ago that she smelled of violets and birth. She rather liked the description, but teased back that he smelled of wet burlap and exhaust, this being the days biodiesel was still used. But really, he smelled of wood smoke and the sea, of home and adventure. With a little musky hint for fun. Miriam smiled to herself. She would do anything for Teddy, as he would for her. She went to prepare for the stray. She went up to Mimi's old room, now considerably smaller since the remodel, and verified that the sheets and blankets were clean and fresh. She did a quick wipe down of the bedside table that had accumulated a bit of dust since last the room was occupied. As she dusted the decorations and a small red clock that had been in her family for generations, her hand hesitated. Should she put them away? No, she decided. I will be as trusting as Teddy. She opened a window to let in the fresh spring air, and headed down to the kitchen to pull some food together for the girl and for herself and Teddy. She could just imagine what the kids would have to say about this. Now that Peter was 30+, he had taken to judging and commenting on his parents' choices, almost as much as when he was 13. She had just finished rinsing the strawberries when she heard a vehicle pull up. Strange. Usually Teddy walked home from the base. She wiped her hands on the towel she had slung over her shoulders and went to the front door. She saw Betsy sitting in the driver's seat of her new Pride and Joy vehicle, paused on the road in front of their stately brick home. She waved to her, walking quickly toward them, as Teddy got out of the back seat and opened the front passenger door. A young woman stepped out, looking all around at her surroundings, turning her head from one side to the other, as if she expected attackers to be coming at her. That shouldn't be surprising, given what she's been through, Miriam, she told herself. She paused briefly. Does she have hold of old Ellis's pistol? How on earth? Indeed, the young woman was holding one of Teddy's father's Glock 147s in her left hand, pointing heavily toward the ground. There's a story there, I'm sure. She was no longer apprehensive, as the young woman seemed to have no idea what to do with the pistol, and Teddy's body was at ease, so that was enough for her. Miriam heard Betsy murmur something from inside the vehicle, and the young woman ducked her head and looked into the front seat, lifting the pistol with her head tilted at it, nodding slightly, tucking it in the belt around her tunic, and then speaking to Betsy, lifting her hand in farewell and stepping back. She turned to face Teddy. Miriam was fascinated and approached the vehicle. Teddy reached over and grasped Miriam's hand in his and gave her a small kiss on the cheek. She could feel him being carefully formal. He looked into her eyes, and she could see that he knew this was a big ask. But he also looked strangely committed.
Miriam, this is Cat Wallace. I told her you'd take care of her. Cat, this is Miriam, midwife extraordinaire and also lucky enough to be married to me.
I believe the luck runs the other way, Miriam said quickly. She and Teddy laughed softly at this customary banter, and Miriam reached up and gently touched Teddy's face. Then she saw the foundling looking at them with an expression of, well, she wasn't sure if it was more surprise or more disapproval. Teddy stepped back, so Miriam could look at this young waif. She was a bit taller than Miriam, and while not exactly thin, had an underfed look to her. Her arms and shoulders were well-muscled, but her face looked drawn. There was a long slash across her throat that looked to be only a few days healed, with some makeshift butterfly bandages loosely adhered. Even from a few feet back, Miriam could smell the dried sweat and urine and blood on this girl. Her hair was light brown, she supposed, but it was hard to tell, as there was mud smeared in most of it, and a spot half the size of her palm that was bare on her scalp and oozing blood that had dripped and dried in the rest of the shoulder-length dirty locks. Her eyes were a lovely shade of blue-green. She wore an oversized Bosch summer tunic, but at the hem Miriam could see flimsy fabric underneath that was dirty and torn, but in the style of the Bell Coast people. The pistol in her belt, though, that was pure Bosch. Her face was smeared with mud on one side that she could see the girl had tried to wipe away. She could also see the yellow and blue of a fading bruise on her face. She wondered how many other bruises were on her. Miriam looked into the young woman's eyes. Teddy had said there was fire there. She could see that, because even in her sorry state, this cat he had brought home stood tall. But what she also saw in the eyes was a beseeching look that implored Miriam to keep her safe. She had seen that look in her birthing clients' eyes as they moved into the hardest parts of labor, the part where they danced near the veil. Her heart expanded as she drew close to the woman. I will certainly take care of you, Miss Wallace. Let's get into the house and get you a decent meal. Then we'll tend to your wounds. She smiled. If you'd like an arm about you. And opened her arm in invitation. She could feel the woman's body melt into hers as she let go of her caution. Come on, Teddy. She began to walk with the girl towards the house. Then she paused and said over her shoulder, Thanks for bringing them home, Betsy. She thought that was a strange thing to hear coming from her own lips, but for some reason, she felt like her family was now complete. As Miriam lay next to her husband in bed that night, she thought about this Katrina, sleeping soundly in the room closest to theirs across the hall. The young woman had eaten, first sparingly, then with more gusto as the plates of food kept being offered. She had gratefully accepted a glass of Miriam's favorite wine, though she declined a refill. Good girl, Miriam had thought. Keep your wits about you in a new place. Then Miriam had taken her upstairs to bathe her and clean her wounds. The young woman had been polite and appreciative before this, but Miriam could tell she was keeping a tight hold on her emotions. It was not until she was in the bath, and Miriam was trying to make sense of her tangled, filthy hair, that she broke down into guttural sobs. The torrent of emotion was so strong that Miriam had simply slid into the tub next to her, fully dressed, as she had done countless other times at difficult births. But there was no babe emerging now, just the pent-up grief and agony and anger of a tortured soul. She held her close and encouraged her tears and rocked back and forth as she had done with her little ones years before. By the time the storm of emotion had passed, the bathwater was cold and the bubbles long gone. Katrina had tried to apologize, but Miriam hushed her, drained the tub, and ran in a new round of warm water. Then she had gone and slipped out of her wet things and into a robe, bringing up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. They had sipped and chatted about where Kat was from and what had transpired to bring her here as Miriam washed her hair and then trimmed it short. She knew that there was much the young woman was still holding back, as her body told a history as well. But that was all right. Miriam would listen as she needed to. She wrapped Kat in soft towels and showed her some of Mimi's stored clothing that she thought would fit her. Then she went downstairs and made a tray of fruit and cheese and brought it up to the bedroom. When she knocked, though, she got no response. She quietly pushed open the door and peeked in. Katrina lay in the bed with the covers pulled around her and one bare arm flung off the side of the bed. Her eyes were closed and she was breathing heavily and steadily. Miriam set the tray of food down on the side table and gently lifted the errant arm and tucked it beneath the covers. She smoothed the damp, short curls and eyed the bandages she had applied to the neck wound. Then she did as she always did when she tucked her children in. She leaned over and kissed her on the forehead and murmured, "Sweet dreams, child. Mama is near." To her surprise, the young woman stirred sleepily and rolled over, whispering, "Thanks, Mama." Miriam smiled. Chapter 6. Enlistment. Bosch, late spring, 2349. 4 days after arrival. Miriam said you wanted to talk to me? I look with interest at all the books lining the wooden shelves behind and around Teddy Bosch, who sits behind a desk stacked with paper and even more books. There are 2 globes sitting side by side on one corner. I had just finished doing dishes, even though Miriam said I needn't. But I'm committed to not being a burden here and doing my share for these kind people. You like books? Teddy leans back in his chair and I can feel him watching me as my eyes dart across dozens and dozens of leather and paper-bound books in shades of brown and maroon and gray. Yep, never seen so many in one spot, not even in the store. A bookstore? No, just a store. Does Bosch have stores just for books? That is another sign these pirate people must be rich beyond anything I ever imagined if they had special stores for books. Teddy chuckles and nods at the statement, and I shrug. I hadn't been in this room yet. The house already seems grand, with 4 bedrooms and inside bathrooms and a dining room and kitchen, and now, apparently, one just for books. I shake my head. He didn't have any books that I ever saw, though his rooms were far more opulent in their space and furnishing. Miriam has told me that their house is actually pretty modest, but I haven't been out beyond the yard since I arrived to compare. So why do you have 2 globes? I point to the models on his desk. One is darker than the other. I'd seen one once before in primary school, so I recognized them. He grins and reaches out to spin first the dark one and then the lighter one. This one, he gestures to the darker one, is of old Earth, while this one, he gives another spin to the lighter globe, is new Earth. I like knowing where things were, as well as where they are now. I peer eagerly at the dark one and wonder, what was the planet like, back before all the fires and floods and disease? My teacher had said there were more people than there were stars. That seems pretty unlikely, and crowded. I shift nervously, looking around the room, and my gaze is caught by a painting above the unlit fireplace to my left. I walk over to it and lean on the mantel, peering at it closely. It is a picture of a man sitting in the sand with his head down. He wears a red kerchief on his head and has buckles on his shoes. His hands are clasped on his knees, and a small wave is breaking in the yellow distance with red seabirds climbing above the man's head and flying out of the painting's corner. The yellow sand and sky are so bright they make me squint. It feels as if despair radiates from the man. What do you think of it? Teddy's voice appears at my shoulder and I start slightly. It's like I can't look away. He seems so alone, and he also seems sad. It's from old Earth days, an original, liberated by my great-great-great-great-grandfather, or something like that. He's marooned, part of pirate law. He broke the code and was punished by being left alone on a sandbar or an island. I tilt my head to one side, considering the marooned man. Being alone is a punishment? I give a derisive snort. Sometimes I think it's better to be alone. You only have to answer to yourself. Teddy nodded. Aye, there are times it's easier. But most of the time, people need each other,
and are stronger when they work together.
I haven't had a lot of experience with working with people. Always seems like other folk are trying to keep me from doing what I want. He motions to one of the 2 green upholstered chairs placed in front of the fireplace.
Sit down, Cat, please.
I sit on the edge, keeping my back straight as I watch Teddy walk to a cabinet nearby and open it. The shelves in the cabinet are lined with bottles and sparkling glasses. He reaches up to the top shelf and brings down a bottle, then pours a measure of whiskey into 2 crystal glasses. Returning to the fireplace, he hands me one of the glasses as he sits with his in the other chair.
So listen up. I've enlisted you in the Bosch pirate force as a recruit in the summer recruitment class.
Bosch is where I have found myself. Another island nation, so common in New Earth, though this one is much larger than Bell Coast, from Miriam's description. I haven't seen anything but this house and yard yet. Bosch is where glitter comes from. Glitter. That sparkling, bittersweet drug that makes all your worries disappear. And the Bosch pirates are the ones who mine it and supply it to the rest of the world. And the man sitting in front of me, the man whose airship I stowed away on, is the master commander of Bosch, the guy in charge of all of that. Can I ask you something? I look curiously at Teddy. He opens his hands and arms as if to welcome my question.
Of course.
This is Bosch. And your name is Bosch. Is everybody here named Bosch? Seems like that would get confusing. Teddy laughs.
That's a good question, girl, and one most outside people are too afraid or embarrassed to ask. Nope. It is the tradition for the Master Commander to take the name Bosch upon taking office. I've carried the Bosch name for over a quarter-century now.
I nod in response and then go quiet as I consider where I have ended up and what he is proposing I do. I contemplate the amber liquid in the glass. The glass itself feels pleasantly heavy in my hand, and the crystal is cool. I trace the decorative design cut into it. Enlist? I'm not a soldier. I'm certainly not a pirate. What is this man's game? Why this interest in helping an escaped thrall? Teddy has been kind to me, but I've seen kindness change to cruelty in him. I've watched Teddy with Miriam, and they're like a young couple, always kissing and smiling at each other. I trust her. She trusts him.
Well, what do you think?
His gruff, gravelly voice cuts into my thoughts. I look curiously at him but say nothing, lifting the glass to my lips and tasting the whiskey. It is smooth and sweet and provides just the right amount of burn as it passes over my tongue and trickles down my esophagus. Far better than the crap my dad drank to excess in the North Country. I let the time stretch out. Suddenly, Teddy wrinkles his brow and barks.
Speak up, girl. You'd better find your fucking voice if you don't want people to continue to roll right over you.
I lean back in the chair and look at him. You mean like enlisting me in a pirate army without asking me first? Teddy sits back looking surprised by my question, and probably by my impertinence. Then he bursts out in laughter.
Exactly like that.
He points to the ground for emphasis. Exactly. Something about his laugh makes me smile. I decide to be honest with Teddy. I take a deep breath as I reveal my own plan for the future, one that I expect no one will take seriously. I want 2 things. To go back to the island and find Carissa. She was supposed to escape with me. She was the closest person I had to a friend there besides old Dorothy. And I want to get even with him. Get Carissa and anyone else who wants to go out of there into freedom. Leave him with no one. Nothing. Teddy stops laughing, and for a moment or two his eyes flick from place to place in the room before settling back on his glass.
Girl, that's a pretty big plan. Have you considered some of the details?
He leans back in his chair and looks me full in the face. Well, some. I'm thinking fast here, as I have not really firmed up the hows. I have to get work. I'll need to earn some markers to hire an airship and a pilot. That will take a while. The rest I thought I'd figure as I went. Teddy nods and rubs his chin as he stands up and moves to the bar to refill his glass.
Okay.
He pours another whiskey for himself, then turns around to face me, leaning back on the main shelf of the cabinet. Now take this for what it's worth. Just an old pirate who has run nigh on 1,000 missions delivering glitter and extracting people and items. But you need more than what you think. You are strong. Strong enough to get out of that place. But to go back in, you need to get stronger.
He pauses as if he is considering how I will manage this.
Daily physical training will help with that. And enlistment in the BPF will teach you to 1. Fly. No hired pilot needed. 2. Fight. That might come in handy in a rescue. And 3. Shoot. Another skill that might get you out of a fix.
He counts these skills off on his fingers to me. Teddy walks over and sits down across from me, setting his glass next to mine on the small table between the chairs. He reaches out and holds his hands palm side up to me. I understand the gesture and appreciate him leaving the choice for contact up to me. I place both my hands in his, and I feel his larger brown hands grasp mine carefully. Our eyes connect.
I believe you can do it, Cat Wallace, but I don't want you to go off half-cocked and unprepared. That'll help nobody. Get the skills with the Force, and then repay that dog for the grief he caused you and others. We Bosch, we understand revenge.
He smiles broadly.
You learn to fly, fight, and shoot, and nobody will ever be able to hurt you that way again.
I feel warm inside. He didn't laugh at my plan. He's thinking of ways for me to do it successfully. He actually wants me to succeed. I feel a tear move slowly down my cheek. Teddy, I've only known how to farm and to garden, not how to soldier. But if you really think it will help me get Carissa and get even, I'll become a Bosch pirate. Chapter 7. Meet the Family. Bosch, late spring, 2349. Mama, I get that you wanted to help this person, and I'm all for that. But helping is a few days, not 2 years. Peter was beside himself with frustration and worry and happily let this be transmitted through the comm with his words. He stood in the kitchen of his small apartment just off base and tapped with increasing intensity at the white cupboards with his knuckle. His mother's voice drifted through the comm. Dear, your papa and I have discussed all of this, and we have made our decision. Now why don't you come over tomorrow to meet Kat? I've invited your brother and sister as well. How in the hell could she be so calm? As he listened to her, Peter peered at his reflection in the kitchen window and rubbed his chin. He had shaved that morning, but had quite a bit of deep brown stubble even now. He wished the hair on his head was as tenacious as he rubbed his fingers on his slightly receded hairline. He refocused on what Mama had asked. Absolutely. You've already asked them? Good. That will be better. I want to have a word with this woman. Peter, quit using the word this while discussing Kat. She's a person, not a thing. And you are coming to get to know each other in a friendly way, not have a word with. Now shape up. We'll see you tomorrow at 17 bells. He noted the clipped tone his mother's voice had taken on and was unsurprised to hear the click as she ended the call without a goodbye. Peter immediately calmed his brother. Paul, have you heard? Yeah, I don't like it. Some thrall from who knows where that they've known for a week. Paul's voice was a shade lower than his brother's, but held the same concern and dismay. Less than. Peter shook his head. Right, Paul said quickly. Less than a week. Moving in to stay? It sounds pretty crazy. Peter nodded vigorously. We can get an idea what she's up to tomorrow evening, and figure out how to get her away from Mama and Papa. Have you talked to Mimi? Yeah, but you know her. Let's hold our judgment. Paul spoke in a falsetto that pretty much pegged his sister's tone and voice. Peter barked a laugh. Yeah, let's see what she says to someone living in her old room. Paul laughed as well. Well, we will take care of the whole situation tomorrow night. I step out onto Miriam and Teddy's back porch. I tidied up the room I'm staying in, and now I'm hustling to catch up. I don't want to intrude, though, so I slow my steps as I approach the 4 people standing in the expansive yard looking at my project from yesterday. When did you do this, Papa? Mimi's voice holds a tone of incredulity as she looks at the large, neatly tiled square of earth that is perfectly positioned to get full sun through the day. Teddy snorts.
You know I don't do yard work, Mimi.
Kat did it yesterday morning. She's planning to plant it tomorrow. Miriam's voice sounds pleased, and it makes me flush with pleasure. She turns and motions for me to come over. Miriam gently touches my upper arm as she introduces me. Mimi, Ryan, this is Kat Wallace, the young lady that will be staying with us. Kat, this is my daughter and her partner.
Mimi grins at Ryan, and then looks at me with the same grin as I watch this family unit. I do want to make a good impression.
Seriously, Kat, did you borrow old Crockett's tiller? She gestures to the house next door. He never lends his stuff.
I shake my head. No, I just double dug it. It takes a bit longer, but it's better for the soil. I glance at their knitted brows. I guess. I don't want to come off as a know-it-all. I know this evening of me meeting their kids is important to Miriam and Teddy, and I don't want to screw it up. Mimi is lovely, kind and gentle in her speech. She is definitely her mother's daughter, except instead of silver, Mimi's hair is a deep brown. But like her mother's, it is long, falling in soft waves around a round, cherry-cheeked face set with kind, dark eyes. Her skin is the color of chicory, a shade lighter than Miriam's and a shade darker than Teddy's, though I'm guessing his color's up in the summer. Ryan, on the other hand, is as pale as I am. And with her red hair, which she wears shorter than mine, I'm guessing the only color she turns in summer is bright red. Both of the young women now look at me with slightly opened mouths. Ryan is the first to respond. You just dug it? Mimi starts to laugh. Sweet new earth, Peter and Paul are going to be so pissed off. My heart drops. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. Your folks have been so kind and generous. Mimi leans over as she laughs, her hands on her knees, and Ryan's giggle has joined her laughter, along with Teddy's chuckle, which makes me want to laugh even though I'm sure I've transgressed somehow. Even Miriam looks like she may burst forth with a laugh at any moment, but she puts a hand up and says to me, You've done nothing wrong, dear. That's not why they are laughing. We look over to see Mimi fall to her back on the grass in hysterics. No. No. Mimi leans up on her elbow, reaching her other hand toward her partner, and Ryan helps her up. She's a bit breathless. They are sure you are taking advantage of our poor old parents. Just wait until they see this. They'll have to eat their words. She starts howling anew. Now Miriam does give a small laugh. Well, dear, she says as she brushes bits of grass off her daughter's shoulders. You can always point out the power shed, the one Peter and Paul have been promising to repair for over a year. Mimi's laugh stops. No, you didn't. She looks at me with something akin to awe. What? I'm not sure whether to apologize or crow. Peter and Paul have been promising Mama to fix the shed ever since the tree branch fell on it. What, a year and a half ago? But they never do. But they always tell each other and whoever will listen about what a grand job they plan to do. Mama and I call it the power shed because the plans are a constant power struggle between the guys. She holds her hands open as if presenting me. You have won up 2 of the most competitive people on New Earth. She shakes her head and then comes at me with open arms. You are my hero. She wraps me in a hug and I freeze, terrified at the sudden contact and wanting to shove her and run. But I don't. I take a breath and remember that I am not with him anymore. These people are not him. I am free. I can feel her gentleness in the hug, though she is still laughing and talking about her brothers. I tentatively lift my arms and put them on Mimi's back and give a few pats, letting myself sink into the hug as I do. I look over her shoulder as I do this and see Miriam with a gentle smile, nodding approvingly at me. Teddy, grinning from ear to ear, gives me a thumbs up. I smile back and give Mimi a squeeze. The brothers are here. I have heard enough to know they won't be the easy sell Mimi and Ryan were. I was trying to help in the kitchen, but Miriam shooed me out and told me to go sit and visit. We'd been having a good conversation about Bosch and the pirate force. Mimi never enlisted. She teaches art at the local secondary school and has a studio at home where she works with clay. Ryan works at her father's bakery. She's planning to buy it from him soon. I hear the knock at the door and Miriam comes out to answer it as I see Mimi flick Ryan on the arm in a pay attention move.
Teddy stands and so do I. I smooth my tunic and look up as 2 30-ish men come in. They aren't smiling. They both lean over and give Miriam a kiss on the cheek, and I hear her murmur, "Behave yourselves," in a firm tone of voice. She shepherds them over, and I feel Teddy at my elbow. "Boys, this is Cat Wallace. She is staying with us for the foreseeable future." I hear Miriam emphasize the word "is" in the second sentence, and I see the taller of the 2 men furrow his brows. "Cat, this is Peter." Miriam motions to the taller of the 2, who is clean-shaven with short brown hair, and I see Teddy's eyes in his face, though they don't carry the same warmth. I smile and nod. "And this is Paul." Paul is built more like Teddy, but his face is shaped like his mother's. He has longer brown hair and a small mustache. I keep my smile and nod to him. He looks at me warily. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." I'm careful in my words. Better to say less and see how this plays out. "Is it?" Peter barks, the first I've heard from him. "We aren't quite the pushovers our parents are. There's some things we think we are entitled to know before we agree to this arrangement." Paul finishes the sentence through his teeth. I lean back slightly away from the barrage of words, and I'm unsure how to respond. I have brothers back in the North Country, and if it was them bearing down on me, I would cut them off with some sharp words, but this is different. I actually care what these men think of me. Teddy speaks up. "Boys, Cat is a guest of your mother's and mine, in our home. You need to be polite." "Papa, we need to be sure," Peter begins, but is cut off as Miriam steps up, taking each man by the arm. She looks as if she has grown in size and is now speaking to 2 small boys as she says sharply, "Both of you, outside, now." There is no protest as Miriam leads them outside and Teddy trails behind. When the door closes, Mimi lets out a laugh. "Mama will set them straight, Cat. Don't worry about the guys. They are just a bit overprotective." I shrug. I don't want to hurt anyone. I really appreciate what Teddy and Miriam have done for me. Ryan smiles. "They are the best. They make me feel like family, and they'll do the same for you." This is not like any family I've ever known. And I mean that in the best way. I smile. I'm no longer tentative in what I'm saying to the kids. The 4 of us are sitting on the soft gray sofa in chairs that form a cozy space in front of the fireplace. Paul started a small fire in it earlier, and the guys, as Mimi calls them, have been feeding it through the evening and into the night. It really isn't cold enough for one, but they said it was for atmosphere. Whatever. I'm guessing they don't have to chop their own wood. Miriam and Teddy have long since gone to bed, and Ryan even went up to Mimi's/my room in exhaustion. The 4 of us, though, still going strong. After the brothers came in full of bluster, clearly wanting me out of the house, Miriam with Teddy in tow had walked them around outside. When they came back, they were a bit sobered. I had set the table and was just opening the wine when they returned. Peter had come up to me, his bravado gone and his eyes more like the gentle ones I saw in his father's face. "So, Cat, thanks for the work outside. I can't believe you finished the shed." Paul shook his head and gave me a half smile. They both looked as if they'd been thoroughly scolded, and I suspected that was just what happened. I grinned at them both. I'm not someone who takes handouts. I've worked my whole life and I don't intend to stop now, even though Miriam keeps telling me not to worry about doing any projects. I smiled and looked at where she was taking fish from the oven. And then we sat down to what Teddy referred to as a regular family meal. But to me, it was special. Now, I hand the next round of beers I just retrieved to Peter and Paul, who nod gratefully. Mimi has decided a cup of tea might be wise, but I walk over to the cupboard on the far side of the great room and pour myself one more of the wine we had at dinner. It is delicious. Deep scarlet in color with a delicious dry sweet flavor, almost like berries with some rich overtone. So listen, I have no intention of ever hurting your parents. I come back and flop down on the sofa, almost spilling my wine. Mimi sits on the other end of the sofa and laughs and puts her stockinged feet in my lap. I want to clearly address the topic we've toyed with all night. For fuck's sake, Teddy rescued me. I owe him my life. Peter shrugs from where he is sitting crossways in his chair, his sock feet directed toward the fireplace. Sounds like you rescued yourself. He just flew you. His tone became a bit more emphatic. When he shouldn't be flying off missions, but that's another issue altogether. I frowned. He could have taken me back and likely would have been rewarded well. And why shouldn't he fly? He seemed to do a good job of it. Because one, he's old. Paul's voice floats up from his place on the floor in front of the fire. He holds up his right arm, showing a single finger. And two, he's Master Commander. Another finger pops up. I hear Peter murmur agreement. And three? Three? There's a slight pause as another finger slowly and laboriously rises. Three, he's Papa, and I want him to stay safe. I shrug and start to respond, but Peter cuts in, his feet now on the floor as he turns to face me. Paul sees his brother's shift and pushes himself up on his elbow. So, Kat, those are the things that made us worried about you. We wondered, are you going to take advantage or hurt him? Them? I grin. These are smart men, but I wonder how they can have such a blind spot when it comes to their parents. I don't know, maybe all kids do. I know. So how'd I do on the test night? Are you still worried about that? Both of them fumble their words as they give a cautious, no, not really. I hoot a laugh at this less than rousing endorsement. You know, your parents are smart, capable people. I think it would take someone far more cunning than me to take advantage of them, even if I wanted to, which I don't. And anyway, who knows if I can even become a Bosch pirate? It's a bit of a stretch for some backwater North Country nobody who has only ever farmed and been a garden thrall. I've decided to keep all the real awfulness of enslavement to myself. I don't need nor want pity from them or anyone. Paul looks at me. Well, fuck, Kat. Papa said you were Bosch, and I have to agree. That description you gave of yourself, it's what I envisioned before I got here. But you're... you. I smile a little at this half-compliment. Then he continues. But so you know, I was going to put a sink and running water in the shed. Peter chimes in. Yeah, I had planned a full bathroom out there. Take it easy, guys. I'm now grinning fully. I've plumbed it for both. The four of us slip into easy laughter that, apparently, comes in a real family.
Chapter 8. Tommy Gallagher. Bosch, early summer, 2349. First day of class, we met in a large pitched room, with rows of desks that have seats in deep red upholstery, set up on an incline, and a large dais at the base in front of an immense white board that is mostly covered by an image of a Bosch airship. Though this ship doesn't look like the one I flew in on. This one looks almost like a sailing ship, all black and silhouetted in front of the moon. It flies a red flag, and underneath it are two crossed pirate daggers and the letters BPF. That is the emblem of the Bosch pirate force, and Peter had told me this is the lecture hall. I pause at the door and back to watch the dynamic flow of the group. There is a group of officers standing on the dais, talking with one another. Right up in the front row, there are the eager recruits, eyes straight ahead and books and devices stacked neatly at the ready. A couple of them even engage in talking with the officers. In the third row, I see a group of guys that laugh a little too loudly and take their seats like they own the place. No nervous shuffling from them, unlike the row of guys in the not-quite-back row. They look very apprehensive and are fiddling with pencils and picking at their faces. There are 53 of us. 4 are women. I walk down to sit next to the other 3 women near the front, which would not be my choice of seats. I'm more of a very back row kind of student, but I assume they will likely be my support through all this. I saw them when I came in, and at first I couldn't tell them apart. Their hairstyles, jewelry, and mannerisms are so similar. As I sit nearby, I overhear them talk about themselves. Michelle is a willowy blonde from District 1. Her dad is a banker. Waverly, a darker blonde but just as slender, is from a small village in District 4. Her family has always enlisted, she says, although she is the first girl to do so in 50 years, which I think is pretty cool. Petra, who's dark-skinned and dark-haired, is originally from Bosch, but her parents moved their family to Trouville, the capital of the FA, when she was a baby. Now she's back to serve her country. I turn towards them and whisper, well, we'll all have to stick together. I don't realize how North Country that sounds, until I see them all pause their conversation and look at me. Michelle looks me up and down and then rolls her eyes. Shit. She turns a bit more toward me and grimaces. Seriously? Who are you and what backwater district are you from? Are you even Bosch? There's a titter of laughter from the other two women. All three are a couple years younger than me by the calendar, and probably a couple decades by life experience. The three of them stare at me and wait for an answer. No. I'm Kat Wallace. I wasn't born here. I just got here. I fiddle with the sleeve I've decided to wear on my left arm, just to make sure it is still covering my Thrall brand. There's a burst of laughter from the three. Obviously, Michelle says with a smile that doesn't look particularly friendly. Let's just remember who really is Bosch and who isn't, shall we? The threesome turn toward each other and start to murmur indecipherable things. I collect my device and books and slowly stand and move to the back row. It's just as well. I prefer being alone.
Recruit Wallace, what the hell are you doing down there again? Get your ass up off the ground.
The drill instructor's voice booms in my ears. There is some snickering from a few other recruits as I lay flat on my back on the ground, gazing up at the clear blue sky. Every fucking time. I sigh and roll to push myself up, trying to brush the dirt off my plain black uniform. Suddenly the sergeant is in my face.
Wallace, you are without a doubt the worst recruit I've seen in the dozen years I've been in charge of drilling. You can't stay on your feet in a fight. You can't hit what you shoot at. And you are always the last in after a run. New Earth help us if they ever let you off the flight simulators.
Sergeant Marin's bullet head comes up, and he looks past me.
Attention!
I watch all the recruits turn to face me and click to attention, their right fists to the center of their chests. This I can do. I have learned something in 2 weeks. I turn, and as I move to attention, I see Teddy standing with a bald, solidly built man with a scar on his right cheek. The man isn't in a Bosch uniform, but Teddy has his black and red vest on. They both are looking directly at me, and Teddy is doing the thing he does when he raises one damn eyebrow. Fuck. I just learned the word mortified when I was reading in the library at home last Sunday. Now I have an active application for it. I thump my fist to my chest and look straight ahead. I don't think this is what he envisioned when he told me I would be part of the future of Bosch. I'm a farmer for New Earth's sake, not a soldier.
A problematic recruit, Sergeant Marin?
Teddy's voice is steady, and I can't detect any disappointment.
Nothing that can't be managed with some additional hard work, sir.
Marin's reply is sharp and clear.
Very good. As you were. Oh, and Recruit Wallace?
He's directly addressing me. Shit.
Slow progress is still progress. The more effort you put in, the more you'll get out.
Our eyes meet, and he seems so earnest. Tears prick in the edges of mine, and a lump starts to form in my throat. At the same time, I feel my lips press together, and both hands are now in tight fists. I have been working, but I'm guessing Teddy has backed the wrong horse, an expression I picked up from watching old Earth Days movies up in my room at Teddy and Miriam's. Yes, sir. Master Commander, sir. My voice is at least steady. He turns to go, and I see him lean over and talk quietly to the bald man he's walking with. The man turns back to look at me, and then nods to Teddy. I turn to go back to being the worst recruit ever. The knock on my door comes after dinner, when most of the rest of the recruits are out enjoying the warm evening and socializing together. I prefer to stay alone in my room with its bare walls and tiny bed, and 3-drawer dresser all in a muted beige and read. I bring a pile of books from Teddy's library back with me every Sunday, and I want to finish them so I can switch them for more next week. The books are the only thing that distinguish my room from an empty one. Well, the books and the plants I have growing under a light. One is a small fern and one is a succulent. Both were Miriam's, but she asked me to revive them. I make a face at the door, and then sigh as I set the book down and rise to answer the knock. My eyes narrow. It's the bald man from earlier. Up close, he isn't just sturdily built, he's a pile of muscles, and the short-sleeved shirt he wears is tight around his biceps, even though his face looks older than Teddy's.
Good evening. Do you have a moment to talk?
I am a bit stunned. This is the first time anyone has ever come to my door. I might be the worst recruit, but I'm not stupid. Yes, but not here. Let's walk.
We walk down the quiet hallway. Let me introduce myself. My name's Tommy Gallagher. Cat Wallace, but I think you knew that. He grins, but he doesn't fully look at me. Aye, Teddy mentioned your name, and he mentioned you were perhaps having a spot of trouble with the program? I think Teddy has far overestimated my abilities. I do all the same training as the other recruits and still can't manage to hold my own in sparring or keep up in the runs. I can't even shoot straight, but honestly, I'm better than I was when I lived back in the North Country. North Country, eh? That's pretty isolated and backward out there, as I understand it. You understand it just right. Now, what do you want? I'm not offended by his comment about my country of birth. I hold no love for it, but I want to know why he is here. A warm laugh rolls from his throat, and he turns to look at me. I used to run the fighter training for select force officers, and I trained BPF sharpshooters. Now I work when I want to, or when someone I respect asks me to. And what were you asked to do? My eyes are narrowed, but I want to hear the scheme. Supplement your training. I hoot. Supplement? I'm up at dawn training for hours. He smiles at me. Dawn is at 6.5 bells. I'll expect you tomorrow at 4 bells at the officer's gym. Come prepared to work. So I guess this isn't optional then. There's a slight dig in my voice. His eyes shift to my face. Lass, every choice we make opens us up to more options. I'll see you tomorrow at 4 bells or I won't. He turns and walks away down the hall, whistling. He gives the door a quick push. It opens and the whistled tune fades from my ears. I frown a bit and go back to my small room, picking up the book I was reading before Tommy Gallagher interrupted me. It's from a writer of the ancient times, Shakespeare. It's a huge tome. The language is different, even more so than the speech used in the Old Earth Days video recordings of old movies that Teddy and Miriam have at their house. But I worked hard to master it, listening to Old Earth Days recordings of the stories, reading scenes out loud with Teddy on Sundays, and then reading it myself, as if I can hear it in my head. It took some extra effort, but the stories, the plays were and are worth it. These Bosch have a fascination for Old Earth Days, and even before then. They seem to have gathered up everything they could as they sailed about exploring what was left. Glancing down at where I left off, I see the king is dying and Prince Hal's life is about to change. I sigh and close the book. It's been around for 700 years. I suppose it will hold for a few more nights. I reach to turn off the light. I better get to bed early if I'm getting up at 3:30 bells. Faster, recruit. Keep those knees up. Watch for obstacles. Breathe. Tommy's voice comes from somewhere out of the dim as he cruises along not too close to me in his little open vehicle. Every morning, and I believe morning is a misnomer for 4 bells, which is far more like late night. Nevertheless, every morning this week and last I've arrived, put on an increasingly heavy pack, and run the hills that skirt the airfield for a full bell. I'm getting used to the dark, and I sure as hell will keep my knees up. The moon gives little light, and Tommy told me headlights are for amateurs. Learn to do with what you have available. So now I start slowly, let my eyes grow accustomed to the dark, and pick up my feet as if there are logs and rocks everywhere because, well, there are. And hey, I'm not falling as much as I did the first week, so small victories. As I approach another hill, I pump my arms as instructed to increase my speed and control my breathing. The first day, Tommy taught me rhythmic breathing and made me do it lying on my back, and while running in a 3-2 cadence, breathing in for a count of 3 or 3 footfalls when I run, breathing out for the count of 2 or 2 footfalls, until it was second nature. Now it is ingrained, and I switch easily to a 2-1 cadence as I increase my effort until I make the peak of the hill, then switch back to 3-2. Easy work. The breathing training has translated to my fighting workouts, both on the heavy bag and the double-end bag. After my dark runs, I spent an entire bell the first week simply coasting my jab and my cross, until my shoulders were burning, and I felt I couldn't lift my hands again. When I couldn't go any further, Tommy had me drop to the floor and do core workouts for the last half bell before I head to regular PT with my class. Tommy has also gifted me with innumerable aphorisms. Keep moving, Wallace. Pain now means progress later. What challenges us, changes us. And you don't lose until you give up. I started out annoyed by these sayings, but now I repeat them in my sleep. My arms were always strong, but I feel my whole body strengthening under Tommy's tutelage. And I know my hits are solid and accurate. I've gotten more confident at footwork as well, and Tommy has taken to sparring with me for a half bell. I'm eager to return to matches with other recruits, though Tommy has told me not to throw too much in class, but just to keep moving.
Just make him miss for now. Later you can make him pay. Good to be underestimated.
So? I breathe out heavily with my punch. What about shooting? I'm coasting on the heavy bag. Hooks now.
Can't go shooting in the dark.
Tommy paces back and forth, watching my form. Keep your elbows in, chin down.
Nope, no shooting at night. At least not at first. Let's meet at lunchtime on Saturday.
Done. I'll take any help I can get. Week 3. I realize just how much faster, stronger, and focused I am, and figure a little additional work will push me that much further. So I convince the trooper who closes the gym to give me the code, using a bottle of whiskey as an enticement, so I can work out in the evening after everyone else is gone. I focus on weights and core work there, and then grab a late-night snack of nuts and eggs at the mess that is between the gym and the dormitory. Tommy says protein is essential, and then fall into bed for several hours until it all begins again. As I'm coming out of the gym on the 3rd night, I see Fred Driscoll and Raheem Burnin walking by as I pull the doors shut. Fred is 17 years old, with a spotty face and distinct discomfort talking to people. And Raheem must be around the same age and is a head shorter than me with a round face and tightly curled dark hair. Raheem had been one of the recruits I sparred with early on, and he knocked me down with a wild punch. It hurt a bit and I was frustrated, but I think he felt worse. He had helped me up and kept apologizing as Lance Moreau, with his perfect teeth and perfect hair, and his entourage of beautiful people, laughed.
Finally found someone you can beat, Burnin. That makes you second from the worst.
The group laughed even more. Boy, would I like to smack Lance. And if I keep working, I might just be able to eventually. Maybe in the smoker the night before graduation.
What are you doing in the gym, Kat?
I thought it was locked. Raheem gestures to the metal door with peeling red paint. I put a finger to my lips. Oh, you know. I try to think of something vague enough to sound plausible. Just a little extra workout. Raheem frowns and I decide to go for broke. Trying to get a bit better in hopes of knocking one of Lance's perfect white teeth out. I give a small punch to the air and smile. Raheem chuckles, but poor Fred looks terrified, which is a common expression for him. Not really, Fred, I assure him quickly. Just want to improve, so having some weights and workouts each evening. Fred looks mollified and starts to walk on, but Raheem grabs his uniform sleeve and says something to him that I can't hear. I see Fred consider, then shrug and nod. Raheem looks at me. That's a good idea. Can we come too? We won't tell anyone. I consider the request. I like not having other people around during these workouts, and I don't want the trooper who gave me the code to get in trouble. But these two are actually pretty nice guys. They sit near the back in classes like me, and I've talked with them some. At first they seemed scared of me, probably because I'm female, and they don't generally have the nerve to talk to women. But now they treat me as one of the guys, and we have exchanged a few quips. I've seen Fred do some pretty great mechanical work, too. I don't think they'll rat on me. They just want to get a bit better, too. Best to keep them close. I wouldn't say I trust them, but I don't not trust them. Sure, but let's just keep it to the two of you, okay? Okay. Thanks, Kat. Tommy has me sparring with him more now. Just technical stuff, mainly footwork and defense, but I'm determined not to end up laid out flat again. We work out in the officers' gym at hours that apparently officers sleep during. The floor is shiny hardwood, and there are heavy bags, speed bags, and double-end bags, as well as racks of free weights around the perimeter. In the middle is the ring raised a good meter from the floor and set off with 3 tiers of black ropes. This is where we spar.
Show me your jab, lass, that's it. Now you block mine.
Tommy wears some black men's leggings and a black sleeveless shirt. I wear the physical training uniform issued to all recruits. Black shorts, black short-sleeved top, and black workout shoes. I also wear my sleeve over my brand.
Keep your elbows in and your chin down, he chides me. Better. Don't step across, just slide and pivot. Watch your weight distribution.
And so it goes for hours. But I feel the improvement. At the end of week 4, Tommy tells me he wants me to run the obstacle course on Sunday.
It's my only day off, but it's everyone else's day off as well, so the course will be empty. I'll be there.
Damn right you will, lass. You've a score to settle.
I grin at Tommy and head to regular PT.
Go, Cat, faster, go!
I hear Tommy's voice pushing me on as I run and climb and jump and swing and crawl through the course early Sunday morning. We're in the gym nearest the dorms that has been especially set up for the obstacle course every recruit must pass to graduate. It's a huge open space with climbing ropes hanging down, tires positioned to test footwork, and a narrow mezzanine that encircles the main gym that we run on.
Go, go, go!
I control my breathing, but I know I'm making good time. The first time I did this, I came in dead last by a wide margin. Now I'm moving rapidly through the obstacles. I push myself as I make the final turn and run as fast as I can, passing the finish line.
Done! That might be record time.
I fling myself to the ground, panting but exhilarated by my success. I hear voices near me and open my eyes, still taking in lungfuls of air, slowly bringing my heart rate back to normal. I see Tommy grinning at me, and there next to him is Teddy. Teddy and Tommy. They sound like characters from a children's book, I think wildly. Honestly, together these old farts look like it too.
Well, you certainly put your heart into that run. Teddy grins at me. I told you hard work pays off.
I grin up at him and push myself up on my elbows. Would it kill you to say you're proud of me, Teddy? He nods his head slowly and rubs his chin as if considering.
It might. Don't see as how I should take the chance.
His eyes are twinkling. I start to laugh and am heartened to hear him join in with his rich laugh. And then Tommy's deep chuckle wraps around us, and all I can feel is delight. I fucking did it. Chapter 9. Snafu. Fairno and Bosch. Late summer 2349. Captain Vargas watches as I smoothly push the throttle to full and pull the yoke back for an easy liftoff of a Scythera 40. One of the best vessels they will let recruits fly. A significant upgrade from the old Revenge models they used to train us on. I scored the pilot's seat for this, my first glitter mission. Well, not just my glitter mission. There are 4 other almost-to-graduation recruits on board as well. Lance Moreau as navigator, David Simon as left gunner, Michelle Romero as flight engineer, and Aiden Sawyer as right gunner. We make up what is referred to as a unit. Lance and Aiden are the pretty, privileged boys, who always want to be first in everything, and who have the dubious distinction of having taunted me at every opportunity when I was still the worst recruit. They have quieted a bit, now that I float in the middle of the class in everything but flying. I don't know David well, but he is apparently a charter member of the Lance fan club, and Michelle, who has never been particularly warm with me, is really smart usually, but she seems to lose her brain around Aiden. I'm not sure how I got placed in this rarefied unit, but I suspect it has to do with my flight skills, which have come along very nicely, in no small part to Teddy taking me up on my days off and letting me fly some of his special vessels under his watchful eye. This is essentially our final exam, an actual mission before graduation next week.
Nice smooth takeoff, Wallace.
Vargas nods. I smile a bit inwardly, but take a breath and focus on flying as my navigator adjusts our course under Vargas's watchful eye. He makes his way around the airship, which the Bosch call vessels, apparently. Vehicles in the water are ships, vehicles in the air are vessels, and vehicles on land are just, I don't know, vehicles? Vargas watches us carefully in this vessel, assessing the competency and readiness of each of us at our stations. We only are flying a very short distance to the lee side of the very large island of Fairno to drop off a glitter shipment, but I'll take any opportunity to fly. When I lift off, it feels like all my worries just slide away to the surface, leaving a new, clean, freer cat. And being able to see a new country and travel so easily beyond Bosch, even for a little while, gives me flutters of excitement in my stomach. Vargas is average in every way. A middle-aged man average height and build, with basic brown skin and hair. He is in fact so average that he might have been unnoticeable, save for his self-confidence, which is anything but average. His self-confidence is so above average, it treads heavily into arrogance and plays with its compatriot, condescension. But now he is back at my side when it is time to land in Fairno, and nods approvingly as I set the vessel down with only a few bumps.
I maneuver it to the area he indicates for parking. He reminds us that we are representing the Bosch pirate force and to focus on being businesslike and culturally sensitive. The people of Ferno don't physically touch in public. However, they prefer to be addressed and to address others by their first names. Typically, only 2 or 3 of you would actually go to the exchange. It is essential to always leave a unit member or 2 with the vessel in case a mission goes awry. However, we have dealt with the people of Ferno and Madame Amelie Coates for many years. She is most hospitable to indulge our recruit missions. We nod and hear the implicit caution to not offend. Then David and Aiden pick up the glitter cases, and we descend the cargo ramp to meet with our Ferno connection. We are escorted into the sitting room of a lovely large home. We have been driven from the airfield in a very comfortable vehicle by a quiet man who was polite but distant as he opened the doors of the vehicle for us and saw us into the home and this magnificent room. The ceilings are high, and one wall is almost all windows looking out over a green slope to the ocean. There are 2 cream-colored sofas and 2 large upholstered chairs set off with pillows in shades of blues and greens. A table sits in the center with a basket of flotsam from the ocean, sea stars and driftwood, and what looks to be a glass ball of some kind, also in a sea-green shade. The walls hold paintings of the sea and old ships, and there's a light fixture hanging from the ceiling that resembles coral. Captain Vargas stands behind the 5 of us as we all gaze at the room. A young woman with deep brown hair and soft golden-brown skin, with eyes that are almost topaz, comes in and nods to us.
Madame Coates will be just a few moments. She asks that you make yourself comfortable.
Then she steps out. We all take seats, but I'm a bit confused, so I turn to Captain Vargas. I thought the Ferno preferred to be addressed by their first names. By their equals, yes. The answer makes me wrinkle my brow. What does that mean? He begins to answer, but the door opens, and the young woman is back, holding the door for an older woman dressed in a gown of oceanic blues and greens, with a small sea star hair clip holding back her yellow hair. Sebastian. She floats over to Captain Vargas and smiles at him. How delightful to see you again. The young woman keeps up with her and makes sure her dress is smooth when she stops moving. Something about that motion makes me uncomfortable. He stands and nods. Hello, Amelie. Always a pleasure. Your travel was easy? And these are this season's recruits? She smiles indulgently. Do introduce me. Captain Vargas makes the introductions around the room. I nod politely, as do the other members of the unit. Madame Coates, Amelie, and Captain Vargas begin to walk about the room, chatting in earnest about the weather, the FA, the shocking increase in food prices from the mainlands. The young woman keeps pace with them, continuing to fuss with her mistress's gown. Her mistress? Is she a hired girl or something else? I have to find out. As the captain and Amelie come near my seat, I rise as the young woman comes in range and address her directly. Hello, I'm Kat. What's your name? Her face freezes and she glances toward Amelie, who looks at me with a slightly furrowed brow, but then her face relaxes, and she nods benignly at the woman, with the barest hint of a smile. There is a pause as the younger woman looks at me.
Rosalind? I'm called Rosalind.
I smile. Like from As You Like It, the ancient play? I just read that one. I'm delighted with the name. Rosalind looks at me without any indication of understanding. Amelie jumps in, addressing me. I do love Shakespearean names. How delightful that you recognized it. She smiles warmly at me now. The driver who brought you in, we named Othello, and we have a wonderful gardener called Snug. Her voice is proud and excited. I feel sick to my stomach. I open and close my mouth. Thrall names. Those are thrall names. The enslaved lose their real name when they gain their brand. They are called Snug or whatever name their enslaver chooses to give them. I can hear my heart beating in my ears as the word thrall echoes in my mind. Well, shall we conduct our business then? I hear Captain Vargas's voice far away. I shake my head and try to focus. As a pilot, I was supposed to lead the negotiations, but now I am in no place to dicker. I put a hand on the back of the sofa as if feeling something concrete may help this make sense, and then I look at Lance and give a small jerk of my head. He is only too happy to step up and take the spotlight. I walk to the wall of windows and look out at the pastoral scene. The well-landscaped beds frame a rolling green lawn. A lawn. I practically scoff out loud.
It must take so much fresh water to maintain it. Ridiculous extravagance. I hear the negotiations distantly from where I stand. Captain Vargas comes up next to me. Is there a problem, Wallace? I turn my head slowly and consider how to tell him. I know he will be as appalled as I am. Captain, I say in as low of a whisper as I can manage. Rosalind and Othello and Snug are not their real names. Those are thrall names. They are enslaved. Vargas looks unconcerned. It's customary for slaveholders to change their thralls' names when they purchase them. What? My voice is no longer a whisper. It is loud enough to silence the almost completed negotiations. Recruit, modulate your voice, please. Vargas's voice has the edge of warning to it as he leans toward me. No, I will not. My voice begins to shake, but actually becomes louder as I gesture toward Amelie. Are you telling me you know? You know that she is an enslaver. Amelie looks at me with shock as she rises from her seat and sweeps toward us. What is all this about, Sebastian? Now, Amelie. Vargas's voice takes on a cajoling tone. Not everyone is as worldly as you and I. She is young and inexperienced in the world. Then he says conspiratorially to Amelie, After all, she is from the North Country. The two of them laugh. I jump in. I'm not that young, and I don't think believing that people should not be owned by other people is idealistic. Amelie frowns and gestures at me. Is this girl so backwater and ignorant to not know how the world works? Ever since the fires and the great flooding and the pandemics, there's been a shortage of workers, especially in coastal areas. We must make do as we must. We import workers. How would we survive without them? To keep other people enslaved is evil and wrong. It always has been. My voice is now quieter but stronger. I'm looking directly at her. Then I turn to Rosalind. You should come with us. Bosch does not keep slaves. You'd be free there. I hear a small gasp from Madame Coates, and to my surprise, Rosalind's eyes go wide. She begins to shake her head back and forth, then turns and runs from the room. Now see what you have done, you foolish girl. Amelie's voice is scolding and scornful. Poor little Rosalind will likely be hiding under her bed by now. We treat our thralls quite well, thank you. They're like family to us. They would never try to leave. No, you've made her dependent on you and fearful of anything else. I snap back at her. It's no different than clipping a songbird's wings. Amelie presses her lips together and her face flushes under her pale makeup. Sebastian, I would like you to remove this troublemaker from my home. She does not bring credit to the Bosch brand. Yes, Amelie, immediately. He gestures for me to head to the door, but my stubborn streak is activated, and I hold my position. What's wrong? Have I touched a nerve? Are you concerned that without your enslaved workers you couldn't afford this lavish lifestyle? I wave my arm in the air, taking in the elegant sitting room. Amelie gasps, and quick as a wink her hand comes up and slaps my face. She looks horrified. Nicely played, Madame Coates. I deliberately use her last name to insult her. I figure she has already broken the no-touching rule, so the game is on. I will not forget this. Then Captain Vargas is at my side, grasping my arm and hustling me to the door and down the steps to the awaiting vehicle. He practically tosses me inside, opening the door himself as Othello is nowhere to be seen. Don't move from there. That's an order. His face is carved in lines of fury, but his voice is remarkably calm. He returns to the house. I kick at the door after he closes it, but keep my seat. I crane my head, trying to look out the window, both toward the house and away from it. I want to get out and find Othello and Snug, and any of the others, and insist they run with me. But it's not just Vargas. None of my unit seems upset by the reveal of enslavement. Perhaps they don't understand. I'll explain it to them. I can't believe that Bosch has been dealing with this person for years. What a repulsive woman, and not as well-read as she'd like me to think. After all, Snug was a joiner, not a gardener. Several minutes pass. Then the door to the villa opens, and the unit and Vargas step out, holding marker cases. I see Captain Vargas speak intently to Madame Coates, who dabs at her eyes with a piece of lace. Ridiculous. Then the unit files into the vehicle, and none of them look nor speak to me. I hear the driver's door open, and Othello, or whatever his real name is, slides in. He looks into the mirror that sits in the center of the front window. His hazel eyes find mine, and he gives me a small nod. The moment is interrupted as Vargas slides in and turns his seat to face me as not Othello starts the motor, and we head back to the vessel. He looks at me intently, speaking in his average voice. The marker cases, Recruit Wallace, are a little lighter than expected, as we had to negotiate from a position of weakness to which I am not accustomed. Still, you are fortunate that Madame Coates is an understanding client. Understanding? Are you kidding me? Captain, how can you tolerate slaveholders? Bosch doesn't keep thralls. We have glitter to move. We cannot be the conscience of every person, island, and nation in New Earth. Hell, Wallace, even the FA has some countries that allow slavery. He punctuates his comments with his hands. That doesn't make it right. Aren't the Bosch pirates? Pirates who used to be enslaved? And who then used to free thralls? I'm starting to ramp up again. Aiden gives a disgusted huff next to me and says in a very condescending tone, Cat, you were just overreacting. Those thralls seemed perfectly happy until you started a ruckus. Lance follows up in his languid tone. You could have ruined the mission for all of us. My head whips around to face Aiden and I lean in. I am decidedly not overreacting, Aiden. If anything, I am underreacting. I should have pulled my weapon. Okay, I wouldn't have pulled a weapon, but his tone really gets under my skin. Then I turn to Lance. And you, poor baby. New Earth knows that offering freedom to enslaved people might just spoil your perfect day and endanger your coveted honor ribbon. Lance is all but certain to be top graduate of the class. I turn back to Aiden. Believe me, they aren't happy. My right hand goes to my sleeve-covered left forearm. Michelle chimes in with an artificial sweetness to her voice. Like you know everything, Cat. You live a pretty cushy life as the MC's pet. The vehicle is suddenly silent as that last comment, which I've heard whispered many times behind my back and off to the side as I walk by, is finally fully born. Even Vargas is silent, and no one is looking at me at all now. I sit back and seethe. So what if I get along with Teddy? So what if I live at his and Miriam's house? I imagine they think they've hurt me with that comment, but what they've done has made me think. If recruits and Captain Vargas tolerate doing business with slavers, then likely everyone in the force does. Then I remember that Teddy was dropping glitter to him when I stowed away. I sit and grow more furious by the moment, as slowly the vehicle begins to fill with congenial talk and laughter that excludes me. Vargas is relaxing as well, though I see him throw a cautious glance my way now and then. The vehicle stops at the airfield and the unit rolls out. David calls back, Get the marker cases, will you, Cat? The group laughs and heads to the vessel. I'm working hard to keep my anger contained. I don't want to unleash it until I get back to Bosch. I go to the back of the vehicle to get the cases, and Othello stands there. With a quick glance toward the others, he reaches out and pulls up my left sleeve. Uh-huh. Thought so. He says it quietly as he turns his arm toward me, showing a similar brand. It's not so bad here. I mean, I've been other places worse. But it still isn't freedom. He again glances over to the vessel. My name is Carl. He stood a little straighter as he gave me his real name. I felt tears prick at the edge of my eyes. I'm Cat Wallace. You could come, you know. I keep my voice low. He gives me a sad smile. The girl they call Rosalind, actually, Beth, is my daughter, so I stay with her. But you keep fighting the fight for all of us, Cat Wallace. He reaches out and squeezes my arm over my brand. I nod, seeing the resemblance in his face now, blink back tears, and add this injustice to the fire of my anger. I manage to choke out. Thank you for trusting me with your names. I squeeze his arm in return, and then hump the heavy marker cases to the vessel, where Captain Vargas is standing and watching me. I walk onto the vessel and stow the cases. Vargas has moved Lance to the pilot's seat, and Lance looks smug and victorious. Vargas motions me to the jump seat as he turns to take the navigator's post. I sigh and calmly walk back to the flight engineer's post. Michelle? I call her name as sweetly as I can. She turns toward my voice, and I pop her hard in the head with a rear hook. she drops like a stone. As chaos erupts around me, I walk back to the jump seat and sit down, fastening my seatbelt. I close my eyes to keep the rest of my anger in check for after we land. The moment we land, I'm up and moving. I ignore Vargas's call for me to sit down, and I slam the button that opens the cargo ramp and practically gallop down it. My ears are buzzing, and there are red spots floating in front of my eyes. I feel my hands open and close in fists as I make my way to Bosch Hall. My jaw is so tight it's starting to hurt. I push past the guard at the door, again ignoring demands that I stop. When he grabs my arm at the entrance to the stairs, I give him a hard shove, then pull open the door and take the stairs 2 and 3 at a time. Finally, on the 3rd floor, I hustle down the hallway to the second office on the right, grabbing the knob on the frosted glass door. Betsy, Teddy's assistant, and one of the kindest people I've met here outside of Teddy and Miriam, sits in her usual seat in the front office, effectively guarding the solid wood entry to the Master Commander's office. "Well, Cat, you certainly didn't sneak in today. I've had comms starting from the airfield all the way to poor Roberts downstairs. He thinks you might have bruised him a bit. Am I going to suffer the same fate?" Her smile never wavers. "No, I'm saving that." Somehow I can't get my anger to extend to Betsy. "Well, he's in a meeting, though I expect you don't care." I maneuver around her desk, and she makes no attempt to stop me. "Nope, not in the least." I open the door and see 6 men sitting around the large wooden general's table that sits behind the highly polished mahogany desk. The Master Commander turns his head my way and stands up as I stomp into the room.
"Cat, I'm in a meeting here."
I ignore the statement. "What the fuck, Teddy? You run glitter to places with enslaved people and do nothing to free them?" My eyes are wide and spit leaps from my lips as I yell. Teddy looks at me and then closes his eyes. I see his chest rise as he takes a very deep breath.
"Recruit, we can discuss the morality of our economy at a later time. For now, you need to get a hold of yourself and stand down."
The last 2 words are said a bit louder and sharper than the rest, but I am having none of it. "Oh, I'll get a hold of myself. I'll get a hold of a vessel and fly it back there and get them out." One of the men, a general, this one with broad shoulders and neatly trimmed black hair, with a smattering of gray at the temples, begins to grin. My head jerks toward him. "What the hell is so funny?" My anger is big enough to take him into it as well as Teddy. Teddy looks genially at the smiling man.
"Careful, Miles. She knows how to shoot now."
A ripple of subdued laughter comes from those around the table. This comment made in such a cool, calm tone, and the chummy laughter cuts into me, and my chest becomes tighter. I feel my teeth grind. My voice escalates. "You old men sit around this table and know nothing about what the world is like outside of Bosch. People are enslaved. They are being worked and tortured and tormented and killed. And somehow, we are selling glitter to their tormentors." I jerk the sleeve up on my left arm, showing my thrall brand, and hold it out. I wasn't going to hide it anymore. 5 pairs of eyes are on it, but Teddy looks right at my face. "I know what they suffer," I continue. "You told me the Bosch are descended from escaped thralls. Slavery doesn't exist here. But apparently you can ignore it elsewhere if it fills your coffers. So good for you and your fat wallets. Hypocrites!" I glance at the now sober faces and again register the 6 men sitting comfortably around the large oval wood table. Now I'm angry for an entirely different reason. And why is it there are only men sitting here? I hear an awful lot of lofty words about equality in Bosch. Maybe that ought to be a consideration at the top? There is a pause and Teddy's face is inscrutable. I'm sure I've gotten through to them finally.
"Recruit Wallace."
Teddy's voice is as calm and collected as always.
"This is a meeting for the general's table, and those are the only voices that matter here."
His voice takes on an edge.
"This is not a forum for any yet-to-be-graduated recruit to air their particular grievances. You will stand down and take yourself to your barracks."
His eyes are fiery as he looks at me, and his mouth is in a tight line. I've never seen him angry before.
"There will undoubtedly be consequences for your insubordinate behavior."
I feel like I've been punched hard in the gut. I thought he would be on my side. I open my mouth to protest, and he puts a hand up.
"Recruit, you are a single word away from a court-martial, which I'm not even sure has ever happened with a recruit. Do not push me. His voice hasn't raised in volume nor pace, but the power behind it is clear. Either I comply, or I am gone. I've worked too fucking hard these past weeks to fail now. But this isn't over. I set my jaw and reply the only 2 words I know are acceptable. Yes, sir. I move to attention pose and my right fist goes automatically to my chest. I wait for his dismissal, which comes in a hand wave. I turn and move toward the heavy wooden door, open it, and pull it closed behind me. Betsy looks at me with what I choose to believe is sympathy. I take a breath and walk out of the office and down the 2 flights of stairs to the main door. I murmur an apology to Sergeant Roberts and head to my barracks room. Fat lot of good being MC's pet did for me today.
10. Teddy and Miles. Bosch, late summer, 2349. 4 of the 5 generals trailed out of the Master Commander's office discussing the topics that had been on the agenda for the week's meeting, as well as the unexpected intrusion of that young woman recruit. The 5th general sat down in the comfortable chair in front of the impressive mahogany desk with its intricate marquetry. As Teddy sank into his seat behind it and rubbed his eyes with both hands.
"Quite a display your new project put on,"
Miles Baldwin said with a sympathetic smile. Teddy dropped his hands and looked at his friend's genial face, which was long with lifted cheekbones and an aquiline nose.
"She's more than just a project, Miles. She's become like my own child."
He sighed and shook his head.
"I definitely have a blind spot where she is concerned, and I hope this behavior is not the result of that."
Miles nodded, then stood and walked over to the cabinet on the far wall that contained an impressive bar, opened it, and poured 2 measures of whiskey for 2 glasses. He dropped a cube of ice into his, and then returned to the desk, handing the neat one to Teddy. He sat and took a drink, as the friends sat with their own thoughts.
Miles set his drink down. "So, she used to be a thrall, and she is, what, one of 4 or 5 women recruits in a class of 40 or 50? "Aye, but still," Teddy answered. "Hear me out, Teddy."
Miles's hand went up.
"She's not wrong about any of it. We are indeed a nation descended from the enslaved that now does business with enslavers. And there have never been any women at the general's table. I think there are perhaps 2 women commanders, and your old unit is the only glitter unit with women on board. And all of those things are mistakes of ours."
Teddy nodded and sipped his drink, considering.
"Well, there's the truth of it, but it is not so simple to just stop doing business with anyone who holds thralls. That would be the death of our economy and of Bosch."
Miles nodded his agreement and rubbed his smooth chin as Teddy continued.
"The issue of promoting women, however, is an easier one to manage. It is. But it will take time and has to include more women in each recruit class. We need to broaden our base so there are more female officers eligible to be elected to the commander's rank, and as fortune would have it."
Miles grinned.
"I am currently in charge of internal relations and can work quite well with the recruitment office. We will start with the next class."
Teddy nodded.
Good, good."
A knock at his door caused him to look up as Betsy came in with a piece of paper.
"What's up, Betsy?"
"You are not going to like this." Her round face was serious. "It's a formal complaint from Captain Vargas against one recruit, Katrina Wallace." She handed him the paper. He glanced over it and then rolled his eyes and sighed deeply, leaning back in his seat. Betsy quietly went back to her desk and closed the door.
"Damn it. Now we have to do something. You, Miles, have to do something as the internal general. She's going to have to answer these charges."
He handed the paper to General Baldwin. Miles read over the complaint.
"Wow, she hit one of her unit. I imagine Tommy's training came through on that."
He chuckled.
"This is serious, Miles," Teddy barked at his friend. "Calm down, Teddy. I'm taking it seriously. And we will have to convene a temporary committee to consider court-martial. But as I recall, weren't you brought up on charges in your younger days?" "I had at least made it past graduation." "Well, perhaps this is just an example of the pupil surpassing her teacher."
Miles downed the rest of his drink and stood.
"I need to deal with this. I'll let you know the meeting time once I've gathered the initial information. Thank you, Miles.
Teddy stood as well, and the two men walked to the door.
I trust you. You've always divided the pot fairly.
Miles laughed.
We're pirates, Teddy, not savages.
Both men laughed at the old joke, shook hands, and Teddy closed the door as Miles headed out. He sighed again, thinking, "Cat," and shook his head. Chapter 11. Let's Go Out with a Bang. Bosch and the Unnamed Location. The next day. From his place in the semicircle of a dozen comfortable chairs, 9 holding male officers behind the curved table in an otherwise empty room, General Rainey squints at me with rheumy eyes under a shock of white hair.
Very well, recruit. We have heard your defense. The committee will take it under advisement as we discuss how to proceed. You may return to training, but, and this is only my own recommendation, it might be best if you attempt not to commit any further infractions.
He chuckled at his own joke. My face is stone.
Yes, well.
He clears his throat and continues.
A decision regarding court-martial will be forthcoming by morning. Good day, Recruit Wallace.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sirs. I wonder if the "fuck all of you" that I believe is implicit in my statement comes through. Probably not. And as I salute and turn to go to my second-to-the-last class of recruitment, I figure it's just as well. The past day has been a real shit show. Last evening after the mission, I sat rereading the same line from Rosalind in As You Like It. I'll think of something, but please tell him how well I faked a faint. Purposefully indulging my fury and focusing on the "I'll think of something" part, though nothing was coming to me as fainting didn't seem to be useful. Just as I was about to toss the book aside and go for a run, a formally dressed courier arrived at my barrack door with a friendly little note. Recruit Wallace, please report to the courtroom in Bosch Hall, floor 2, room 204 at 8 bells tomorrow for a pre-assessment of the 3 charges of insubordination and the 1 charge of assault on Trooper Michelle Romero, to determine if they will be deemed court-martial offenses. You are asked to remain in your dorm until this meeting. Sincerely, Fanny Bohanna. Court Clerk, Bosch Pirate Force. Well, shit. I sat down on the edge of my skinny, overly firm bed and kicked my running shoes off. This can't be good. I did not sleep well that night. Then, this morning, I arrived at what I like to think of as my own personal inquisition, having recently read a rollicking adventure by Cervantes, and then doing a deep dive into its historical base in the Spanish Inquisition. I assumed there would be no thumbscrews here, and I was correct. However, to my dismay, Teddy was nowhere to be seen during my happy little moments sitting on a hardback chair for almost 2 bells in front of a bunch of old men rationalizing what was definitely insubordination and assault. Hard to really get around that. Nope. No Teddy. But hey, I got all 5 generals and the 4 senior commanders. I had mustered all my newly acquired bravado for the meeting, but inside, I was, and still am, disconsolate, as I wend my way over to the green to get to class. Where was Teddy? He has been so legitimately kind and generous with me since the day I met him, helping me to find ways to strengthen my body and my mind, and probably most importantly, my spirit. I know I've let him down by my rash actions, and I am beside myself for that. I wipe away a few tears that rise and then trickle onto my cheeks. My dad back north was a real piece of work. Mean. When I was little, I tried to do things to get approval from him, but ended up getting smacked and yelled at for being underfoot and a nuisance. Teddy, with his kindness and his gentle way of teaching, has been more of a father in the past 3 months than Dad ever was in close to 20 years. What have I done? I know I was over the top barging into his office. Is that why he didn't show at the meeting? Then I feel my brain pivot. Wait a minute. I am standing up for what is right. Just because a bunch of people are kind and nice and helpful to me doesn't mean it still isn't wrong to subsidize enslavement. Okay, maybe hitting Michelle wasn't about enslavement, but it just felt so good to pop her one. I make a fist and give it a small swing. Maybe that's a problem. I return to self-recrimination, but keep it spiced with a strong sense of self-righteousness. I feel like I've found the right mix by the time I arrive at my classroom in the lecture hall and slip quietly into my seat in the far back row. Some of the other recruits glance up when I come in, but most are focused on what Major Arain is saying. Your graduation ceremony will be on the green at 11 bells the day after tomorrow. Your family members can arrive at 10, and you will have a 1-week leave upon the conclusion of the ceremony after all recruits receive their hat and sash. And as is traditional, the Major grins, tattoo artists will be available throughout the afternoon, evening, and night for those who choose. He emphasizes the word choose in a way that made it clear there really was no choice. To receive their Bosch Pirate Force tattoo. There's a rumble of low laughter and excited commentary as I watch my classmates point to various parts of their bodies where they have mapped out their new mark. I lean and peer from my seat a bit to see what the other 3 women in the recruit class of 53 are doing. Oh, there's a surprise. Waverly and Petra are sympathetically tending to Michelle, who has placed an overly large bandage on her face. They do make a fine trio, those 3. They've never let me into their little group, not that I want to be there. They spend an inordinate amount of time discussing the male recruits in terms of dating, a subject I have zero interest in given what happened on Bell Coast. I'm pretty sure I will never want anyone to touch me like that again. Too much has happened. Captain Vargas quiets the class down and begins to discuss decorum at graduation when it hits me. What if they don't let me graduate? Could they just kick me out? Could I actually be locked up if court-martialed? What if Teddy and Miriam send me away? Failed experiment. I feel nausea rise and my chest tighten. I let my head sink into the desktop in front of me. Fred Driscoll, who has become something of a ground crew expert and, like me, prefers to sit in the back to avoid notice, looks over at me. He's a nice kid, and it's been nice seeing his confidence increase during the evening secret gym sessions. He gives me a smile and says, Come on, Kat, it can't be that bad. We're almost done. I lift my head and force a smile back. Yeah, Fred. Almost there. Maybe. I push the throttle in the little Pinus 48 to full and pull the yoke back, rising easily off the old airfield south of town. This one was abandoned years ago because it was too short for the larger vessels to take off and land on. But it's perfect for these small vessels Teddy, and by extension I, favor. I turn to my navigator, who is almost shoulder to shoulder with me in this vessel. So, where are we going on this pirate raid? Teddy grins. Well, a reliable source told me that there was a shipment of valuable cargo headed to Bell Coast, and while it isn't a direct assault, it sure as hell will piss off the purchaser for us to intercept it. I stare at Teddy for a moment, then laugh. He is right. I may not be able to directly attack him yet, but I like the idea of keeping some desired items from him. He doesn't get angry like a normal person, but I know it will niggle and irritate him. To not have, say, his favorite champagne, or some of the other fineries he believes he is owed. It gives me a flush of pleasure to know I might get under his skin. Plug in the coordinates and tell me the plan. I am all in. It feels good to be out, flying and planning some mischief. This is possibly my first and last raid. Teddy found me as I was walking to the food trucks this afternoon. I should have been at the mission debrief, but Vargas had stopped me after class and told me, Given the pending investigation, I think it best you not attend the debrief. Way to team build, Vargas the Average. Thus adding another piece of evidence to the growing heap I've collected that officers are tools. If I get to stay and graduate, I shall never be an officer. Teddy was all cloak and dagger as he hustled me through my lunch, telling me only we were going on a pirate raid, and to the cave that disappears into a hill bordering the airstrip. That is our cave. Well, really Teddy's, but I am one of the few he has let in on its existence. We have the entrance covered with vines and branches. It's surprisingly large. We put a small vessel in it and did repairs one day when a storm was blowing across Bosch. Teddy says there are lots of rooms and chambers and grottos in it, but I haven't had time to fully explore it. Maybe after I get court-martialed and thrown out of the BPF, I'll have loads of free time then. How long of a flight? I could have calculated, but that's what a navigator is for. We'll be in the air for about 1.5 bells. Roger that. I let several minutes elapse in silence. Teddy? Cat? I hear a smile in his tone. That's probably good, right? There was a meeting this morning about whether I should be court-martialed. My voice sounds small.
Yes, I know.
I wait a moment, summoning my courage. I need to know, but I'm afraid of the answer. Why weren't you there? All the other top-ranking officers were. Now it's Teddy's turn to pause. I don't dare look at him because I can feel my eyes filling with tears. I feel his hand on my shoulder.
I'd planned to be there, but Miles let me see a bit of the interviews and...
He gives a small, mirthless laugh.
Considering why you hit that recruit, I felt it best to recuse myself.
I felt a measure of the tension in my gut that had been knotted there since the meeting flow out, along with the breath I didn't know I was holding. Of course he didn't want there to be any accusation of favoritism. Sweet new earth, Teddy. I thought maybe I had really screwed up.
Well, you are being evaluated for court-martial. Most people would see that as a screw-up.
His tone isn't scolding, but matter-of-fact. No, I thought I'd ruined things between us. I motion, between the two of us with a finger finally looking at him. That kind of screw-up. He smiles at me and shakes his head. I continue. And if they're going to court-martial me for calling attention to aiding trafficking, then fine.
No, Kat.
His face is serious now.
It isn't fine. You have too much to offer Bosch to throw it away before you start.
I shrug. I don't know what I can do now. It's sort of up to the generals and commanders.
Teddy nods. Well, take whatever chance you have. It's best that you go in knowing all the information about the layout, the cargo, and the possible opposition. The devil's in the details. But realistically, there will always be some unexpected development, and you have to think on your feet and make sure the mission objectives are accomplished. The only time to abandon a mission is when your life or one of your crew's lives are at risk. Stay safe and stay alive. That's the motto.
Teddy continues to school me on extraction techniques and cautions as we creep through the dimming light and the low brush toward the metal storage shed that holds the cargo marked for Bellcoast. The plan is simple. Go in when the transport crew is at dinner, jimmy the lock, boost a vehicle, take everything we can load up and head back to our vessel and fly the hell home. He has given me back the weapon he had handed me when I first arrived, and Betsy had driven the two of us to his and Mama's home. I was astonished that he had trusted me with a weapon then, and I held it in my lap during the short drive to the house. Once we got inside and Miriam had begun to mother me, I handed it back. He had shrugged.
You tell me when you need it back.
I hadn't asked, but here it is again, in my hand. Its weight is more than that of a fine pistol, a Glock 147, because now I know that it once belonged to his father. I want Teddy to know it means a lot to me, and I'll take care of it. My shooting has improved remarkably thanks to Tommy, though I still hope I won't have to use it. There. As we come up to the cargo station, I point to the building on the end. You said the third storage shed farthest from the main building, right?
Yep.
Teddy points to the one I indicated.
All right. You are faster than me, so you go and get the door unlocked. I'll go get a vehicle and bring it around.
Got it. I slip along the brush line until I am near the windowless shed. It's pretty sturdy looking, and only the one door with a light shining on it. I pick up a rock displaced from the gravel road that runs between and away from the buildings and lob it. A clang and then a shatter, and the door is left in the dark. Better. I pause for a moment to be sure no one else heard that, and then I slip up to the door, turn on my own small light, and start to work on the lock with the picks Teddy has given me. My breath is coming a bit fast, and I can feel my heart rate increasing. A smile is on my lips. God, this is fun. I hear voices and I stop my work, clicking off my light and pressing myself to the door. The voices fade and I return to my task, which, if I can just say, is not easy. Those old Earth Days movies made it look like a 1-2-3 deal, but it's hard. I hadn't initially understood why Teddy had dumped a bunch of locked locks in the pick set on me soon after I arrived, during the weeks before recruitment began. He had said, "It'll give you something to do with your mind and your hands." The first one took me about 3/4 of a bell. I'm down to about 5 minutes now on simple ones, but this one isn't simple. Almost there. A little more and I hear the satisfying click and turn the handle of the shed. I glance toward the building in the direction I had seen Teddy meander and see a vehicle coming toward me. Right on time. I step into the shed and sweep the interior with my light. eagerly looking to see what booty we will score. There are stacks and stacks of boxes against the unfinished walls. I see a familiar box that I know holds champagne. Excellent. I continue the sweep and my light catches something. It's a face. Strike that. Faces. I meet Teddy at the door. His face is alive with the thrill of the game. He smiles warmly at me. Well, this is going to be a surprise. So, in there, I start haltingly.
What'd you find, girl? Fancy food and wine?
He leans to peer around me, but the shed is dark. Yeah, and half a dozen other items.
Well, let's get 'em loaded then. We don't want to get caught on your first raid.
I motion him in, close the door behind me, and turn the shed lights on, illuminating the 6 shackled young women, tape covering 5 of the mouths. I had pulled the tape off one and talked with her using standard FA speech, as she looked blank when I spoke in the Bosch dialect. She had only understood the bare minimum, but it was enough. So I think this is one of those unexpected developments. Teddy looks gobsmacked. I hadn't talked to him about everything that happened on Bell Coast. I haven't really shared it with anyone. I told Miriam a little, and I think she guessed more as she tended to me those first days. His voice comes out in a croak.
What the fuck?
I look at the women, girls really, sitting on the floor. They're all dressed in identical tan tunics, the kind we thralls are given after we are inspected, and our home clothes and belongings thrown away. They are shackled, with tape across their mouths, but otherwise look well cared for and decently fed. I imagine he wants to be the one to use the lash the first time. I shudder at the memory. They all have dark hair and large, dark eyes that have not exchanged the terrified look for one of hopelessness. Their cocoa-colored skin is smooth and unscarred. Let's keep it that way. The one girl I spoke with, Inez, I gesture to her, told me they're from the new Caribbean archipelago. I know it's not his first shipment from there. 2 of the girls I buried could have fit nicely into this group. I keep that to myself. We need to get them out of here, Teddy.
New Caribbean, huh? Those banks are a spot to stash markers.
Teddy says this like it's an afterthought, then looks at me and nods in agreement. Then his brows furrow.
You don't seem that surprised to find them here.
Oh, I was, at least at first, but he always had a steady stream coming in to replace those that... I pause. Really don't want to talk about why he needed replacements. Well, to serve as replacements. I see the craggy eyebrows dip farther.
You aren't telling me everything.
No, I'm not. I turn toward the girls. Let's get to work, shall we? Teddy pauses for the briefest moment, and then nods and turns with me. As we approach them, I see a couple of them draw back fearfully, likely due to Teddy's presence. Why don't you grab a couple boxes of champagne and such so it just looks like a random robbery, and I'll get the girls into the vehicle. Is there enough room for them all? He nods.
They'll have to squeeze together, but they're not very big, and it's not far. I'll toss the boxes in the hold.
I talk quietly with all the young women, removing the tape from their mouths as gently as possible, picking the locks on their shackles and explaining as best I can that we will get them out and then to freedom. One understands and speaks pretty good FA, better than Inez. She looks a little older than the rest and translates my instructions to the others. What's your name? I ask after offering mine. Her face darkens a bit. They told me my name will be Mary. I feel my neck twitch and I scowl. That's what they told me as well. I show her my arm. Her mouth curves into a smile. My name is Sedella. I'm pleased to meet you. I smile back. Oh, Sedella. The pleasure is all mine. Everything is going smoothly. The hold has 4 boxes of wine and champagne, and Teddy found an insulated chilled box that held beef. Quite the haul. The girls are stuffed into the back seat, arms and legs wrapped around each other, and Teddy is at the wheel. He looks at me curiously when I toss the shackles and tape I removed at my feet on the passenger side.
What do you want all that for?
I want the traders to think we are just opportunistic thieves stealing what is most valuable, not liberators. I kick the shackles toward the front to make room for my feet.
Smart girl.
He nods approvingly as he starts up the vehicle. Suddenly I hear a shout from the main building. I glance at Teddy, who murmurs, "Fuck, the door." I look over my shoulder and see that the breeze has blown the door open slightly, and I never turn the light off. It's a fucking beacon. Let's go, Teddy. The wheels are turning before I finish the sentence, and gravel goes flying up from them. I tell Sedella and Inez to hold on, and to tell the other girls to do the same. There are 4 men running toward us, and Teddy has pointed the vehicle directly at them. I hear pops of weaponry. I pull the pistol Teddy had given me and stuff my earplugs in and unroll the window.
What the hell are you doing, Cat?
Teddy yells. Returning fire! You just get us out of here! My voice is diminished by the wind that buffets my head, shoulder, and arm, but I think he heard me because the vehicle speeds up. I take aim and hold my breath and pull the trigger. The shot hits the ground in front of one of the men, not particularly accurate, but it surprises them enough that they pause in their own firing. Then Teddy bears down on them and they scatter, yelling obscenities. He powers past the main building and then turns the wheel tightly to the left, and we head away from the fray. I am back in, rolling up my window when I hear additional pops. I turn and see a vehicle a distance behind us. Well, shit. They aren't getting the message. I start to unroll the window again, then pause and turn to Teddy. Do you have another weapon?
Course I do, but I can't shoot and drive.
Give it to me. I am not letting these girls get taken back. He pulls a twin to the pistol I carry from a second holster on his side and hands it to me.
Hope Tommy taught you to shoot straight,
he says as he passes it over. Me too. I crawl over the girls who are horizontal in the back seat and yell, Cover your ears! Then I shoot one round at an angle into the back window, and a large crack forms. Now cover your heads! I grasp the front seats and kick hard at the cracked window with both feet. It shatters and most of it flies off outside. I see the pursuing vehicle's headlights getting closer. Tommy had me practice shooting with both hands repeatedly. He said it was like being able to switch my stance in a fight.
Increase your advantage, lass. Your opponent won't know what to expect.
I lie down on my stomach halfway onto the vehicle hold. Sure hope not, Tommy. I breathe and point both weapons at the front of the vehicle. Just have to wait until they are a bit closer. Our vehicle hits a bump and I feel my body lift and slide toward the back. Shit, I'm gonna fall out. I try to find some purchase with my legs, but there's none. My head and shoulders are past the end of the hold and I feel the weight of my upper body start to tip down toward the rapidly moving road. Then I feel several pairs of hands grab my calves and ankles and pull me slightly back and steady me. I swallow hard and lift my head, squinting as I see the headlights come nearer. The vehicle closing the distance. I re-aim, hold my breath, and fire a dozen rounds from each gun. The noise is deafening, and despite my earplugs, my head begins buzzing immediately. But the vehicle careens off the road into the grassy shoulder. Headlights illuminating steam coming from the engine, and a tire flattened. Men roll out cursing and stumbling, but fade into the distance as Teddy maintains his speed. Pull me back! The women tug at my legs, and then wait until I'm fully in the back seat on top of them. I look at the faces below me and smile, while I click on the safeties and tuck the weapons in my belt, picking off the odd piece of rear window from my uniform and tossing it out the large hole that replaced it. Thank you. I would have slid off for certain if you hadn't saved me. I know I am talking too loudly, but I can't hear myself well. I pull my plugs, but there's only marginal improvement. Sedella smiles and says equally as loudly, We are saving each other. I smile back, look out the hole in the back of the vehicle and see nothing but dust and road behind us. Teddy takes another turn, and then another as I scramble back to my seat up front. I blow a breath through my cheeks and look at Teddy, wiggling my fingers in my ears to try to stop the ringing. He glances at me and grins.
It's a hell of a lot of fun, ain't it, girl?
The most fun I've had in, well, I consider, grinning. Ever, I guess.
It's the adrenaline, he nods. We make a good team. If you get to stick around, we'll do it again.
My heart overflows. I better be sticking around.
Don't land at the old airfield. I'm charting us for the base field.
Teddy is plugging in coordinates into the vessel's navigation system. What? Why? I look at him incredulously. We'll be seen. I thought this was supposed to be outside of the force.
Yeah, but now we have these girls.
He motions with a thumb back toward the 6 women holding onto the cargo netting behind us.
We'd have to take him to the immigration center if we land off base. On base, they remain under my domain, and we can protect them a bit longer.
Okay. I know my voice has a skeptical tone to it, but I trust Teddy.
Once we get there, I will make myself scarce. Try and keep one of us in the force. I turn my head quickly to look at him, astonished at this statement, and he grins and winks. I grin back and shake my head. Oh, and Kat. Teddy's voice is curiously nonchalant. You did well with the pair of pistols. Why don't you hang on to them? I close my eyes briefly and hold my breath. Sure, Teddy. I'd be proud to. I'll take care of them. We fly the rest of the way in comfortable silence. We land, and it's late and dark. I roll the pinnace into the hangar, intending to cover it myself. There's only a skeleton crew on. I figure we can get by pretty anonymously until I'm walking down the ramp with Sedella and Inez and the other 4 women, and I look up and see Fred Driscoll. I duck my head, hoping he won't notice me. Teddy has disappeared, as promised. Kat, what are you doing? So much for not being noticed. Fred! I can't really explain. How about we just keep this quiet? I put my hands out beseechingly. Can you get some blankets for these people? They're tired and chilly. Fred just looks at me for a good minute. Then he turns and walks quickly away. Shit. I wonder who he's going to tell about this. I see him go and talk to 2 troopers who disappear, maybe to get BPF security. He looks back at me and the girls. I smile and wave a little. Double shit. Then the troopers are back, carrying a half dozen or more blankets. Fred takes them and walks them over to me. There's a room with a few cots that the night crew uses to nap on their breaks. We'll put a couple more cots on it and they can go there tonight. He points to a door in the far left corner of the expansive hangar. Can you have somebody come get him before shift change? I nod wordlessly. He looks at me, and his spotty face is pale, making the spots even pinker. He frowns slightly. You are crazy, Kat. And then he walks away as I hustle the newly free women toward the room he had indicated, and think that he isn't wrong. Chapter 12. Graduation? Bosch, July 29th and 30th, 23:49. I take a deep breath as I stand in front of the door of the meeting room a few minutes before the decision meeting. As I tried to sleep last night, the possible outcomes of the next morning's meeting kept playing in my head as dreams. Sometimes I spoke passionately and the officers were moved to tears and asked for my forgiveness. Other times they dragged me to a prison cell, and when they threw me in it, I turned and he was there. The whole night was half dream, half nightmare, and I finally decided early to just get up and go for a long run. I ran around the green with its brick pathways crisscrossing it, and the Bosch Pirate Force flag fluttering above it in the early morning breeze. I ran past the airfield, and then the large and small vessels, and then I circled the entirety of the BPF perimeter, and paused on the rise that let me see the grounds. I was struck by such longing to be a part of this. I'm from the North Country, but I never felt I belonged. Bell Coast was a nightmare, and Bosch, well, Bosch feels like home. And in a wave of emotion that surprised me, I realized I want a home, and I want it to be Bosch. I stand at the door in my dress uniform of black leggings and a mid-sleeved black tunic, fastened with a braided solid black belt, which indicates my rank. Recruit. Hopefully. I had meticulously tidied and smoothed it while I prepped for this morning's meeting. Now I resolve to do whatever it takes not to lose my home. I square my shoulders and set my jaw. I won't go down without a fight. I turn the knob and the door swings open. I see a younger man sitting at a desk. There's no one else in the large room. No long table of generals and commanders for me to convince. Just this one fellow. I feel a bit disoriented and turn to check the room number, 204. It's the right one. Recruit Katrina Wallace? The young man looks up at me from his seat. Yes, that's me. My voice sounds small in this large room. Generals Rainey, Baldwin, Sampson, Montes, and McLean, and the commanders have asked for me to provide you with this letter, detailing their decision and the subsequent consequences. He stands and offers me the letter. I stare at his hand and the folded piece of paper as if it's a poisonous snake. Then I reach out and take it. Glancing at the secretary, I open and scan through it. The hand that holds it drops weakly to my side. Seriously? I inquire of the secretary, whom I now see has the last name of Valencia inscribed on his uniform breast pocket. Trooper Valencia nods. I expect they were serious, yes. He hands me a writing pen. If you could sign and return the back page stating you have received and will comply with the contents of the letter.
Okay. My voice is weak. I scrawl my name on the back page of the letter and hand it back to him. Then I turn and head back through the door that I never closed.
Would it be bad to get a drink at 8 bells?
I slide into my usual seat at the far back of this, my final class of recruitment. The room is buzzing as recruits talk amongst themselves before class begins. I always sit away from everyone. Raheem and Fred are sitting with their motley group a row away from me. They all eventually ended up coming to evening gym nights, even though I had initially protested. But in reality, it was fun showing them some of the things Tommy had taught me. I look at the folded piece of paper sitting on my top book. I get up and move to the open desk next to Raheem, who looks at me in surprise. I lean toward him and Fred. I don't know what you guys all said, but thanks. I owe you. They look confused, so I hand them my letter. To Trooper Katrina Wallace. From Select Committee in Charge of Discipline. The charges of assault and insubordination against you that were brought before this table were serious and could merit court-martial. Interviews were conducted with your instructors and recruit classmates, and while a few saw a pattern of disobedience and non-cooperation, the vast majority of your classmates and instructors saw you as a positive influence and a strong voice for the voiceless. It was noted that you had taken on extra work to improve through the recruit period, and had assisted others in moving forward as well. With this in mind, it is the decision of this table that you can still be a credit to the Bosch Pirate Force, and we elect not to recommend court-martial. You will be allowed to participate in graduation. However, due to the serious nature of the infractions, the following consequences are required. Consequences. 1. Kitchen prep and cleanup duty nightly for 4 weeks. 2. No attendance of the pre-graduation smoker. 3. A formal witnessed in-person apology to Trooper Michelle Romero. 4. Probationary status for 6 months post-graduation with a 6-month delay of any increase in rank. 5. Court-martial will take place if any further infractions occur in the probationary period. You must sign and date the following page and return it to Secretary Valencia, stating you understand the decision and accept the consequences. Fair winds. Select Committee in Charge of Discipline. Raheem grins as he hands it to Fred. Well, you did help me with my fighting form, and Fred can actually run the whole course now. Too bad you can't fight in the smoker. You'd do well. Yeah, I give a chuckle. Probably for the best. I don't think I should be known for hitting people. Raheem quietly laughs with me. Fred looks up from the letter and grins at me. You are crazy, Cat, but I'm glad you're part of our class. Remind me to skip the kitchen for the next month, though. I give another small laugh, blink fast at these unexpected sentiments and smile. Then, taking a deep breath, I stand and walk down the rows until I reach the front row on the right, where Petra, Waverly, and Michelle sit whispering together. The officers in front of the class turn and watch me closely. I stand at attention in front of the women, who stop their whispering and look at me. The hum of conversation in the hall fades slowly to silence. I feel all the eyes on me. I look directly at Michelle and speak in a strong voice that can be heard throughout the room. Trooper Michelle Romero, I would like to formally and publicly apologize for striking you with my rear hook. I shall not repeat that mistake. In my head, I add, I'll use a liver punch next time. I smile warmly at her. There's a quick, quiet discussion among the triplets, and then Michelle looks at me and stammers. Okay. Thank you. Petra and Waverly have their hands on her arms protectively, as if I couldn't flatten all three. My pleasure. I pivot sharply and practically march back to my seat, where Fred and Raheem and the rest of what are apparently my almost friends are smiling. I am again decked out in my dress uniform. My newly acquired 3-cornered black hat sits jauntily on my head, and the accompanying red silk scarf is tied about my waist over my belt that now has one thread of red. I'm no longer a recruit. I've graduated and am now a trooper in the Bosch Pirate Force, and I am drunk. Not excessively drunk, just drunk enough to get my tattoo. I peer at the line of vans parked in a row, each serving the purpose of a shop, and each holding tattoo artists from all over Bosch. I don't know one from the other, so I use a children's counting rhyme. Heat and storms and fires rage, pick the one that is my age. 1, 2, 3. The rhyme had seemed faster when I was in single digits. I reach 20, and my finger is pointing toward Adam's tattoo and piercing. Good enough, my whiskey-addled brain decides, and I head toward it. I walk up the stairs and find most of my shit show unit members. Aiden sits with his shoulder bared, being tattooed, while Michelle sits on his lap, giggling. I look at his brown hair and blue eyes and think, not for me. Well, she got what she wanted. Lance has brown hair too. I remember overhearing the triplets talk, and they dropped words like chestnut and caramel in describing these two, but I can't be bothered. Lance is over in another chair, and the tattooist is wiping clean the area on his back where his tattoo was placed. Each one has the same design. The design I will ask for. A black vessel that looks more like a flying sailing ship than a modern Bosch airship is silhouetted in front of the moon. It flies a red flag, and underneath it are 2 crossed pirate daggers and the letters BPF. It is the symbol of the Force. Lance stands, gingerly replacing his shirt, which has the honor ribbon attached to it, and looks disdainfully at me before moving over to where Aiden and Michelle are. I slowly rotate my head their way and slightly slur a greeting. Hi, fellow troopers. Nice art. Where's yours, Michelle? Let me guess. Lower back? She looks at me for a moment and nods. I cackle. Knew it. Well, where are you getting yours then? She sounds a bit defensive.
I grin and raise my left arm, pulling off the sleeve I've used to cover my brand since arriving on Bosch.
I make a show of dramatically throwing the sleeve into the trash. Here. I turn my arm so they see the mark. Their faces drop in the way I hoped they would. I plop down in the chair recently occupied by Lance. The artist barely looks at me and inquires with a bored tone. Where would you like it? He must have done a dozen of these designs already tonight. I flop my left arm down, palm up, and point next to my brand. Right here. He pauses and looks at the raised, thickened skin in the shape of a circle with a T crossed through it, all emblazoned on my forearm. He then looks at my face. You want me to cover this, then? That's what I always had imagined I would do. Cover it, demolish it, remove it from existence. But not now. No, next to it. I want the world to know I have been enslaved and am now free, and I am Bosch, and a member of the Force. The artist grins. Well then, let's get to work, and let's make this one special. I am pleased with the design and want to show it off. The artist gave me another shot of whiskey before I left and had taken one himself as he closed his van for a well-deserved break. I know where I want to go, and I move more or less in a straight line to Bosch Hall. I look up and see the light in the windows on the 3rd floor. Good. He's there. It's late, and the guard is one I haven't seen before, but he looks at my hat, which is a bit askew now, and my newly wrapped arm, and waves me through. I climb the long flights of stairs and head to Teddy's 3rd-floor office. Betsy has gone home a long time ago. The door to the office is ajar, and I hear voices. I knock and push the door open at the same time. Teddy looks up, and General Baldwin turns his head from where he sits in front of the desk. Well, look here. Teddy's voice is a warm rumble. It's a newly graduated trooper. Come, have a drink with your master commander and a lowly general. I hear General Baldwin scoff at the dig as he stands and walks over to get another glass and the bottle to refresh his and Teddy's as well. I look at the man sitting behind the desk. He has broad shoulders and has kept himself in shape for a man almost 60. His eyes are always so kind, with all the creases radiating from their corners. He has told me to call him Papa. I've been calling Miriam Mama for a couple weeks now, and it feels right. I think I will call him Papa now that I've graduated. I wanted to ask you if you were proud of me, Teddy. He laughs. This is our inside joke. Now, do you really want to close out graduation by killing your MC? I laugh as well. I tease Teddy on the regular that it would likely kill him to tell me he is proud of me. Well, let's see it. Teddy points to my arm. I carefully remove the cover and hold my arm out. General Baldwin leans over and gives an appreciative whistle. Teddy nods. That's one of the finest I've seen. Your artist really put effort into that one. I look at the vessel, the moon, and the daggers. Adam added in some clouds that break like waves on the vessel. Curved beneath the daggers and the BPF initials, he inscribed the word freedom, in what he says is a pirate script. And above it he put my graduation date. I sit down in the chair Teddy has brought over for me. Well, girl, you made it. I made it. I nod, feeling very self-satisfied. Then my brain nudges me and I sit a bit straighter. Teddy, how are those girls? Where are they? I glance at General Baldwin, realizing my mistake at sharing that information.
No worries, Trooper. I know the situation.
The General holds his hand up.
There's not much I don't share with Miles, Cat.
Teddy remarks. You'll find you can trust him as you trust me. He nods at the General.
The girls are safe and sound. We will return those who want to return to the New Caribbean, and those that don't can stay here. I'll work with the Council to make the Immigrant Center something that actually aids those wanting to become Bosch instead of creating blockades.
I lean forward and pull my left thumbnail back and forth between my two front teeth, considering my next words, then sit up straight and look at the General, and then at Teddy. Papa? I see his face soften as I use the title for the first time. We are Bosch. I am Bosch. I press my right fist to my chest. I enjoy making that claim. Teddy smiles and I continue. I had said that I wanted to go back and find Carissa and get even with him. Now Teddy's face grows serious and he nods. I take a deep breath and forge ahead. Well, I've decided that I want more than that. I want to take from him what he took from me. Freedom. And I want to end the practice of keeping humans as property, not just on Bell Coast, not just in Fairno, but across the globe. I gesture at the map of the world inlaid on his desk. I feel a twinge of righteous anger start to boil up as I wait for a response. Teddy and the General soberly face each other for a long moment. The gruff voice is soft as he begins.
I told you that learning to fly, to fight, and to shoot would give you strength. Enough strength that no one could hurt you like you had been hurt. And now you have mastered those skills. I believe you have that strength.
Teddy stands and walks over to the glass doors that lead to a small balcony.
But your own strength will only take you so far if you plan to even the score with that dog and others and dismantle a system that has developed and flourished over the past 300+ years. A system that, unfortunately, we too play a part in.
He turns to face me.
For that you will need power and allies, and you must learn to wield that power and lead those allies.
I wrinkle my brow. I'm no leader. Just ask my sergeant or any of the officers that have been part of recruitment. I shake my head. And I want to do something now, not in 100 years. Teddy grins and looks at General Baldwin.
The impatience of youth, right, Miles?
Miles Baldwin raises his dark eyebrows.
You've never been particularly patient, MC, and you aren't what I'd call young.
A snort comes from Teddy.
There's truth in that.
He swivels his focus back to me.
A successful mission takes planning and, yes, some patience. You got through to graduation without being court-martialed. You have skills you need to hone before you start to rework Bosch and the world to be better places.
My anger reduces to a simmer. I have so much to learn. I can barely make friends. How will I know if someone is an ally? And how much power will it take?
You need enough power so you can go in knowing you can outgun your enemy, Teddy says in a very matter-of-fact voice. As far as knowing your allies.
He pauses and General Baldwin continues for him.
You'll know them as you need them. Like when you needed people to speak on your behalf to the committee. Those were allies then.
General Baldwin smiles at me.
And you'll know them as you move toward your goal. They'll be the ones on the same side as you.
Teddy nods in agreement. I look at them both. So are you two my allies then? Both men give sharp laughs and lean back looking at me. Perhaps I pushed too far. Then the master commander of Bosch and one of his generals look at each other, then grin and nod. Teddy smiles at me.
Yes, my girl. We are your allies.
Part 2. Chapter 13. Takai, Bosch, late spring, 2353. 4 years later. Thank you for accompanying me on this mission, Captain. Takai Shima looked out the window from the comfortable seat of the airship that was ferrying them from the exploration ship, where he had been the first officer for close to 4 years, to the country of Bosch, a small island country not far off the northeast end of the central continent. This is the first time I've dealt directly with the Bosch, though their reputation for successful extractions and discretion regarding their dealings are certainly seen as strengths by my father. The window reflected back his classically handsome Edenese face, the eyes just a bit larger and rounder than many of his countrymen. The myriad women he met on his travels often commented about his eyes.
"It will be my first time in the country as well," Captain Vaughn replied,
though he did not move his head from the headrest nor open his eyes.
"Maybe I'll be successful in finally bringing Bosch into the FA fold. That would be quite a coup, though I doubt it can be done. They are clear about their plans to preserve their independence, and they are, to their core, pirates and mercenaries."
Takai raised his dark eyebrows. His father and mother had often commented on Bosch's unswerving devotion to maintaining their independence. His parents had been field diplomats for years as Takai was growing up, and still worked as consultants for the Federal Alliance of Nations, and as such, had dealt with the Bosch several times. His mother diplomatically said they were tenacious and proud of their accomplishments. His father was a bit more direct as he said, "They came from marauding seafaring pirates during the Great Flooding, and now are still swaggering pirates who fly airships, run drugs, and will fight at the drop of a hat. But they are people who can get our young diplomat out of the fix he has gotten himself into, so he must learn to work with them if you hope to follow in my footsteps." Indeed, Takai did wish to become a diplomat. It was perhaps the most prestigious calling for the people of Edo. Well, that and becoming a priest of the Temple Way. The Way emphasized learning, patience, emotional control, diplomacy, and rejection of violence in any form. It was integrated into schools, government, and daily life. Edoans believed it was the unity its people found in the Way that allowed them to be strong traders and allies within the FA without entering violent conflicts themselves. Takai had seriously considered both careers and felt that diplomacy was his best choice. The Way, it seemed, had little in common with the beliefs of the Bosch, assuming they had beliefs. Mark Vaughn stood up and stretched his tall form. He had a square jaw, and he was fairly lanky with brown hair cut in the military style. They were about 4 hours into a 5-hour trip from the landing deck of his ship, the FA Kingfisher, to the country of Bosch. He yawned. "Tell me again what the kid we have to have extracted did to merit this trip." Takai shook his head in dismay. "The junior diplomat was sent to Dakal several months ago to negotiate with the warlord, Quaba, for access to resources, and the negotiations were proceeding quite well until he became romantically involved with the warlord's daughter. When that relationship recently came to light, he was arrested. Apparently, the Dakalese have very clear parameters when it comes to courtship, and those cultural standards were breached. Thus, he has been sentenced to death by stoning." Mark shook his head and gave a small snort. "Pretty severe reaction to a little romance." "Dakal is not the FA, and does not accept the plurality and diversity in culture as it does," Takai replied, with what he believed was an excellent diplomatic air. Upon arrival in Bosch an hour later, Captain Mark Vaughn and First Officer Takai Shima were escorted to the brick Bosch building within the base in the center of the city. Bosch had only one city, and felt no need to name it beyond its basic definition. They were warmly welcomed by the Master Commander himself, Theodore Bosch. Takai was uncertain if the man's name was derived from the country, or the other way around, but was too diplomatic to ask such a personal and potentially insulting question. Master Commander Bosch was a powerfully built man, but grandfatherly, with graying hair and an open expression. It was clear from his bearing he was respected and honored by his people. A young man, who looked like he had barely seen 15 summers, with light red curls and an underfed look, poured drinks for the 3 men seated in the Master Commander's office and distributed them. Takai sipped his and felt the burn as it trickled down his throat. He tactfully set it down, not to be picked up again, and looked thoughtfully at the Master Commander. "So, what can I do for you, gentlemen?" the Master Commander asked. This was somewhat confusing to Takai, as he knew the basic parameters of their visit had been conveyed via electronic communication, but as he looked around he saw no evidence of any device in the man's well-appointed office. The MC laughed as he saw Takai look around. "I don't deal with those devices. I leave that to my children. The Bosch prefer to have the deal laid out in person. Please, humor me." He spoke with a smile, but with absolute authority. "Edo has a junior diplomat to Dakal who displayed poor judgment by becoming involved with Lord Quaba's daughter. His life is apparently now to be forfeited, and we wish for him to be returned to us before this occurs." Takai summarized the issue at hand.
Theodore Bosch smiled broadly. Yes, that is your problem, and the solution you desire that we implement. Here he paused and looked directly at both men. What is in it for us? I was told you would bring something more to the table, besides the agreed-upon markers. Takai thought this was a bit overly direct, but Captain Vaughn smiled. I am authorized to offer you a representative seat in the Federal Association of Nations. While initially it would not be full membership, it likely would become that after a few years. The Master Commander leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. If I took that offer, then the Force would no longer get paid for a service such as this, and suddenly the FA would be controlling our glitter trade and skimming our profits, I am sure. No. You know we have no interest in being part of the FA. Not now, not ever. I do have a counter-proposal, though. Captain Vaughn narrowed his eyes. Such as? I have a member of my force who needs to see more of the world and learn additional skills. This troop has mastered all that we in the BPF have to teach. I wish for you to take on this trooper for a single year. You may create whatever work assignment you wish for them, but they must be able to meet with other peoples from other countries and areas, and are to be returned to Bosch in 1 year, the Master Commander said. That's it, Vaughn replied. That's it, answered the MC with the barest of a smile. Done. Captain, began Takai, perhaps we should meet this pirate gentleman before committing to the deal. The MC pointed at Takai, and now smiled a vulpine smile. A wise move, but you've already agreed. If the terms are not to your liking, you may see yourselves out. He took a long drink of his whiskey. No, they are agreeable, Takai stated, with Captain Vaughn nodding in agreement. Good. Moving on. Let me introduce you to the corporal who will be extracting your junior diplomat. She will likely have questions for you. She? Takai queried. She, answered the MC with his eyebrows drawn. Is that a problem for you, sir? Oh, most definitely not. It was just unanticipated. The women of Edo were certainly considered equal to the men, although not necessarily treated as such. However, almost none were interested in direct combat service, as they saw it as rough and violent, definitely not part of the temple way. The Master Commander signaled to the young man who had served them drinks. Show her in, please. Takai looked up as a woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, barreled into the office as the red-haired youth hustled to close the door she had left hanging open. What the fuck, Teddy? Why am I cooling my heels outside while you're drinking whiskey that I gave you with these schmucks? She turned to get herself a glass, and the assistant set a full one in her hand. Her smile glowed at him. Hey, thanks, Cal. At least somebody has manners here. The boy's face lit up at the compliment, and he grinned, showing teeth far too large for his face. She set it on the Master Commander's desk as she dragged a chair from a seating area over, flopped down on it, picked up her drink, and put her feet, on the MC's desk. Then down the drink in one go. So, what is it y'all want from me? The woman looked around at the three men. Takai was fascinated. He had never seen a performance like this before, and he had traveled widely. He looked at her with a practiced eye. She was average height, though tall by Edenese standards. But no matter. Takai was tall for an Edenese man as well. It was hard to tell in her long-sleeved, loosely belted uniform what her figure was like. But she wasn't petite, as her shoulders were broad, and he could sense some pleasing curves under the fabric as she moved her body back and forth through the room. Her neck was slender, with a scar that snaked its way into the front of her uniform, and her lips were full. She wore her light brown hair quite short, soft curls covering the back, giving way to messy waves in the front that accentuated her blue-green eyes that sparkled as she talked. This was not what he envisioned when he thought pirate. The Master Commander smiled indulgently. This would be Corporal Katrina Wallace. She is one of those children I mentioned earlier. Only this one I found under my helm one day while returning from a glitter mission. Kat laughed. I had to get here any way I could. Cal set another drink in front of her, and she bestowed him with that glowing smile again. What would it be like to see that smile beam up at me? Takai wondered. He gave an inward shake of his head and refocused on the task at hand. There would be time for recreation after the rescue. Kat, this is Captain Mark Vaughn and Commander Takai Shima. Gentlemen, this is Kat. A pleasure, Corporal, Takai began. Let me brief you. No need, said Kat abruptly. "Unlike this old fart," she returned the indulgent smile to the Master Commander. "I do use devices, and am up to speed on the background of the extraction mission. However, are there any further details, I don't care how small, that you can add to the information sent previously?"
Details?
"Details, sir," she said impatiently. "Like, how tall is he? How much does he weigh? Can he shoot? Can he run? Will I be carrying him on my back, or can he fucking follow directions? Although, given his penchant for sexual adventure in the palace, I think that last one is a pretty firm no." She spoke very fast and allowed no room for a response. Kat tilted her head toward Takai. "Details."
Details."
Takai paused. "Well, there is the issue that I am to accompany the leader of the mission, who I am to presume to be you." Kat set her drink on the table, dropped her feet to the floor, leaned her elbows on the desk, covered her eyes, and sighed heavily. "Well, that is a detail." She opened her hands toward the Master Commander. "Did you know about this?" The MC simply shook his head and smiled at her. She sighed. "Okay, it'll be fine." She shot a look at Takai. "Try not to get yourself killed, and more importantly, do not get me killed." Vaughn barked a laugh that garnered a dubious look from Takai. Chapter 14. Verona. Dakal, that night, 23:53. Commander Shima boards my small vessel while I sit at the helm. I motion him to the seat on my right, and he sits, immediately fastening his seatbelt, before looking curiously around.
"This airship is so compact," he ventures.
"So, this is your first time on a Bosch vessel?" I am busy with preparations for takeoff, but always happy to discuss one of my favorite subjects.
What? A vessel?"
The commander seems perplexed at the nomenclature. Can't say I blame him. I was as confused when I first arrived in Bosch. "We are pirates, Commander. Our original vessels sailed the seas. These vessels sail the sky, and can take off and land both on dry land and water. If you look on the hull of all Bosch vessels, you can see where we have kept a tribute to the sails of the past. And certainly not all our vessels are so small, but I like the maneuverability and stealth that a small vessel provides. Also, I can create adaptations and modifications on the smaller vessels that they won't let me do on the larger ones." I give him a sidelong look and a wink. I had noticed his eyes in Teddy's office, but I now take in his whole face. The jaw is strong and his cheekbones are fairly high. I like how the front of his hair looks the tiniest bit tousled. I am surprised at myself for the little heart and stomach flutter it gives me to look at him. I have put that part of my life in a box, but hey, I guess I can peek into the box now and again. I'm not dead. He nods and smiles a dashing smile and looks at me just a hair longer than what would be expected. Interesting. "Tell me about yourself, Commander. I've never been to Edo, but I've read about it. Is it true that it hasn't changed since the old Earth days?" I run a series of tests through the vessel's navigation system.
"Oh, Edo is wonderful. Beautiful vistas and towering mountains. I grew up in a small village at the base of one of those mountains. Edo's culture and history have indeed remained intact from before the Great Flooding, though the climate shift and the associated pandemics and plagues did require adjustments."
"Such as?"
I checked the batteries and the extra fuel cells. "Well, it is a group of islands, and as such, we have always been seafaring people, but many of the old cities flooded during the Great Flooding of the 22nd century, just as they did around the planet. But what the Edoans did was to develop huge ships, essentially floating cities that cruise near the islands. People commute to the remaining land in small flying ships, though none as small as this airship."
"Vessel," I correct him automatically.
"Seriously?"
He seems disinclined to call it by its proper name. I give him my best deadpan look. "You want me to fly you, Commander? Then it's a vessel." The commander looks at me with a sparkle of what I'm guessing is mischief in his eyes, then smiles and nods.
"This vessel, then?"
I laugh as I slide into the pilot seat and take off for Dakal. "Hold on, I fly real fucking fast." I enjoy the look of shock on his handsome face as I swear, and make a note to swear more around him. About a bell into the journey that would take other pilots 3, but I can make in 2, my modifications are really quite marvelous. I ask Takai, who I've ceased referring to as Commander about a quarter bell into the flight,
Why is Ito part of the FA? It doesn't seem from what you've told me that Ito needs anything from them. Takai pauses, seeming to consider the question very seriously. As you know, Cat. I had insisted he knock off the corporal shit early on as well, and I like hearing him say my name. Shit, close that box, Cat. The FA, the Federal Alliance of Nations, includes many, if not most, of the known civilized nations of New Earth. So my question to you is, why not ally yourself to the most powerful group on the planet? I know my answer to that. Because then they can intervene in your independence. I couldn't stomach that. I shake my head. Well, it was FA support and financing that made it possible for Ito to develop the ships that can sail independently for years. We can now explore places that have not been mapped since the Great Flooding. And we can reach out to find isolated civilizations that have been cut off for the past 300 years. Takai's voice is enthusiastic. Then his tone shifts as he looks at me with a raised eyebrow and says, And I suspect you Bosch are more concerned about your glitter trade than what you view as independence. I laugh. It isn't our fault you non-Bosch are so fucking obsessed with glitter for your brains. We don't need it. We prefer our natural adrenaline rush. I disregard the times in the past I have ridden the glitter train. Takai chuckles. He seems less shocked and more amused by my language now. I'll have to find some other way to shock him. I do love a challenge. He turns his seat to face me and leans toward me, which makes my heart speed up a little. How very convenient that your people happen to settle on the one place on the planet that glitter can be mined, and how generous of you all to share it, for a significant price, even where it is illegal. Now it is Takai's turn to flash me a deadpan look. I can't help but laugh. We Bosch are generous to a fault, and certainly glitter pays the bills, but it is missions like these, where you and everyone else wants the experts in the skills of flying, fighting, and shooting that really stack up the markers. And I do mean stack them up. The air is warm and moist and somewhat oppressive here in Tikal. The vessel is well hidden at the edge of the jungle, and we move through the thick vegetation with the aid of my machete. It doesn't take long to come upon the backside of the property, where we will find our target. So they are weirdly holding him on the fucking grounds of the palace in the country house. We are approaching a wrought iron fence sandwiched between two tall thorny hedges. Takai looks at me. How do you know that? Details, Takai. I grin. Even if you don't have them, I have other sources. I have my extraction garb on, all black including gloves and a hair covering, and I've smudged my face with black to prevent lights from reflecting off my pale skin. Even my machete blade, which has yet to return to its place in my trusty sling bag, is black. I like being able to get in, get done, and get out, having never been seen. I check my watch. Guard will be by in 5, then we can push on. I begin to clear-cut a section of hedge on this side of the fence. Once at the fence, I reach through and cut about halfway through to the other side, my hands and arms feeling sharp pricks even through my sleeves and gloves. Fucking thorns. That is my mantra for this part of the mission. I look up at the 2.5-meter fence and Takai leans down to give me a boost up. Adorable. I smile at him, squat, jump, and pull myself up and over the top with the spikes just grazing my belly, landing on my feet in the small, cleared space on the opposite side. You're next, I whisper, grinning wickedly through the fence. I wonder if this counts as flirting. He surveys the fence and clambers over, not nearly as elegantly as I had, and his landing contains a stumble. I smile. Points off for style, but you made it. Now quick review. What's the most important rule? He sighs since I've made him repeat this rule at least a dozen times since he boarded. Don't get you killed. Good man. I cut a very low and small passage through the rest of the hedge, hoping the hole won't be very visible from the grounds, and then skirt the hedge and run to an outbuilding's shadow. As I make my way to the brightly lit country house with dozens of windows and a fair amount of balconies, Takai follows, and I'm impressed he can keep up. We stand staring up at the enormous house. He could be anywhere in there, Takai ventures, sounding discouraged. Or they could be right there. I point at a window on the 3rd floor where a young, clearly Adoan man holds a young woman with long dark hair in his arms, protectively, as they seem to be speaking quietly with each other. Either he's a bit of a rake or that's the daughter. Are Adoans known for their rakishness? Why are they together if he's awaiting execution?
My first question was meant as a dig, my second one was rhetorical. I know Takai has no idea why they're still together either. I leave Takai to consider the questions as I spy a trellis of vines on the side of the house that will take me almost to the second floor. When I'm about 6 meters above the ground, I reach into my vest and pull out a handful of small rocks. I look down to see Takai looking up at me with confusion. He may get to sail to exotic places, but I don't think he knows how to have fun. This is fun. I take aim at the window where we had seen the couple and start lobbing pebbles at it. "Seriously?" Takai loudly whispers. I look down at him, grin, shrug, and toss another. Sometimes the simplest ways work best. My faith in simplicity is rewarded as the window lock rattles and the young black-haired man peers out at me. "Howdy," I loud whisper in standard Feds language. "I brought a countryman for you to hobnob with," and I gesture to Takai. Takai and the young man, who apparently is named Taro Konya, converse in Edenese for a brief moment. I hear my name and the word Bosch, and see Takai gesture to me. I figure this is my cue to wave. The two Adoans speak a bit longer, and then I see Takai close his eyes. We need to get a move on if we are getting out of here clean, so I tell Taro, "I'm tossing a rope to you. You can tie it off and shimmy down to me." Takai breaks in with a sigh. "He won't leave without..." Here he pauses, and I look down at him. "Without Jewel, who he says is his lawful bride and wishes to return with him to Edo." Are you fucking kidding me? Is the only thought I have. But as I can't say it without shouting, I elect for silence. I believe the message is conveyed. I take 2 deep breaths and hiss from my vantage point on the trellis. Well, now this is a detail, isn't it? I am disgusted. Okay, so now we have to get fucking Romeo and Juliet out of fucking Verona. Takai shrugs. Nice reference. I like Shakespeare as well. I stare down at him. Great, we'll have lots of time to discuss the plays when we are awaiting our executions after getting caught here. My volume is starting to climb, so I focus back on my task, but not before mouthing to Takai. One rule, while holding my index finger up. He nods and puts an index finger up in response. Tie the rope off, I tell Taro, and I'll come up and help y'all down. He does as I instruct, and I climb hand over hand to the 3rd-story window. Then I hop to the floor in a squat and begin straightening up. When halfway to standing, my eyes are level with an extremely large, extremely pregnant belly. I look up into the gentle face of a young woman with straight dark hair who smiles at me. I'm guessing you are Jewel. I look back down at her burgeoning belly. Details, fucking details. I stand up fully, sigh, and rub my eyelids. I turn to the Udoan man. Well, we have had quite the busy and productive diplomatic mission, haven't we? Taro shrugs and turns his hands over in a what are you gonna do move. Somehow he manages to look both abashed and proud. The course of true love never did run smooth. Nope, wrong play. Bet the Capulets are pissed about this. I eye Jewel, who looks so hopeful. I can't feel angry at her somehow. I sigh and ponder aloud. Now how the hell am I going to get you over the fence? At the mention of the fence, Taro perks up and speaks with Jewel and Dakhalese. He then addresses me. There's a gate in the back, somewhat hidden, usually unlocked, though watched. I grin. A gate? Most excellent. This is good news. Then let's get you down to the ground and get you two to Mantua. Taro looks at me with a confused expression. Do people not read anymore? But he shrugs and waits to hear the plan. I pull the sheets off the surprisingly luxurious bed and fashion a bosun's chair, which I tie to the rope from my bag, and together Taro and I lower Jewel to the ground and to Takai. I then hold the rope steady for Taro, and after he descends, I tie a slipped bunt line with a very long free end, climb down it myself, release the rope, and stow it back in my bag. Never leave any evidence behind. Besides, I love this rope. I had it made special with purple-dyed fibers so everyone on base knows it's mine. It's surprising how many supplies get borrowed and simply become a part of someone else's kit. Okay, you three wait in the shadows where you can see the gate and the guard. I'll create a diversion, and then the commander here, still a bit pissed I had reverted to referring to him by rank, will get you through the gate and to the vessel. I will meet you there. What sort of diversion? Takai wrinkled his brow. I considered responding with, a fucking big one, but decided to be more diplomatic. The kind that diverts attention from you. I point to the group, and especially to Takai. You focus on getting the young lovers through the gate. You do remember how to get back to the vessel?
Of course I do.
Perfect, then. I give him a beaming smile. I'll see you on the other side. Stay safe and stay alive. I sure as hell hope he knows what he is doing. I'm not used to depending on someone else's judgment during a mission. I slip over to the garden shed. All large ships, vessels, and vehicles are electric now, as are most small machines, but I've spent enough time gardening to know that there will always be a few old gasoline-powered machines. And where those are, gas cans are always nearby, and that is my ticket to a big distraction. The shed isn't locked, and I find an old rag and, after a moment, a gas can with some gas in it. And plenty of fumes. I suppress a cough. I twist the rag and stuff it into the spout, tip it to wet the rag, and then stand at the door, light the far tip of the rag, and fling it into the shed, rolling away at the same time. I am rewarded with a satisfying kaboom and the beautiful orange-red flickers of flame. I close my eyes to reorient to the dark, and then glance over toward the gate and see the dark mass of my people moving steadily. Then I see them push into the hedge as two guards scurry past with buckets. Watch out for thorns, Takai. I head to the part of the hedge where we entered and duck under, repeating my jump over the fence, which is not nearly as graceful given the effort my arms have already been through tonight. I'm glad Takai isn't here to see how sloppy my ascent was. I'm on the way to the vessel when I hear voices in front of me. Shit, that's Doc Elise, so not my people. I step into the small clearing and see 3 good-sized fellows. Fortunately, these ones are without weapons. Easy enough. I make as if to run along the perimeter, and the closest one reaches out to me. A quick wheelhouse kick to the jaw stuns him as his buddy comes running up. This one takes a bit longer and gets in a blow to my face, making me angry, which I demonstrate with several body blows to get his hands down before I clock him with an elbow and then pull his head down as my knee comes up to meet it. Hard. Buddy number 3 seems standoffish. "Why didn't you come help your friend?" I call. I get some response in Docalese that includes the hands-up gesture of, "I don't want any trouble." Too bad. I rush him and he lunges at me, overbalances, and receives a double-hand blow to the back of his head. I hear someone else coming from the tree line and turn to take them on, but it turns out to be Takai armed with a weapon. "Oh, it's you! How delightful." I can feel my heart beating furiously as I pant, the adrenaline pumping through my system as I lick the blood that trickles from my lip. Let's go home. I duck past him, heading to the vessel as more noises of pursuit come from toward the palace grounds. Takai once again follows me. We run through the trampled vegetation at my top pace. As we come upon the vessel, Takai goes in while I pull the chocks out. I hear someone approach and look up to see a palace guard, this one with a weapon that is trained on me. "Shit!" I yell as the sound of the weapon rings out. But like something out of the old Earth Days movies, I look down and I realize I'm still standing, but the guard is not. He is on the ground writhing and holding his leg. I look up at the cargo hatch and there's Takai, holding a newly fired weapon. "You coming?" he asks. "A very diplomatic shot," I call as I run up the hatch, close it, take my seat, and hit the ignition. Pings of ammunition hit the hull. I accelerate low and scatter the guards, then pull back on the yoke and gain altitude, turning and taking it off as fast as I can push it. Made it. Again.
Chapter 15. Take leave until we meet again. Bosch, the next morning.
"So, are you really going through with it?"
Miles looked over at the older man as he spooned a bit of sugar into his coffee.
"Don't see as I have a choice. She needs a bit of distance. The deck is pretty stacked, but not in her favor. She continues to want to go back and hit Bell Coast, and I can't blame her. But she's not prepared for that. Hell, Bosch isn't prepared for it. Too many guns and too much power. The fact she got out of there is nothing short of a miracle. Fucking Abernathy can marshal the entire FA to do his bidding. Then there was the fracas at Ray's, and why? Because she didn't like that someone touched her hair." Teddy shook his head. "And there are several officers unhappy with their losses when they bet against her in the ring. Of course, that's probably as much her brother's fault as it is Kat's. Still, I think there are things she could learn in a new environment that could put her on the path to leadership. A path you and I both know she'd be damn good at, if she'll allow it. But she needs focus, and she needs to quit hitting everybody."
Miles laughed and nodded.
"She needs to be away from you, Teddy."
The Master Commander scowled at his general. You can scowl all you want, you know it's true. Kat lives for your approval, and you would still be out there flying crazy missions with her if I hadn't reminded you, over a year ago, that you weren't doing either of you any favors. Now she is functioning independently, getting on with the other troopers better, well, at least the ground crew and the security detail, not so much with officers. Miles grinned at this. And you haven't gotten yourself killed. Win-win. Teddy stroked the stubble on his chin. Well, I wanted her to learn, and figured she might as well learn from the best. He smiled broadly, then looked out at the grounds wistfully. And we had ourselves some swashbuckling adventures. And you had some pretty close calls, both of you. Miles looked pointedly at Teddy. Teddy shrugged nonchalantly but smiled. And now we know where she gets her inflated self-esteem from, as if we didn't before. Miles rolled his eyes and smiled good-naturedly at his friend. It's just for a year. Teddy picked at a thread on his sleeve, shifting the topic. And I do think the discipline of an FA ship will be good for her, and she'll learn things and go places she never would staying here, like teamwork and tact, maybe some diplomacy. Anywhere you find Idoans, you'll find some diplomatic work. A year's a long time, Teddy. A lot can happen, Miles said reasonably. Teddy made a dismissive sound as he took a sip of his coffee. Aboard a ship? We know she can't run off. When she gets back at the end of the year, we can convince her to attend officer training. Maybe she'll have put aside her crazy scheme to free the Belcoast thralls. Kat is tenacious. Miles shook his head. I don't think she'll ever take Belcoast off her manifest. Maybe not, but this will buy us a year. I hate that Abernathy is such an integral contact for us in the FA. We need to diversify. Well then, we also have a year to make that happen. Dawn was just breaking over the base airfield as the small vessel landed, and Kat directed Takai, Taro, and Jewel to the hangar, where they could freshen up and eat before getting some sleep in the quarters that had been arranged for them. Teddy and Miles sat at the Master Commander's table, just inside the hangar, sipping coffee and watching the festivities through an open window as the ground crew laughed and joked with Kat, while she regaled them with descriptions of the journey and mission while working alongside them. Captain Vaughn and Takai came up to the table and, after being invited, sat down. Teddy signaled for a trooper to bring more coffee. Miles stood up. I will have to leave you, gentlemen. My day is just beginning. It was a pleasure to meet you both. He nodded politely to the two foreign men, then focused on his commander. Teddy, good luck. You'll need it. The Master Commander waved his general's comment off as Miles walked away. Captain Vaughn and Commander Shima looked at each other and then back to the MC. No worries. That's just how he says goodbye. The Master Commander seemed unconcerned, and the FA men relaxed. So, how did my girl do? This question was directed to Takai, but before he could answer, Kat appeared at his elbow and said, I did the job I was hired to do, old man. Even though I had to bring back 2.5 people instead of 1. Seems like I should get 2.5 times the pay. As I understand it, you are on a corporal's salary, the MC said mildly. Kat smiled as she reached out and picked up his coffee, taking a long drink. Maybe, but I'm always open to a bonus or a bribe. Her eyes sparkled at the older man as she left the hangar. Now that's the Kat we know and love, he chuckled as he watched her walk away. Teddy Bosch turned back, smiling, and saw Commander Shima's eyes also on Kat as she headed to her quarters. He too wore a smile. Teddy's pleasant expression dropped and his eyes narrowed. Ido, right? Takai's eyes remained on the space Kat had been for a bit longer before he refocused them on the people at the table. Yes, I'm Idoan. Well, Ido, the mission was a success, even with less than accurate intel, correct? The Master Commander's voice was gruff. Indeed, sir, you're... He looked back the way Kat had gone and smiled a bit. Corporal is quite adept. I can understand why you selected her for the mission. Can you? Teddy looked suspiciously at the Idoan man. Well, she's whip-smart, incredibly fit, and as skilled in flying, fighting, and shooting as any Bosch trooper I've seen. She's an expert negotiator and, as you have seen, an expert at extractions. However,
Captain Vaughn furrowed his brow as he held his coffee cup close in both hands as a cool breeze blew through the window.
However,
the Master Commander tipped his head to the side, and then the other.
She has some rough behaviors, if you will. She's a lone wolf, and she needs to learn to work in a team. She needs to learn to marshal her emotions, which have a tendency to run amok, even by Bosch standards.
Teddy grimaced a bit.
For example, she tends to overprotect herself, sometimes with extreme prejudice, when others try to push personal relationships on her.
He amplified the end of the sentence as he looked pointedly at the Edoan, who raised his hands as if to say, "Not me."
And she can be a bit reckless in her risk-taking, as she seeks the adrenaline rush we Bosch so love. Those behaviors are ones she needs to curb.
He nodded as if agreeing with himself, and took a deep drink of his coffee before continuing.
She will, I'm sure, learn some of that and much more in the year aboard your ship, Captain. Excuse me? That's who you want us to take back?
Vaughn pointed toward the space where the trooper had been. Takai blinked, smiled, and stayed silent.
That is who you are taking back. A deal on Bosch is a deal sealed.
The MC rose from his seat and said,
Get some sleep. I'll see you both tonight at dinner. My home, 19 bells. You should bring the happy couple as well.
At this, he stood fully, nodded his head slightly in farewell, then turned and left. The two FA officers looked at each other.
Thoughts, Commander?
Vaughn asked. Takashima looked out the window, eyes again affixed in the direction Kat had gone.
I believe we have learned to always check for our watch and our wallet when dealing with the Bosch. And,
he smiled,
I believe it will be an interesting year with her aboard. Interesting, huh? That's a knife that can cut two ways,
commented Captain Vaughn. Chapter 16. Boarding School. In the Air and the Kingfisher. The following morning. I sit pouting in my seat, my forehead pressing against the window as the big FA vessel takes off from Bosch. I watch as the ground moves away from me. There's no rush of freedom as the vessel lifts into the air, only a sense of longing as I leave behind the only place I've ever felt at home. I slept for a few hours yesterday, after the successful Dakal mission. I had awoken with a start after a dream about Commander Takai Shima, which surprised me, as I could not remember ever having one of those sorts of dreams. Usually any thoughts involving sex and another person in my brain are overwhelmed by the horror of my Bell Coast experience. This was more like the stories the guys in Flight Crew often regale me with after they have a Friday night fling. Pleasant. I had considered going back to sleep and seeing what might happen, but then looked at my clock and remembered I had a meeting with Teddy in half a bell in his office, likely to debrief the mission. I arrived washed, brushed, and in uniform at the MC's office. Betsy had looked up from her desk and smiled, but then quickly looked down. That should have been my first clue. Well, Master Commander, another successful mission, thanks to my quick thinking. I grinned at Papa as I slid into my usual seat in front of his desk.
Sounds like it went well. You got your target out and then some, and you didn't have to shoot anybody.
I laughed. Correct, I didn't shoot anybody, but Commander Shima did. Teddy nodded. He looked a bit tired, though I was sure he had gone home to shower and shave and hopefully sleep. Did you get some sleep, Papa? I usually avoid using Papa on base, but I was a bit concerned. He cleared his throat.
I'm fine, Kat. No need to fuss. I get more than enough of that from your mama.
I smiled, but there was clearly something hanging in the air. I couldn't quite grasp it, though. Teddy cleared his throat a second time.
So, Kat, you know we've talked about you continuing your education and gaining cross-cultural experience.
This was clearly a rehearsed introduction to whatever was hanging. Yes, we have talked about many things, I hedged. He took a deep breath in, and then verbally sucker-punched me.
I've arranged for you to be assigned to one of the Fed ships for a year. You'll be able to see how a large FA ship and crew function, and be a part of away visits to a variety of countries and colonies.
I couldn't speak at first. Then I countered. But when we said travel, I thought that would be travel with Bosch as my home base. My home. I trailed off. I could feel the tears threatening.
Kat,
His voice was gentle.
You know you can only go so far in a vessel from Bosch. The world is big. This is your opportunity to explore it.
Papa, I gasped and tried to control the tears. Have I done something so wrong? I know I'm still hitting too much. Do I have to be sent away? I could feel my heart break, and I squeezed my eyes shut and tipped my head back against the high back of the chair as I tried to catch my breath. I was thinking, I don't understand. I've tried so hard to be Bosch. I am Bosch. This is home. I heard Teddy's big wooden-based chair scrape the floor as he came over to me. He took my right hand in his left as he knelt in front of me.
Listen, girl, I am not sending you away. I could never. I might as well cut off my right arm as send you from my life. Bosch is your home. This is a 1-year assignment off base. Plenty of BPF troopers get those in their careers. But this is also an opportunity to learn. And then return home with that learning.
He was so fervent in his speech. I knew he only wanted the best for me, but to have to leave. My chest tightened and I felt a little nausea creep into the back of my throat. I swallowed. So it's an assignment.
Yes, Troop, it is.
I thought about that. There are off-base assignments, some even as far north as Arania. He had never steered me wrong before, not in 4 years. Not in all the missions we'd run together and the adventures we shared, and the close shaves we negotiated. I nodded and sat up straighter. I had to trust him on this as well. Will it help me be ready to strike Belcoast? I saw Teddy close his eyes for an instant longer than a regular blink. He had tried to talk me out of this. On innumerable occasions, the time had moved on, and people were still enslaved there. I might not have been ready yet, but I had to try to be sure that everything I did moved me closer to being ready. He let out a sigh.
The experience certainly will help broaden your view, and you may have success finding allies there.
I knew he meant more success than here. My temper kept the creation of alliances low on base. I took a deep breath and looked at the craggy face I'd come to love. Okay, Papa. I gave a wan smile. Master Commander. I'll do it.
That's my girl. You've got more strength than any of us. You'll do fine.
He put a hand to my cheek and smiled.
Now go pack your bags and bring them to the house. You'll leave with the captain and that Adoan fellow in the morning.
I looked at him with shock. Tomorrow morning? But what about... He interrupted.
It's all taken care of. I've made arrangements, and your brothers and sister will be at dinner tonight.
A little bit of me had closed off then. He'd arranged everything. He wasn't waiting for my consent or even approval. It was a fait accompli. Such a Teddy move. I sighed. Okay, I'll go pack. I stood up and returned the embrace Teddy gave me, then walked into the hall. Well, I had thought, at least I'll know someone on the ship. Takai seemed like a nice person. Then I remembered my dream and flushed. A voice pulls me out of my reminiscence.
You okay?
It's Takai Shima. I look up at him and roll my eyes. You mean, why am I acting like a spoiled child being sent off to boarding school?
Well, I wouldn't put it exactly that way, but...
He smiles. Probably because I am, and that's how it feels. I gave an exaggerated shrug with my hands, arms, and shoulders. Takai laughs.
Will the spoiled child allow me to sit next to her?
Sure, have a seat. Tell me about this ship I'm being sentenced to.
As long as you have an open mind.
I laugh. I do like this man. He is kind and funny. And I get a little lost looking at the curve of his jaw that seems to constantly have a slight growth of beard. Oh, and his eyes. Sweet new earth, cat, get a hold of yourself. Okay, attitude adjustment. I make a gesture like I'm using a wrench. Tell me about your magnificent ship that I shall have the honor of living on for the next year. We spend the next 2 bells talking. He tells me about the Kingfisher, which is the name of the ship we are assigned to, and describes it as modern, efficient, and sleek. And I tell him how I arrived on Bosch and share some of the adventures I have had, and of course, my plan to shut down Belcoast. Then I show him my arms with my brand and my tattoos, both my original BPF one, and on the opposite arm, my pilot-grade tattoo, which is of an airship taking off and heading for the stars. He seems fascinated that I have tattoos.
Apparently they aren't part of polite society in Edo. I don't mention the ones I have on my back. I have let Adam have free rein with his art there. I've learned that there are all kinds of pirate symbols, and I love them. You know, at the very end of the old Earth days, people went to space, even to the moon, he says eagerly, looking at the pilot tattoo. I had read a little about that. Wouldn't that be marvelous? Maybe people will again someday. Maybe. He pauses. Can I touch it? Does it hurt? It hurt when I got it, but not anymore. You can touch it. I stretch my right arm out toward him. He runs a finger gently over the design, then 2, then 3. His head is very near mine. It is a little raised, he murmurs, and his voice is a shade deeper. I find my breath coming a bit more quickly as his fingers move on my arm. Mm-hmm, I murmur in agreement. We look into each other's eyes for a moment. I draw my arm back as he withdraws his hand. We both sit back in our seats and look straight ahead. Should be an interesting year. While the rest of the security force spars and wrestles peaceably in the large open room that has some kind of flooring that is soft and pliable but also absorbs impact, I deal the second big guy in the FA uniform a strong uppercut and watch him spin and drop to his knees next to his companion. I decide to add insult to injury. I raise my hand like I'm in a schoolroom. Lieutenant Commander Wilson turns and looks at me. He is just a bit taller than me, maybe 5 years older, and broad through his chest. He has the barest hint of gray at the temples of his deep brown hair. His eyes are brown as well, and something in his bearing reminds me of a character in a movie I've seen, but I can't quite place which one. To his credit, he looks unperturbed as he approaches me. Yes, Ensign. No, wait, it's Corporal Wallace, correct? Yes, sir, I reply brightly. Thank you, sir. I forgot to ask what the rules were in sparring on an FA ship. I maintain military decorum, but there is a smile playing at my lips. Well, Wallace. He looks at his men moaning on the mat. Most of the time we generally don't aim to reduce our teammates to jelly. Oh, good to know. Thank you for the clarification, Lieutenant Commander. I give the Bosch salute by clapping my right fist to my chest. FA indeed. The Lieutenant Commander looks at me, his face mild. Walk with me. I follow him and step out the metal door, and walk alongside the man out of the gym and onto the middle deck of the Kingfisher. So, did that feel good? He asks. It did. I had needed to hit someone after my early morning encounter with the captain when I received my assignment, but I was pretty sure I shouldn't cop to it. I was pleased to not be the one getting hit. Now Wilson laughed aloud. You know, your reputation precedes you. At least among the officers, and after that little display, I think everyone will get the message to keep their distance. My heart sinks a bit. Shit. From the look on your face, I'm guessing that wasn't what you were going for. He turns and leans on the deck railing. Why are you here, Corporal? Why aren't you still in Bosch, being a marauding pirate and selling glitter? I take my cue from him and lean heavily on the deck railing, looking out at the roiling ocean below. You know, I was at the top of my game in Bosch. I knew all the rules and how to get around them. I shake my head. Here, I don't know the rules. Hell, I don't even know what the fucking game is. Maybe that's the point? He looks over at me. I shrug. Maybe. I'm supposed to be learning new things and figuring out how to work in a team. I pause and not hit people so much. I drop my head to the railing. I hear a warm laugh. Well, you are off to a bang-up start. How do you figure? I don't bother to lift my head. I expect you've learned something and have developed a clear example of what not to do in a team. He pats my shoulder. The hitting part could use some work, though. By all indications, you don't need any more practice there. I give a short laugh despite the situation. I was just so mad after meeting with the captain. Lieutenant Commander Wilson looks at me curiously. Granted, Vaughn can be a bit pompous, but he is a solid captain. What was the issue? He told me to, I provide air quotes, avoid any personal involvement with my crew that might end in injury. So your response to that was to hit someone? I'm sorry, 2 someones? He wears a half smile now, but his eyes are serious. I am sorry, Lieutenant Commander. My hitting days are over, I promise.
I put my hands in front of me in a prayer-like gesture. He laughs again, and the laughter reaches his brown eyes. We both know that's not true. But if you could just save the blows for anyone threatening the ship, I think we could call it good. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. He sighs. So you've been assigned to my security force. And we are headed to the indoor shooting range next. Before I let you in there, I must ask 2 things. 1, can you shoot? And 2, are you going to shoot one of my people? Oh, no, sir, definitely not. I shake my head emphatically. He looks surprised. Is that your answer to part 1 or part 2? I grin. Part 2. I definitely can shoot. I take a couple of steps and fire off my finger weapons. But I'm better when I move. I say that for my own benefit. It's from, do you know Butch Cassidy? Wilson interrupts and finishes my thought. I swivel my head toward him. Absolutely. It's one of my favorite old Earth Days movies. His eyes narrow, though he has a full grin. He points over the edge of the deck railing. Prove it. I pause for the barest of a moment, then look over the edge and put my head back in a belly laugh. Are you crazy? The fall will probably kill ya. I hear his voice join with mine at probably. He claps his hands together. Is it too much to hope you drink whiskey? Only the good stuff. We both stare at each other. All right, then. He points to me. No more hitting today. And then before dinner we can watch Butch and Sundance and have a whiskey together. You're on, sir. I give a proper FA hand salute, and then the Bosch one. As we walk back to the gym, I consider that it's a pretty good day after all. I'm learning things and getting along with others. The 2 fellows I decked aside. I mean, I may have made an actual drinking friend in Lieutenant Commander Wilson. And I think I may have what is my very first date ever tonight with Takai. I'm not sure that's exactly what Teddy had in mind, though. Okay, it is definitely a date. Pretty sure. We are waiting for our drinks to be brought over to our table in the OC, the fucking officers' club. Still a bit toolish, but I have liked 2 of the 3 officers I've met on this vessel. No, this ship. Takai is chatting about his day and seems a bit nervous, and that makes me a total bundle of nerves. This is not what I do, or have done. I don't even know the rules. Why do people put themselves through this? Wait, did he just ask me something? Shit. What? I asked how your day was, and how did you end up watching that recording with Lieutenant Commander Wilson? Okay, I know the answers to these questions. I leap in, enthusiastically, telling him about my meeting with Captain Vaughn and the subsequent beating I provided to the 2 innocent security guards, then tell him I've since apologized and my conversation with Dale, that's Lieutenant Commander Wilson's given name. And then my shooting triumph, where I scored the highest and several of the guards asked me, for tips. And finally, the whiskey and Western with Dale, which is where Takai found me this evening. It was a really fucking good first day. I finish. I feel like I pulled things together and I may have actually made a friend. A friend? There is an uncertain tone in his question. Yeah, Dale is such a nice man. We had a rollicking time. Takai looks curiously at me. You know you're not, the lieutenant commander doesn't spend a great deal of time with women. You mean because he's gay? From what he says, he's not spending near enough time with men. I chuckle and then see that Takai looks taken aback and I give a small gasp. Oh no, I thought people knew. He didn't say not to. Takai jumps in. No harm done. We all know and most are comfortable with it. I certainly have no issue. I wrinkle my brow. Most? Why the fuck would anyone care? I'm no longer nervous. Well, it hasn't always been accepted in the Federal Alliance military. Are you serious? I lean forward, arms fully on the table. What a crock. Takai's quiet for a moment, just looking at me. Then he nods. You're right. He smiles warmly at me, reaches across the table and touches the top of my arm. And to my credit, I only flinch slightly and don't jerk it away. I'm glad you 2 are going to be friends. I smile and look at his hand. I reach out to lay my hand over his fingertips. I look up. Me too. I pause for another moment. And I'm glad I'm sitting here with you tonight. I watch as his face warms and his eyes soften and look into mine. I feel his hand turn over and wrap around mine. Chapter 17. Risk and Opportunity. F.A. Kingfisher, Southern Hemisphere. Fall 2353. We are walking on the main deck looking at the constellations, and we are holding hands. Some of the star shapes are different from the ones at home. Takai knows all their names and describes the ones that can be seen both north and south of the equator. I've never really looked on missions, but they're so easy to see here. I'm so caught up in the stars, the ship, and the lovely day that I am caught unaware when we pause at the railing before the companionway that will take me to my quarters. Takai turns toward me and leans his face toward mine. I push him away vigorously, then I duck like a boxer rolling away from a hook and move away, turning my back. Oh no, what have I done? Why did he have to do that? Listen, I hear myself say, I can't, I don't, I'm sorry, it's just, I turn and see the wounded look on his face. I should talk to him, and then I run down the ladder to my quarters.
What's your problem, troop?
Dale comes up and stands next to me, addressing me with the informal generic title of a non-officer of the BPF, after a rather lackluster performance in morning PT. I breathe heavily out. I blew it last night.
On your date with Shima? You would have had to have done something pretty bad. I saw how he looked at you.
His tone is light. I shoved him away when he tried to kiss me, then stammered nonsense, then ran away. I shut my eyes at the memory. There's a pause before Dale responds.
Wow, I thought I was bad at dating.
I'm forced to laugh, but at the same time say, it's not funny. I know I really hurt his feelings. You should have seen his face.
So apologize and give him a kiss.
I don't think I can. I shake my head.
Why not? Does he smell? I hadn't noticed that.
There's still a lightness to Dale's voice. No, it's me. I turn my arm over and run a finger over my brand. I look at Dale. I'd lightly touched on my time as a thrall in our conversation during the movie. The thing is, I wasn't just a gardening thrall. And now, Dale turns and looks at me solidly for a full minute, his eyes narrowed and his mouth in a tight, straight line.
Well, fuck. What's this place called again?
He nods toward my brand. Bellcoast.
Okay then. I'll put it on the list of places to be burnt to the ground and the earth salted.
I smile. Good plan. It certainly is on my list. Then I pause. I do wonder, though, if Bellcoast is destroyed, will what happened there ever be gone from me? I gesture to myself. Will I ever be able to act, to feel normal again? Dale looks thoughtful.
Our experiences, good and bad, are always going to shape us.
Think you just need time, Kat. I wish life had a do-over button. I sigh wistfully.
Hey.
Dale's finger reaches over and lifts my chin up, so I'm looking at him.
It may be a bit rich for me to give dating advice, but go talk to him. He likes you. He's not a hard sell. He'll understand if he is worth your time.
He jerks his head to the side.
He's usually on the foredeck this time of day.
You think honesty is better than avoidance? I ask, and he laughs and nods. Well, I guess it's worth a try. I head in the direction he suggests. I make my way to the foredeck and see Takai standing, 1 foot on a low railing looking out at the sea. The wind is ruffling his hair. Here goes nothing. Hi. I figure I'll start slow. He looks over and starts to smile and then presses his lips together.
So, I'm sorry if I misread things, Kat.
I breathe out, already exasperated with my behavior, but decide to seize upon the reading idea. No, Takai, it's not that. Don't think you misread anything. It's just, I didn't let you see that there's this big footnote. He looks at me with those gorgeous eyes, and his dark eyebrows pinch together a bit.
What do you mean?
His lips return to a half smile. I look down at my brand and rub it. There was... I blow out and glance up at him. Okay, this is really hard. I look out at the calm sea and try to jump my brain to the horizon. I decide to say it fast. There was a lot of pain and abuse when I was a thrall. I look up at him, the kind that makes it terrifying for me to consider any physical relationship. Takai is now leaning his elbows on the higher railing, with his head tilted toward me, eyes still soft but a crease between them, as he considers what I've said.
Are you saying you haven't had any kind of relationship?
I nod and he follows up.
Since when?
I let my eyes shift back and forth, as if I'm counting, but I already know how long to the month. 4 years, and I wouldn't exactly call anything that happened as a thrall a relationship. He quickly responds, No, definitely not. He pauses and looks back out to the sea. I didn't know, or I wouldn't have. I give a half laugh. It's all new territory for me as well. There is a pause for almost a minute. Then he turns toward me and comes close enough for me to smell his scent. It is heady. Take a deep breath of it and I can detect salt and soap and cedar. He leans in a bit more.
Then let's just be friends, Cat Wallace.
I like you.
You aren't like any other woman I've ever known. We can be good friends, and if there's ever a time you want us to be more—
He leans his face down to connect to my eyes.
I'll be right here.
He smiles that warm smile he has, and I just about melt. Thank you for understanding. I give a small, mirthless laugh. It's like in the old days movies. It's not you, it's me. I try to smile. His smile continues. Let's walk. He holds a hand out to me, and I only hesitate for a second before taking it.
So, Cat, you said you knew some FA officers from your missions? Let's hear about that.
And we walk on, chatting comfortably and holding hands. We've now spent a couple of weeks, Takai and I, walking, at times hand in hand, on the deck and around the rest of the ship, chatting amiably. In fact, we've met and had dinner together almost every night, and talked about our days, our dreams, our plans, and even our pasts. There are many things I like about Takai Shima. I like looking at him because I find him quite attractive, but I also like the way he speaks to people. Not just me, but also the crew. He's respectful, but also familiar, always asking after a crew member's family or some personal but not too personal part of their life. I like him. He doesn't press me to open up to him either emotionally or physically, and the less he presses, the more I am considering doing just that, as best I can. During the day, I continue to train with the security detail in the gym and shooting range. Dale has put me in charge of my group of 4.
They keep asking you how to do things, Cat. You may as well be officially in charge of them.
I find I enjoy planning what the team will do and when, and having them look to me for how things should play out when we practice protection of landing parties. I hope to finally be a part of one going ashore soon. Having the team makes me feel like less of a lone wolf, which is what Teddy always called me. This feels more like I'm part of a pack. I write on my device to Mama and Papa almost every day, telling them about what I'm seeing and learning. I don't say anything about Takai in my notes to Papa because when I had first mentioned him on a comm, Papa had said,
I didn't assign you there to lose your head to Commander Ito like some foolish, lovesick girl. Focus on your learning.
Mama has gotten more information about Takai and has been supportive. She tells me to be patient with myself. She understands. I mean, she has seen all the scars and heard a little bit of the story, and is the one who comes to me at home when I have the nightmares about Bell Coast and knives, and the awful one about the deer in the forest. Midday, I get a message on my device. It's from Takai.
No dinner tonight, it reads.
Okay, you've work? I respond, and there's no answer. As the day wraps up, Dale and I decide we will make it a double feature tonight since I'm free, and, well, Dale is always free, though I'm working on changing that. I shower and put on a fresh uniform and meet him at the door to the officers' club. There's a line. Did you reserve a spot for us? There's a lot of people here. I peer around the group of 4 in front of me.
I did. We're later than usual, and it's the end of the week. These people are probably all on dates.
How does that work? I thought FA ships had a no fraternizing rule.
No, that got shut down a good half-century ago. They found they got more sailors if families could come along. And since they got to fraternize, the single folk got to, or at least attempt to, as well.
Dale explains. Makes sense, I guess. We are in the club and about to be seated when I see him. He sits in the place where we usually have dinner. It's a table near the corner with a cushioned seat on 2 sides and 2 chairs opposite it. There's some lovely greenery on a shelf behind the cushioned seat, but when Takai and I sit there, it makes it awkward for me to lean my head back. This time he is on the cushion section near the corner, and next to him is a lovely woman, with lovely red hair and a lovely emerald dress, notably not a uniform. They are sitting very close and laughing.
Hey, wake up. Our egg is ready.
Dale follows my eyes.
Well, shit.
He tugs my sleeve and I move with him, not taking my eyes off the table.
2 whiskeys, please.
I hear him call to the bartender as we move past the bar and into the section with the cubicles, which are made for watching videos. They look like giant eggs with an enclosed half that rises and curves up smoothly like a shell. The side with the tables and chairs looks into a dark interior, which is where the movies show. Headsets and a remote are situated in a basket in the center. I want to sit in this one. I point to one of the first ones.
Maybe one without such a good view of the dining room?
Dale ventures. This one. I'm vehement. We sit, me positioning myself to have a decent view of the lovebirds. Dale alternately shakes his head and leans over to see what's happening.
We could watch movies elsewhere. My quarters, your quarters, the hallway, Mars, underwater, while on fire.
Uh-huh. I am not really listening as there is a far more important issue to be settled.
So how would you describe that skin? Is it milky or peaches and cream? I mean, there's a lot we can see to judge it.
Kat, stop. You aren't doing yourself any favors. And there it is. The kiss. I sit back, then lean forward and look, then sit back again with a huff. Then lean forward. How long is it going to go on for? I sit back. I need another whiskey.
No, you most definitely do not need another whiskey.
Fuck you, I can decide when I want a whiskey. I'm not a child.
I hear Dale murmur something.
What? What was that?
I said all evidence to the contrary.
For God's sake, Kat, just go over there and ask him what's going on.
Didn't have you pegged as someone who avoids confrontation.
I don't, generally, but this is new. That's how people get hit. And I'm not sure which one I want to hit more.
Do you hear yourself? Full-on jealous rage. Tell that to the no-kissing part of your brain.
I blow out a breath and growl a little. I wish it were that easy. I slowly lean a bit to see the table. Takai is standing and holding her hand as if to help her stand. They're both smiling, and God, those are long legs and those heels. I start to lean back, but Dale is on my shoulder peering as well. He makes a low, quiet whistle through his teeth.
That is quite an eyeful. A very lovely eyeful.
I glare at him and shove him back toward his seat. That's enough out of you. That's not the type you're supposed to be eyeing.
Oh, and you are? I was married to a woman for a good 10 years, though I'm not sure it would have lasted that long had Red over there come along.
I slap Dale's shoulder with the back of my hand, and then I see him smiling at me with a come-on tilt to his head. I sit back and give a laugh. Is this what dating is like? Because if it is, it's fucking stupid.
Given how little I date, I can't tell you.
He points to the Obi.
Let's watch a movie. We can have some burgers and a beer or 4.
Real burgers?
No, the regular meat-free ones.
Done. I shrug. A gloomy cloud has settled over me.
Here, this'll cheer you up.
Dale leans over and gives my shoulder a little push.
There is a plan for a landing party on Monday.
And here he cajoles me with a sing-song tone.
And I have scheduled your team to be the security detail.
It's like he is offering a treat to a child, but it works. I am thrilled. Really? I grin. We get to leave the ship and meet some people?
Well, the officers in charge will meet the head island people and talk and negotiate. You and your team will basically just be ready if there are threats.
We will guard the precious officers and bring them back alive. I laugh. It's good to have something like that to look forward to at work after this shit show of a night. I'll go get the beers. I stand and wend my way through the crowd to the bar. I retrieve 2 mugs filled to the brim and start to head back to Dale and the egg. I turn and take a step, looking over my shoulder to thank the bartender, and almost collide with a couple of people. My hands jerk back to keep from dumping beer on them, and thus a small wave of beer splashes down my uniform from each glass. I look up. I'm so sorry, did I spill? I taper off. It's Takai and Longlegs. There's a half-second of awkward silence that I then fill with babbling. Well, hello, I didn't spill on you, did I? My eyes cut over to Dale, who is standing watching this encounter. His hand is on his head.
Takai finally speaks. Cat. Corporal Wallace. No harm done. You're okay, aren't you, Bridget? Bridget, huh? With that hair and shit, those are really green eyes. The name fits. I force a smile. All good then? I'll be going. Oh, let's help her out, Takai. Her voice is low and melodious. She scoops one of the beers from my hand and hands me a napkin for my front. I glance at Takai, and I know there are weapons in my glance. He closes his eyes against the assault and takes a breath. I dab my front but keep my glare steady. Of course. Where are you sitting? He takes the second beer. I motion to the nearest egg and walk behind them toward it. When we arrive, Dale has taken his seat and looks nonchalant. I am disgusted. Oh. Dale seems surprised by our arrival. The man could be an actor. You've brought friends, Cat. He stands and takes the beer from Bridget, then warmly takes her hand. It's delightful to meet you. I'm Lieutenant Commander Dale Wilson. Bridget Heath. Good to meet you. Takai sets the beer in his hand down and stands uncomfortably behind Bridget. I am about to push past the two interlopers and take my seat when I hear Dale say, Join us for a drink. I am going to kill him. It's just a matter of when. Takai seems about to decline, but Bridget says, That would be lovely. Maybe a white wine or one of those fruity cocktails. I raise my eyebrows. I've got it. Be right back. I return from the bar with a tray holding 2 lime monsoons complete with slices of fruit and tiny paper umbrellas, and 2 shots of whiskey. I feel a bit of satisfaction distributing the drinks as I put one of those fruity monstrosities in front of Takai. Figured you would want the same, I say with a straight face as I watch his eyebrows rise. As I sit down and drink half my whiskey, and then reach for my beer, I hear Takai say, I should introduce you to Cat Wallace. This is Bridget Heath. Bridget, Cat Wallace. Cat is from Bosch, here on an extended assignment. Bosch, Bridget exclaims. The pirate nation? How exciting. I smile. I just call it home. Where do you live? Well, I was born in one of the farming areas of the central continent, but now I live and work in Truevale, the most exciting city on the planet. She smiles over to Takai and takes his hand. I'm trying to convince this man to come and visit me on his next leave. She reaches out and entwines her fingers in his. Takai looks entranced. Well, we will see what can be arranged. I am unimpressed. What do you do in the most exciting city on the planet? Bridget smiles. I'm an actuary for the Obelisk Insurance Group that covers the Federal Alliance's military equipment. I'm sorry, I really don't know what an actuary does. I wrinkle my brow and lean in. Her teeth are so white and so straight. Reminds me of Lance from my recruitment class. Bridget tosses her hair lightly, and I think I see the 2 men who seem to be entranced jump a bit. Oh, no need to apologize. No one really knows. I assess risk to the equipment and to personnel and recommend ways to reduce or even eliminate the risk. She takes a sip of her cocktail through the provided straw. How do you assess risk? And why would you want to eliminate it? I sincerely want to know. I use mathematical tables to assess it, and the more risk can be reduced, the longer the equipment will last, and the safer the personnel will be. She smiles. And what do you do here on the Kingfisher? I hit people, and I shoot things. I down the rest of my whiskey and smile. Fuck yes. Assess that risk. Come on, get a move on! I shout to the 3 officers ahead of me as I hear weapon fire not too far behind us, but fortunately far enough. My security team has their weapons drawn, and we are herding the officers back to the dinghy. We splash through the surf and boost them onto the small deck, and one of the officers says, We can't leave him behind. I frown. Everybody has an opinion about the plan once it all goes to shit. Of course not, sir. I nod at the distressed officer, then turn. Bowman, I direct one of my team. Toss the inflatable under that driftwood and cover it. I'll use it to bring him back. You get these folks back to the ship. I want my people out of harm's way. You got it, Wallace, he says without hesitation, immediately hefting the uninflated raft out of the dinghy. I think I could get used to this being in charge thing. I stand on the shore for a moment until they're out of firing range, and then duck into the vegetation and consider my plan. We had arrived in Raja Tengelam,
a tropical island in the southern sea with fairly sparse vegetation due to the volcanic nature of the soil, in the morning to negotiate with the inhabitants about the possibility of putting a base here so the FA can keep an eye on the Chinese military. The FA and China are constantly trying to one-up each other in colonization of the new islands. And because they distrust each other, there are often diplomatic tensions that slip into occasional skirmishes. Both sides have hired the Bosch to perform extractions of information or people, and we have, more than once, helped negotiate a peaceful end to the skirmishes. I don't think this one will end up with everyone drinking together, though. The Chinese contingency, Reed armed unit of 12, that showed up shortly after we arrived did not seem to want to talk, and the Tangelum people seemed fully allied with the Chinese. We had been able to hustle 3 of the 4 officers out the door pretty quickly, but the 4th had gone for a walk with the head woman of Raja Tangelum, and was now undoubtedly in Chinese custody. And to top it off, that officer was Takai. I consider simply leaving him here. After all, I'd gotten to spend all weekend watching Bridget and him moon about the ship, holding hands and kissing and laughing. Turns out they'd dated in university for a couple of years, and it was just a lucky chance that she came on the ship he was stationed on. Something tells me a person who spends her days working out the mathematics of risk doesn't rely on lucky chances to run into an old flame. I may have taken every opportunity to interrupt them and show her some of the riskier things that occur on the ship. I enjoyed watching Takai frown as I showed Bridget where the majority of the ship's ordnance was held, and pretended to drop one as I yelled, "Fire in the hole!" She jumped back quite quickly. I grin at the memory and then sigh. I have a duty to retrieve him. I think about how best to get back to where he may be held. Only one timely way to be sure. I pull a few things out of my small crossbody bag, and reluctantly take the bag off and hang it on a branch. Then I move out of the vegetation and get a bead on where the Chinese pursuers are and head directly toward them with my hands raised. We are in a small outdoor cage made of sturdy bamboo lashed with pegs and rope. I stand surveying the area around me and rub my wrists where the same type of rope bindings had cut into my skin a bit as they had bound me and marched me here. They cut them off before tossing me in. There's barely room for us both, and Takai sits on the ground a few inches away, staring out past me, a disgusted expression on his face. So the rest of the team returned to the ship? Yes, I told you that 3 times. I'm impatient with repeating myself. But you got captured. He sounds as impatient as I'm feeling. I look down at him. Again, told you this. My voice drops low. I chose to get captured, unlike you. I glare at him. Takai stands and looks at me incredulously. Why in the world would you do that? Keep your voice down, I say through my teeth. Because I stand almost nose to nose with him. It was the easiest way to find you. My tone is starting to show my annoyance at his lack of appreciation for my arrival. He lets out an exasperated breath and says angrily, "But now you are imprisoned as well. What good is that? It was a ridiculous risk." The word risk sets me off. A ridiculous risk? Oh, I see. Maybe I should consult Super Safe Bridget, the actuary, to advise me on the risk/opportunity matrix. But I don't see her here. She's likely sitting super safely on deck in some emerald green bikini that brings out her eyes, sipping on some fruity drink. I may be yelling at this point, having dropped my concern for volume. I see one of the guards, who is stationed several feet away, glance back. Don't bring Bridget into this. She's been perfectly nice to you, even though you've taunted her all weekend. His face is practically in mine, and his voice is equally loud. I wasn't taunting her. I was taunting you, you idiot. I lean in and yell back. There's a pause for a millisecond. Then we both reach for each other and start to kiss. And we kiss and kiss. He pauses and pulls back a tiny bit, and I move hungrily back in for more. I feel his hands move along my back and hips, and one even comes to my head, and I feel his fingers in my hair, and I don't care. I reach my hands to either side of his face and kiss him with a passion that I didn't know existed in me, but now feels unleashed. We sink to our knees and continue to explore each other with our lips. Eventually we pause, breathing heavily and moving slightly apart so we can look at each other. His eyes hold an equal amount of surprise and desire. I'm not sure I want to get out of here now, he says huskily. I grin. We'll leave after the sun goes down. Still plenty of time for kissing.
I lean back in and find his mouth.
Chapter 18. Choices. F.A. Kingfisher, Edo, and Bosch. Late spring to mid-August, 2354. I wake and kick my leg out from the soft sheets of the bed. I lift myself on my elbow and brush the hair back from Takai's sleeping face. He is so handsome. His slightly bronzed skin, that black hair that matches his now closed, deep, dark eyes with the long lashes. I trace his eyebrows that arch attractively over his eyes. My finger moves along the arc of one of his cheekbones, then outlines the curve of his jaw. I move my hand to his strong chest, and then a bit lower as I kiss him and whisper, "Good morning." He opens his eyes, smiles, and pulls me close.
I like waking up with you in my bed.
I smile as I rest my head on his chest. Then I frown. Only 3 more weeks, and then my year abroad is up, and I will be returning to Bosch. Takai plans to return to Edo to become a diplomat and continue his research on the countries and cultures of the old Earth days. As if reading my mind, I feel Takai's arms hug me tighter.
Come with me to Edo, Kat. I want you there. I love you.
I look up at him. We have had variations on this conversation daily for the past month. I look at him lovingly, my face pleading. And I love you. It's not that I don't want to be with you, Takai. I do. So much. But I can't live in Edo. Bosch is my home. And I was only assigned out of the country for a year. I'm due back June 1st. He quiets and looks dejected. I hate this. But then I see his face light up. Wait, what if you just came for a little while, a couple of months? You must be owed leave time after this year, and then I could come to Bosch with you. I hadn't thought about that. I do have leave time, and we are so close to Edo. I want to see it in all its beauty, and I want to meet Takai's family, who sound worldly and experienced. You'd really come to Bosch with me? Absolutely. I can do research anywhere. He scrambles to sit up. We can make this work, Kat. As long as we are together, we can make this work. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I sit up laughing. Okay. I'll call Papa today, and I'll tell him I am taking 2 months' leave and going to Edo. I reach out and kiss him, and we tumble back to the bed, the plans for the day put on hold for the moment.
Trooper, you have an obligation to report back for duty.
Teddy's voice was firm and clear.
This arrangement was made very clearly for 1 year only. It didn't include running off with Officer Edo.
Kat's voice came through equally clear, and with more than a little heat on the comm. I know my obligations, MC, but don't forget, Bosch pirate or no, I am an independent person who can make my own fucking choices. I am not bound by a deal struck up between 2 or 3 men about me without my consent. Teddy leaned back in his seat. He liked the spirit he was hearing and the forcefulness of it. She had found her voice, surely. He just didn't like the content.
Kat,
Papa. Kat interrupted over the comm. It's only 2 months. I have the leave coming to me. I've never taken any. I want this chance. I'm certainly not turning my back on Bosch or the BPF. I'm not really asking your permission, even as Master Commander. But I want your approval, Papa. I love this man. Teddy sat in his office with the comm on speaker and lifted his 30-year service globe in preparation to throw it across the room. This was an unexpected development of his decision to have Kat go abroad. He thought wildly that he would have kept her home on Bosch had he known this would happen. Then he took a breath and realized that was not true. While it pained him to think she would not be coming home immediately, he had made the assignment in the hopes that she would grow and find her path. And the reports were glowing. Successful teamwork, leadership roles, less hitting, and her voice was so happy when she spoke of this Edo fellow. Teddy wanted her to be happy. He sighed and set the globe back in its place. He took out a photo of himself and Kat he carried in his breast pocket. The two of them were mugging for the camera, arms over each other's shoulders and grinning after a particularly dodgy mission. He smiled at it.
Of course, you have both Mama's and my blessings and approval, always,
he said as heartily as he could muster. It's just, we will miss you. It's only 2 months. I'll be back on duty August 1st, and I'll bring Takai.
Her voice bubbled with excitement. I love you, Papa.
Yep, same. August, then, he said gruffly. You take care of yourself.
Shige Oshima stood erect and looked intently at Takai.
He was a shade shorter than his son, but like him, his raven hair was still thick and held no gray. His son had inherited Shigo's handsome features as well, but had made use of them far more prolifically.
Son, this woman is an outsider. She does not follow the way. She is a pirate, a ruffian. I'm sure your time with her has been quite exhilarating, as it was with your other dalliances. You have shown her Edo.
Now accompany her to her home in Bosch and leave her there.
Your mother is right. You need to come home and find a proper Edoan wife.
Takai turned and looked out the window at Mizuyama, as it rose steeply from the valley where his parents lived in the village of Kiharu. He sighed as he listened to his father admonish him once again. If he parsed each sentence, he couldn't find anywhere his father was mistaken.
Even his conclusions and plan were appropriate for a man who wished to be a diplomat of the caliber of Shigeo and Yumika Shima.
The fact was, Takai was in love with Cat Wallace in a way that made all other issues fade into background noise. And while he knew he could not live in Bosch, he was hoping for some solution that would allow him to keep the vibrant woman in his life and in his bed. He had never been so captivated for so long by any woman. Yumiko came forward and put her hand on her son's arm.
Takai, we only wish for you to be happy. This pirate woman with her man's haircut and her brand and her tattoos and her swagger and boisterousness could never be at home here. She needs one of her own kind, as do you.
Takai looked at his mother. She was always so carefully put together. Her shoulder-length black hair was pulled meticulously back and held with the gold barrette Takai had brought back from overseas. Yumiko's face was all angles, but almost no wrinkles, and he remembered how someone in the family had once told him she had been offered a job modeling when she was younger. Naturally, she had declined, because such a job was not proper, but Takai always remembered the story. He frowned now. The idea of Cat with another man, a Bosch man, deeply offended him. He replied earnestly,
Cat has been working hard to fit in. Her Edenese is coming along. She took up the assistant position that has long been open with the physicians, and she is learning a great deal there. We are happy together.
His mother gave a small, scornful laugh.
Happy? Honestly, Takai, the two of you spend all your time hiking around the mountain mornings and evenings and hidden away in that shack you call a cabin. I do not see you taking her to the temple or to other society events, and you know why you don't.
We don't spend all our time hiking, Takai thought with an inward smile, and then sighed. Again, his parent was not wrong, at least about society events. Takai knew that Cat's disregard for social niceties would be shocking to most Edoans, as it was to his parents. But that wasn't why he did not take her to the temple. No, Cat had made it clear from the start she had no interest in going or even learning about the way. The universe and I have an understanding. I don't delve into its inner workings, and it leaves me the hell alone, she had told him, following up with, How does the way or any other spiritual path explain what happened in Bell Coast? He sighed and said resignedly,
Perhaps you and Father are right, Mother. I will talk with her about this. In Bosch.
It is so good to be home. I take a deep breath and smell the familiar summer scents of blueberry and fir, dust and a hint of seaweed as I walk home from the base Friday afternoon. Summer in Bosch. I missed it entirely last year. And while the Edoan mountain scents of hinoki and phlox are delightful, this smells like home. I'm so tired, though. Takai says it must be jet lag. It was the farthest distance I'd flown, but flying never bothered me before. It's probably the pace I've been keeping. Since arriving home 2 weeks ago, I've been on 4 glitter missions, 2 with a unit, which is a leap for me. I still like my solo work, but after the Kingfisher, I have also come to enjoy working with a team. The glitter missions themselves have all been straightforward. No need to fight, but lots of negotiation. I have also run 2 solo extractions. One of the 2 did require some force, but in my defense, they shot at me first. Of course, I was robbing them of a rather exquisite piece of art that they believed was theirs, but ownership is not my issue. Completing my mission and getting paid are what matter to me. If they want to hire me to retake it and return it, I'm in. For a price.
and it was fun. I arrive at the little white house just a block or so from Mama and Papa's that they rent out. They have it set up for Takai and me. The house is quiet when I open the door, so I assume Takai is in the study, and I make a beeline for the couch and blanket and promptly fall asleep. Cat. I feel a hand on my shoulder gently shaking me. Cat, wake up. I shake my head and try to drag myself from sleep and see Takai sitting next to me, his brow wrinkled. You fell asleep on the couch again. We are due at your parents' house in just a few minutes. How long have I been asleep? My brain is foggy and I realize I'm really hungry, but a bit queasy as well. I don't know, a bell or so? Are you okay? You fall asleep every night as soon as you come home from work. Are you doing too much? His voice is worried. Then my brain clicks on, and I remember the conversation we had this morning. What do you care? You told me you're leaving soon anyway. I stand up and turn my back to him, folding the blanket that was over me neatly and smoothing the sofa cushions. Before I begin tidying the side table, I deliberately avoid looking at him. I hear him exhale heavily, and I glance over at his face. I can't quite read his expression. Is he sad or guilty? This morning he told me that he was planning to return to Ito's soon and wasn't sure when he'd be back. Something about his father and his diplomacy training. He looks at me and starts to talk. Kat, you know I love you, but no conversation that starts that way ever turns out well. Let's go to dinner. We can talk about this when we get home. I want to put it off for a few more hours. I can't believe he's leaving me. But it is clear that's where this is headed. Papa will be thrilled. I blink back tears. Let me go change and we can go. I hustle up the stairs without waiting for an answer.
Chapter 19. Pride. Bosch, mid-August, 2354. Papa has just set the roasted fish on the table when the wave of nausea overwhelms me. Excuse me. I push my chair back and bolt for the bathroom where I vomit the wine and crackers I had before dinner, hoping they would settle my stomach. I try to recall what I've eaten that could cause this. Maybe it's a stomach bug. I spit once more into the toilet, then stand and rinse my mouth and splash water on my face. I meticulously clean the surfaces before I open the bathroom door. I find Mama and my brother Peter's wife Sharon standing there. Sharon holds Leah, who is just a week old. I resist the urge to lean in and smell her tiny head. I'm sorry. Did you need the bathroom? I wiped it down. I don't think I'm contagious, but... The two women push me gently back into the bathroom and close the door. Kat? Mama begins. When did you last bleed? Does the graze on my arm count? If so, 2 days ago. I grin as I deliberately misunderstand. You know what I mean. Mama looks at me reproachfully as blonde-haired Sharon giggles. I haven't since I've been home, but that's only a couple weeks. I narrow my eyes and start to count back. I know I bled in Ito once. I hear the once echo in my brain. I was there for 2 months. Was it only once? The pieces begin to fall into place and I stare at Mama and then at Sharon. No. I shake my head. No, that can't happen. We take precautions. So did we, Sharon says with a tired smile and kisses Leah's head. My eyes go wide and I feel a tinge of panic. But I can't have a baby. I have missions to fly. And Takai's going back to Ito. I'd have to do this alone. I cover my mouth and nose with one hand as my breathing speeds up. I'd be no good at being a mother. I wouldn't be able to take care of a child. I don't know why I feel this so strongly, but I do. I reach out and tuck my finger next to Leah's hand and she grasps it strongly. I feel both a tug in my breasts and a new wave of nausea. Mama puts her cool hand on my cheek. Dear, we don't know for sure, but fortunately I have some tests in my midwife bag. Let's find out before we worry about what you can and can't do. I need to drink some water before I can pee on the test Mama gave me, so I sit at the table ruminating, pushing food around, breathing through my mouth so as not to smell the food, and downing water from a large bottle. Amazingly, except for Papa's comment about women all going to the bathroom together, none of the men, not Papa nor Takai nor my brothers, seemed to be the least interested in what our conversation was, or that I'd thrown up. Instead, they are engrossed in a discussion about some footy team, which normally I would be in the midst of as well, but not tonight. I take my napkin and rub at a spot on the table.
I've been really picky about how clean things are lately. I feel my bladder nudge me, and I stand up. I have to pee, I announce.
Cat.
Takai is embarrassed by my frankness, but I hear my two brothers guffaw. I don't wait for the commentary. I head to the bathroom. There's a soft knock at the door as I sit on the floor, leaning back on the wall next to the tub, looking at the two lines. Come in. Mama comes in and slides down the wall to sit next to me. I'm going to be a lousy mother, I say as I hold the test out to her. Nonsense. I know you, Cat. If you choose to be a mother, you will be a marvelous one. Likely the best one ever. I lean my head against the wall and start to cry. This changes everything. I feel Mama's warm arm around me as I move my head to her shoulder. My darling, she says as she kisses the top of my head. Children always change everything. But it has been my experience that they change things for the better, whether they arrive as infants or as a young woman. She gives me a hug and holds me for a minute, and her words make me smile through my tears. I wipe my face and give a big sigh. Give me a couple minutes, okay? Takai? I interrupt a debate he is having with Paul about some point of history. How can anyone argue about history? It either happened that way or it did not. But apparently neither Takai nor Paul agree with me on that. Let's do the dishes, shall we? Mama and Papa have done enough tonight. He nods and puts up one finger. He has to close this argument. I've been in this house long enough to know that if we close the kitchen door, we won't be overheard. New Earth knows I've tried to hear through it several times and was stymied each time. Also, with it closed, no one will come in. That's just family tradition. I start to collect the dishes, and when I turn back to get a second load from the table, Takai appears with them in his hands and gives me a smile. Okay, time to figure my shit out. I shut the door. Mama is right. Being a crappy parent is not an option. I had crappy parents in the North. I'm not doing that to my child. I'll be the best mother I can be, but for now, I need to figure out the father situation. I rinse the dishes and set them to the side, then start to fill the sink with hot water and soap. Why are you planning to leave me, Takai? What has changed? Thought we loved each other. Might as well get to the heart of the matter. Takai looks surprised and opens his mouth to protest, but then leans back on the wall. Now, Cat, really. Don't now cat me. We'd agreed to spend 2 months in Edo and then come here. Now you want to bail after 2 weeks with no return date, which tells me you don't plan to return. Is that accurate? I had intended to yell this question when we got home tonight. But I have no anger now, just a pressing need to know who I can count on. Cat, I'm Edoan. I'm not Bosch. And while there are many parts of Bosch I like, and one I love, here he gives me a pleading smile. My home is in Edo. I want to learn Edoan diplomacy. I simply can't do that in Bosch. He comes close to me as I wash and rinse the dishes, and gently strokes my cheek and turns my face toward his. He looks at me with those dark eyes, and I see the day's growth of beard on his chin that I love to feel against my own face when we kiss. And you, he smiles lovingly, you are my pirate. A Bosch pirate. You belong here. I think I see tears in his eyes, and I feel them start in mine. I can't afford sentiment right now. I jerk my head slightly away. You dry. Towels are in the drawer. I indicate the correct one with my foot. So that's it then? You go back to Edo and I stay here and the last year will just be a memory? That's what you want? No, that is not what I want. But I can't figure out how we were going to stay together when our lives are literally thousands of kilometers apart. He slaps the dish towel on the counter. At least he seems frustrated. That's something. I sigh and walk over to the stove, lifting the covers for the burners and bringing them back to the sink. They are quite greasy. I scrabble under the sink, looking for something to cut the grease. So, when were you planning on going? I hear him take a deep breath. I was going to go after this long weekend on Tuesday. I nod. Makes sense. I consider what will happen and realize there's too much. Look, I need some space to think, Takai. Why don't you go back to the house tonight? I'll stay here. We can meet in the afternoon and go get dinner over in District 1. I manage a smile that I know doesn't extend to my eyes. He stands silent for a moment, looking at me.
If that's what you want. At least let me help you finish up in here.
It's fine, there's not much left. Though I'm eyeing a small brush and thinking about really scrubbing the sink. I'll see you tomorrow. He comes close, and we share an awkward, closed-mouth kiss.
Tomorrow, then.
Monday. I haven't been able to bring myself to sleep back at the house with Takai. It just seems too unbearable to feel him so close when he'll be gone in a day. And besides, I wake up and vomit every morning now, and I have no interest in sharing the reason with him. I'll tell him eventually, but my child will not be a pawn in our relationship. My North Country mom used to say that getting with child is a woman's only trump card. I will never be like her. Always pregnant, but couldn't give a shit about her kids once they were born, especially the girls. Especially me. So I help out around this house. As expected, Papa is ecstatic to hear that Takai is returning to Edo.
Why is he waiting until Tuesday?
He grumbles at breakfast.
Sooner gone the better.
Because he and I agreed on Tuesday, Papa. My voice is raised and has an edge to it. You may be celebrating his departure, but I still love him, and want this time. I toss my napkin down and push away from the table, opening the back door and sitting down on the deck steps. Papa appears next to me, sitting down with an oof.
Now don't get yourself all in a tizzy, Cat. Women in your condition oughtn't.
Oh, please, don't women in my condition me, Papa.
Just because I'm using my womb doesn't mean my brain doesn't work. I'm the same person. I expect so. Still, best to be on the safe side.
I sigh. Yes, Papa. After cleaning up the breakfast dishes and getting the floor scrubbed, I'm ready for a nap, so I head upstairs to Mimi's old room, which is my room now. I pull the shades, crawl under the covers, and am asleep in moments. Running. Got to keep moving. The fall leaves are thick around my feet as I crush through the underbrush, stirring up the musty scent of decay and dust. I feel the weight of the bundle on my shoulder, and I murmur to it, but keep pushing forward. I'm almost there. I'm going to make it this time. My stomach suddenly drops as my braid is yanked hard, and I feel my body pulled backward. Inexplicably, the bundle is gone. I feel hands close around me. As they grasp at me, I see a young man with a full beard standing to my right several meters away, his shirt stained with red. Is that wine? He looks at me, and his face is curved with sorrow, his voice apologetic. Sorry about the yearling, Cat. My body is pinned, but I pivot my head back and forth, struggling against the hands that are relentless. Why doesn't the young man help me? I look back to him, and he has disappeared. Who is he? Where is he? I look to the left near the sumac bush and see the yearling deer, and I hear a weapon fire. The young buck crumbles to the forest floor, and I hear myself yell, "No!" There is a doe, a bit beyond the sumac, who simply stands and does nothing, just stares. I look into her large brown eyes and say, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I think I'm crying, or maybe the doe is. I turn again to look at the yearling, next to the flame-red sumac bush where he had fallen. He's gone. Maybe he's okay. I turn my head back toward the doe, but she's gone as well. I know what is coming next. I don't want to look back at the sumac, but maybe I'll see more this time, so I turn my head, and instead of the usual blur, I actually see something on top of the leaves. Even though the hands are still pulling at me, I suddenly feel icy cold inside, as I look and see an impossibly small, single deerskin moccasin. Then a rabbit hops casually by. I start to scream, and it pulls me from my sleep as I reach out in the dim, feeling only the cool sheets and the soft-textured quilt. It's my room at Mama and Papa's, I remind myself. I kick at the covers as the door opens. Mama! I croak out the word in a half-sob, and she comes to the bedside and wraps her arms around me. Same one? She asks into my short curls. Same one. I haven't had it in months, but this time there's a tiny shoe on the leaves at the end. I hear her quick intake of air and then a slow release. Well, she strokes my hair lovingly. Your body is changing. It will cause your brain to stir as well. I pause. There is something that has been nagging at me over the past couple of days. Mama, these feelings in my body. I put my hand low on my abdomen. I've felt them before, though I'm not sure when. I pause again for a long moment because I'm afraid to put words to my next thought. I think I've been pregnant before, but wouldn't I remember that? Mama smiles sadly at me. Our brains can go to extreme lengths to protect us, my dear. I have wondered. There are lines on your belly and your breasts that would make me believe that you have, but with all the scars, well, it is hard to tell. I snuggle into her. She's been a midwife for years, so she would know things like that. Then a new thought occurs, and my head goes up. What if I left a child behind in the North Country when I was taken? I feel a sense of panic as I consider this. Why would I forget my own child, Mama? Maybe the dream is meant for me to remember. She fingers my curls and wrinkles her brow. I need to trim and shape your hair, she says idly. You've chopped it up, keeping it short this past year. Mama's the only one I allow to cut my hair. She sighs, and I can tell she's choosing her words carefully. Cat? Her voice is gentle. I'm no expert in dreams, darling, but if that dream is about your child, don't expect you will find him alive in the North Country. I stop and consider the dream and the meaning of her words. Some dark memory bumps at the lid of a box kept in the distant, dusty reaches of my brain. Quickly set something on top of it, but not before a little bit slips out. I gasp a little, and nod and then whisper, Him. I think him is right. I lean into my Bosch Mama and weep as she holds and rocks me. Tuesday morning I go to the house, and Takai is up puttering in the tiny one-drawered kitchen and has poured coffee. You want a cup? He asks casually, as he stands with his robe partially open, showing a strong chest. He is truly a handsome man. My stomach flips at the thought of coffee, though, and I swallow. I love the deep bitter drink, but it has not worked for me the past few days. No thanks. I need to put on my uniform and get to work. Kat, He steps toward me. Thanks for dinner last night. I take a step back. I must keep a tight hold on my emotions. I don't want him remembering me as a mess. I hope I get to hit someone today. That will feel good. When are you going? The passenger airship leaves at noon. I wrinkle my brow. Takai, just take the vessel I fixed up in Edo, one we flew here in. Practically flies itself, and I don't know. Maybe you could use it to come visit sometime? My voice cracks and I turn my head. I feel his hand run down my upper arm to my elbow. Okay. That's a good idea. I can't say I'll land it as well as you, though. He smiles. Oh, you are a perfectly good pilot. You'll have no trouble. Well. And now he chuckles. There's perfectly good, and then there's me. I chime in, and we both laugh. I take the light moment to escape upstairs and dress for the day. I throw my toiletries into their bag, and then toss them on top of my duffel at the foot of the bed. The bed. I'll grab all my things after work today. I go downstairs. Takai stands looking out the front window. You skipped PT today? I move to him quickly and wrap my arms around him, leaning up to kiss him. We kiss over, and time stops for us. Then I pull away and he starts to say something. But I put a finger to his lips, and then turn and go out the front door. As soon as I clear the front gate, I let the tears come. I'm about cried out by the time I reach the airfield. I step into the hangar, take a deep breath, and see my unit. I manage a grin and a swagger as I approach them. Then I hear the officer of the day call my name. Wallace, the MC wants to see you before assignments are made. What? Why? The OD looks askance at the question. Okay. I look at my unit, frustrated by whatever is the issue du jour. I'll be back. And I head out for Bosch Hall. Hey, Betsy, how was your holiday this weekend? I smile and pause at her desk. Oh, it was just lovely, Kat. I went to the District 4 shore and swam in the ocean. Good for you. Is he in? I point at the closed door. I got word to come over here. He's expecting you. She smiles at me. I open the door and Teddy looks up at me. I generally don't call him Papa on base, so I make a point of thinking of him as Teddy or MC. He calls me whatever he chooses. He says that's one of the few perks about being in charge. MC? What's up? I have decided to be as positive as I can today. Trooper, he says carefully. Please have a seat. I put my hands on my hips and wrinkle my brow. Trooper? Why so formal, Teddy? A seat? He stands and gestures to my usual spot. Please. I sit down, I have no idea what is going on, so I wait to get more details. I think briefly, where the fuck is he sending me now?
Trooper Wallace, it has come to my attention that you are currently in a state of, well, you are,
Teddy, the word is pregnant, and it came to your attention when I told you myself this weekend, and if I may remind you, you were thrilled. What the fuck is all this hemming and hawing?
Trooper?
Oh, for God's sake, enough with the trooper bit. He sits down and looks at me.
Okay, Kat. Let me start by pointing out that in the past 3 recruitment classes and this past officers training school class, women have made up close to 40% of the class membership.
About time. I am delighted with this information, but work to sound unimpressed.
But in order to have pushed for that kind of balance, certain rules have had to be put in place.
Teddy has his politician voice on. I narrow my eyes. Like what?
Like the grounding of any pregnant, he says the word as if it is foreign to him, troopers or officers until they've weaned their child.
I'm on my feet in a moment. That's bullshit and you know it. I yell.
No, Kat, I don't know it. Missions have inherent risks that as individuals troopers can accept, and we in charge can comfortably shoulder as well, but to put a mother at risk, well, it's too much. And besides, a unit will act differently if they know their pilot, their leader, is pregnant.
I stand and stare at him open-mouthed. So I'm out of a job that, may I remind you, I am fucking brilliant at. Because I'm growing a person? My gestures are large and impassioned.
Well, we can arrange a desk job for you for the next couple of years.
He looks uncomfortable as he proposes this. Who came up with this rule, Teddy? Huh? He starts to answer, but I cut him off. No, you needn't tell me. I know. The general's table. A bunch of old men decided that they know best for the little women in their midst. You aren't pirates, I say disgustedly. You are cavemen.
I knew you wouldn't like it, Kat, but...
So you avoided mentioning it to me until now, I say loudly and heatedly. I'm now completely wound up. Well, MC, let me be clear. There is no fucking way I'm going to sit behind a desk and push papers around while someone else gets my missions, my markers, and my promotions. Get yourself a trained monkey for that. If I can't fly and run my missions, I might as well not even be here in Bosch. I turn, march to the door, and open it.
Kat Wallace, don't go off half-cocked. This is non-negotiable.
Teddy's voice is firm but with an edge. I turn and say with as much venom and fire as I can muster, do I sound like I'm negotiating? I am gone. And with that, I turn and head for the outer door, leaving Betsy to watch me go with a hand to her mouth. I move at a jog to the gate that heads toward home and continue the run into the little white house. I rush up the stairs and stuff all my things into my duffel, zipping it quickly up. I take a quick look around and then decide, to hell with it. I can always buy new things. I head out the door and toward the airfield. As I get close, I see the small vessel I purchased in Edo and tinkered with to make it my own. It sits with engines running, but in a stroke of luck, the ground crew hasn't removed the stairs yet. I jog over and see Fred Driscoll starting to disengage them. I call to him to wait.
You going someplace, Kat?
He asks languidly as I jog up, breathing heavily. Apparently, Fred. I pat his shoulder and he grins. Without the spots and with a small beard, he's become a rather fine-looking man. He's a good guy. The OD appears at the door of the hangar and hollers to be heard above the engine.
Wallace, the MC just called and says you are not to fly.
I holler back. I'm not flying, OD, I'm riding. I scurry up the steps and open the door, step in, and close it behind me. Takai looks up from the pilot's seat incredulously.
Kat, what the hell?
That is notable because Takai never swears. I toss my duffel to the floor and slide into the navigator's seat. So, my services are no longer required here in Bosch. Mind if I tag along to Edo? I start to take over the piloting. Takai's face is a mass of confusion, but I see him start to smile.
I have no clue what you were talking about, but yes, come to Edo with me, Kat, please.
I've negotiated our vessel to the front of the takeoff line. I'm sure there are many comments of dismay and profanity as I do so, but I'm not wearing any headphones to listen. I push the throttle up and start the move down the runway.
What changed, Kat?
Takai has taken the navigator role as we move quickly down the airstrip. I look at him and smile as the wheels leave the ground. I decided that our baby should be born at the foot of Mizuyama. I enjoy the stunned look on his face that melts into a grin. We have hours to talk before we land. Part 3. Chapter 20. Retribution. Truevale, summer 2355. I can't see enough and keep flipping my head back and forth. I don't know that I've ever seen so many vehicles or people in one place. The streets are practically alive with throngs moving in all directions as they head to work or play. The vehicles move fairly steadily, but seemingly more slowly than the people walking on the sidewalks that are lined with trees and small green spaces with plants and flowers. There is a light system on the corners that everyone seems to recognize and obey, thus allowing the mob of humanity and vehicles to take turns to get to their destinations safely. Buildings rise up, dozens upon dozens of stories with hundreds of windows in them, each looking into someone's work or home life. On the street level are shops and restaurants with spicy and delicious smells emanating from them. And Takai points out a large building across the street near a large green space that he says is filled with works of art. He promises we will go there once we settle in. It is midsummer, and the heat should be oppressive, but even with all the people, vehicles, and paving, it's not too bad. Apparently, they have constructed the buildings with green roofs, which helps feed all these people and keeps the area cooler. We are in Truevale, the capital city of the FA in the state of Eternia. I find the names ridiculous, but no one asked me. I know from the reading I've done that it is modeled after both the drowned New York City and the equally submerged Washington, D.C. of the old United States. It is set up like a wagon wheel, with the Senate and Capitol buildings in the center and streets radiating outward. There's a thriving financial district, a bustling theater section, and many other sectors dedicated to business and shopping. That's what the regular tourist descriptions say. A deeper search describes the poorer quarters of the city, where climate immigrants from far and near have settled seeking refuge. Here the windows are broken, trash piles up, and people are not safe walking alone. From what I understand, they have nailed Truevale's likeness in multiple ways to the two drowned metropolises. Yumiko and Shigeo have been invited, as they so often are, to a diplomatic affair, where the diplomatic corps of the FA and the governmental officials who wish to influence them and be influenced by them are set to meet at a variety of events. This time, they have invited Takai to have his very first taste of a formal event in the capital city. I withhold my opinions about Takai being made into a reflection of his parents. I know he views diplomacy as one of the highest callings in Edo, and I want him to be happy. They did not invite me. Takai did. I suspect they assumed I would stay home as most Edoan mothers do. But Sweet Gray's nursings have spread out enough that I figure I can actually get out and explore for a few hours, if I time it right. I arranged for Miriam and Teddy to meet us here to help with the baby. It's only the second time I will have seen Teddy since our argument, so things are still a bit tense. Miriam made him come to Edo 3 months earlier in the spring, when Gray was born. She came to be my midwife and said to Teddy and me, "I've had enough of you two avoiding each other. We are family and we love each other. Make it work." So he and I talked a bit, about anything other than work. No apologies were forthcoming from either of us, though he did tell me that Mama hadn't spoken to him for 3 days after I left, the longest silence of their married life. Go, Mama. It was wonderful to have them there. The old priestess from the temple, Aiko, who I had become friends with through the winter, had come down when the labor started, and I watched as she and Teddy shared stories and a bottle of Warner wine from District 7 as my labor ramped up and Mama and Takai began to tend to me, one with calm experience and the other with nervous concern. The labor had been fast compared to something I knew had happened but flitted outside my conscious memory. My body could feel the life inside slide down and start to emerge, but it wasn't until my final push when the babe slid into Takai and Mama's welcoming hands that I actually let myself believe a child was here. When I lifted her to my breasts and felt her warm, wet little form wiggle and her first cry ring out, Takai and I looked at each other and both of us were crying as well. Her tiny body was perfect with a respectable amount of dark, wet hair on her head and lips like a flower bud. This was a love I could feel fully. This time, Teddy groused a little about being cooped up in some overcrowded place, but I suspected he was as excited as Mama was to spend time with their newest granddaughter, and maybe even with me. I'm doing pretty well at being a mother. I'd ask if he was proud of me for my efforts at modeling how to parent after Mama and him, but I wouldn't want to kill him, and I'm not sure we can share that joke anymore, so I don't ask. Takai and I left the three of them a few minutes ago to join up with his parents as we walk through one of the most elegant sections of the city. We arrive at a restaurant called the Ancient Ebbitt Grill. It is apparently named after a famous one from the old Earth days and is decorated with dark wood and leather-like seats. It smells almost smoky. Shigeo shepherds Takai to meet the most influential diplomats and politicians, and Yumiko begins a conversation in earnest with some other diplomats, while I embrace the solitude to wander around the room, watching all the people dressed in their very best. Then I stop and correct myself in my head. This is just lunch. They must have evening finery that far exceeds what I see now. I consider the dress I brought, the one Yumiko suggested, and I think I may have to go shopping before this evening's major affair. I find the idea of being judged on one's clothes more than a bit annoying, but I want to do my best for Takai. I wonder where I should go. Someone local will know. I see a young man, clean-shaven, whose hair keeps drifting into his eyes, putting in a drink order at the bar. He is dressed in the uniform of the waitstaff at the grill. He steps off to a small anteroom near the bar, then leans back and heaves a deep breath out, his hand combing his brown hair back. Looks like a tough job. He looks over at me and smiles broadly. It's okay. Not as much fun as the theater, but the pay is steady. You're an actor. I'm delighted with this. That seems like a wonderful thing to do. Acting out some of the most amazing stories from ancient to old to modern days. I raise my hand in greeting the way I've seen the Truevale people do. I'm Kat. He grins and gestures back. I'm Luke. I do love it, but so do what feels like about a quarter of the people that live in Truevale. There's a lot of competition. Wow, I can't even imagine. Then I consider, well, actually, I can. I proceed to describe the dress I brought from Edo and the event I will attend tonight. He looks aghast and quickly pulls up the name and street address of a shop on his personal comm and scrawls it on a napkin that he tucks in my belt. We both are standing and watching some of the diplomats and congresspeople chat and preen and hold court when a man walks up to us and inquires after Luke's last audition. I think it went pretty well, Mr. Reston. Luke nods vigorously. I should hear by the end of the week. He smiles at both the man and me. But I'd better get back to work for now. Good to meet you, Kat. See you, Mr. Reston. As Luke goes back to supplying the Corps and the government with food and drink, the man turns and introduces himself. I'm Phil Reston. I generally am invited and then shunned at these events, as I am a special prosecutor for the government. I investigate members of the Senate and the House who may be accused of some wrongdoings, mostly excess parking tickets or indiscreet relationships with staffers. Fairly dull stuff, though. He trails off. I smile. Phil is just a shade taller than I am, with sandy brown hair and a small mustache. He is good-looking in a refined way, and well-dressed, but nothing over the top. The part that interests me is that he seems less interested in the power of the people he talks and works with, and more interested in doing the right thing. I like that. Though, sounds like there is more there. He gives me a questioning look. I nod. Introductions are important. I'm Kat Wallace. I'm here with my partner, Takai Shima, and his parents. I gesture in their direction. Shigeo and Yumiko Shima? He asks. Yes. They are well known for their diplomatic skills. He smiles politely. I let out a small hoot of a laugh. That's what I understand. However, the skills don't always translate to a pseudo-daughter-in-law, especially a Bosch one. Phil gives a warm laugh in response. So, how did you come to be from Edo if you are Bosch? Takai worked on a Fed ship for a number of years, and that's where we met. He is considering a career in diplomacy as well. Quite honestly, and here I put my hands up in a mock hopeless gesture, I'm pretty sure I would be a detriment to that career arc. Diplomacy is not my strong suit. I'm far more the bull in a china shop personality. Phil laughs. I have a tendency toward that myself, but law school trained me to keep it in check and only bring it out when I need to press a witness. I'm working on modulating it. I smile. Parenting has helped greatly, so finish your though thought. You're tenacious. Phil looks at me under his eyebrows, then shrugs. Though, there's always whisperings of larger, darker issues, and those are the ones I want to nail down and prosecute.
The peoples of the Federal Alliance deserve a government that they can be proud of, one that actually serves the people, not takes advantage of them. I most definitely like this man, and would continue the conversation, but I remember the napkin in my belt and the dress in my room and excuse myself to go make a quick purchase. Yumiko and Shigeo have called Takai several times wanting to know if we were ready. We are not. We are dressing in Mama and Papa's room so they can be with Gray, and neither she nor I will become distracted with each other. I hadn't realized earlier that even the president is slated to be at this formal dinner and dance affair, preceded by a cocktail hour, which I definitely plan to embrace. I am so glad I went shopping. I was very nervous about buying an elegant dress, but am delighted with the result. I stand in front of the full-length mirror in the washroom, staring at myself as if it was the first time I had ever looked in one. Instead of seeing myself in a simple linen dress that covers me from shoulder to knee in a flowered print with a matching tie around the waist and flat cotton slippers, all a gift from Yumiko, I am wearing a form-fitting black dress that has no shoulders but just cups and covers my breasts, which are still plump with milk even though I nursed not long before. When I look over my shoulder at the back, I see it clings to my bottom, and the flag and sails with the roses entwined from the pirate tattoos that Adam made for me are fully on display on my bare shoulders. There is an overdress of sparkling fabric that shimmers from my waist, sweeping over the snug black fabric. Both skirts have a slit in them on the right side extending to my upper thigh. I think it is there both to allow me to actually walk and to add to the show of skin that the saleswoman swore to me was the latest in fashion. She even gave me some makeup to help camouflage some of the scars that remain on my shoulders and breasts. A shimmering necklace glitters on my chest and crosses the fine scar that runs up from my collarbone across my neck toward my ear that has a matching jewel on it, as does its mate. I even bought shoes with some heels to them, a concession to style I truly hate. I am impressed with myself that I can wear this dress now and feel comfortable and confident after all that happened in Bell Coast. I step out of the washroom and see Takai struggling with his neckwear in front of the half mirror on the wall near the door. "Can I help you, love?" He turns to me, and I see his frustrated expression melt. His eyes glow with admiration tinged with desire. He stares for a moment and moistens his lips with his tongue. "You look amazing, Kat." He breathlessly runs a finger along my bare shoulder to the top of the dress. I smile and move behind him to fix his neckwear. We don't get to play dress-up often, do we? Maybe we can play other things later. This I breathe into his ear. "Later cannot come soon enough," he replies, as he turns and pulls me in for a kiss that starts with my lips and moves quickly on. We arrive fashionably late and more than a bit flushed to the event. Yumiko approaches, looking both shocked and disappointed. I see she is dressed in a lovely silk kimono with her hair done up traditionally and a strand of pearls around her neck. As she starts to hustle Takai off to Shigeo's side, she turns to me and says in a loud whisper, "You should get a cover. You are my granddaughter's mother, after all." I smile. I really, really like this dress, even more now. I head to the bar to get one of the promised cocktails, enjoying the feeling of heads shifting toward me as I walk by. I lean on the sleek bar and put my foot on the rail at its base, watching the event. Perrine, the bartender, has made me one of the best bourbon cocktails I've ever had, and I plan to have one more before the night is over. I start to walk around the expansive room to get a look at the rest of the folks. As I stroll, I see an immense table covered with canapes and large floral centerpieces. The extravagance is a bit nauseating, but who am I to talk? I laid down quite a few markers for my lovely in-your-face Yumiko dress. I move to one end of the table to see Philip Reston, all dressed up as well, chatting animatedly with a group of what I have to imagine are senators. I move farther into the room and see more groups of men and women all hard at work networking, yet all attempting to appear as if they are at leisure. I look over to the corner of the room, where there are stationed several dark-suited men and one woman who all stand at attention and watch the crowd. The FA president must be sitting beyond them. What a thankless job it must be to be in charge. It's bad enough for Teddy, even though he swears he loves it. But the FA is huge, and the problems and complexities must be immense. Still, I move to position myself to see him. After all, how often does one get a glimpse of the most powerful person on the planet? I crane my neck a bit and see him sitting on a sofa laughing at something someone has said. I shift my glance to the man who has made the president laugh, and my world collapses in on me.
The room tilts, then spins. I feel my pulse quicken and my breathing goes shallow. I reach out to grasp a table to remain standing, shaking it a bit and garnering a few complaints from the occupants of the chairs surrounding it. Can't be him. Why would he be here? I feel panic start to rise in my throat, and I begin to look for a safe place to hide. Oh my God. Gray's tiny baby face floods my mind. I must get to her and protect her. But wait, Teddy is there. He will protect her. I know he will. I've moved backward away from him and from the table I had jostled. Yes, Teddy can protect her, but who will protect me? My eyes dart from where he leans, charmingly telling some story to look for an exit. But they stop at an immense, ornate mirror on the wall. I gaze at myself for the second time tonight. I look at my face and body and run my finger along the scar. I take a deep, steadying breath and look down at my right forearm, reaching out and touching both marks with my right hand. My panic is quickly ebbing, replaced by cold fury and that part of my brain that can plan the shit out of a mission. What do I need to accomplish this mission? A weapon. Maybe a knife from the kitchen? Another breath. Drawing blood won't be well met at a formal event like this. Do I care? My eyes flick over to Takai, whom I know has been keeping his eyes on me as much as he can. It's not just about me anymore, I remind myself. What are my options? I look around the room and there, once again, is Philip Preston. Maybe. Phil! I interrupt a man talking energetically to the group that Philip is a part of. The man scowls at me, likely because I ruined his story. I give him my be glad I don't kill you look, which quiets him as expected, before turning my attention back to Phil. Cat Wallace, right? Phil looks both amused and intrigued. Let's go talk over here. I have no patience for social niceties at this juncture. Phil wrinkles his brow but steps over to a quiet corner that I indicate. You want larger and darker, right? I come quickly to the point. Well, yes. He looks curiously at me. What do you know? I turn and gesture subtly toward the group in the far back. Who is that man in the jacket with the red stripe next to the president? Phil Preston follows my gaze, and I see his eyes widen slightly. He looks back at me inquiringly. Seriously? You don't know who he is? Rob Abernathy, junior senator, handsome, charming, wealthy, slated to be the next in line for the Federal Alliance presidency. So, he is in line to get what he believes he is owed? I'll see about that. Oh, I know him. My mouth is in a tight line. I just didn't know his name. Where do you know him from? Phil's voice has shifted. He's no longer chatting with me. He is collecting evidence. I look into Phil's eyes. They seem honest. I have become a pretty good judge of character over the past several years. I believe I can trust him. I turn my arm up and gesture to my brand, and I tell Phil a summary of how I know this Rob Abernathy. How I know him. Phil is perfectly silent throughout the story. Though, when I begin to detail some of the more gruesome interactions with Abernathy, I see him move between where Abernathy sits chatting with some of the most powerful folk on the planet, and me. It is a sweet, chivalrous move, unnecessary, but sweet. As I draw the story to a close, he says earnestly, We need to get you out of here. I'm sorry, but I'll need you to tell that story again in my office where I can record it. He reaches into his jacket and hands me a card with his name and address. Say tomorrow at 9 a.m.? I will tell that story whenever and wherever you ask me to, and to whomever you ask me to tell it, if it will put an end to that man. I gesture toward him, toward Abernathy, and narrow my eyes. Telling the tale has moved me even more to seek revenge. But I will not run from him ever again. Phil looks at me and reaches out to gently touch my elbow. So you want to stay? Oh, yes. My chin lifted. I'm Bosch. I do not run from an enemy. I hear a sigh from this man next to me. Cat, I will implement and complete a full investigation to these accusations, and if they hold, and I believe they will, I will throw the full weight of my office into prosecuting Abernathy. I will do what we can, but our reach is limited. It depends on many factors, and he is a powerful man. I will need evidence. With evidence, perhaps, and just perhaps,
A court will allow us to maybe freeze his assets, seize his property, and do what it takes to convict him for federal and international crimes. How about you try not to kill him before I can get that done, or at least begun?
He gives me a small smile. I can't help but give a short laugh. I'll do my best. But at least give me the pleasure of playing with my prey a bit before you take it from me. Phil gives me an extended sidelong look.
I know who I'll bet on in a fight.
I grin. You'll make good money. I nod to him as I prepare to return to my wandering the venue, though this time with more of a purpose. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I spend the rest of the evening keeping Abernathy in my sights, watching him charmingly work the room, entrancing groups of people with his stories, which he emphasizes with hand gestures. Those hands. They've rained down so much terror and pain. I feel my heart harden. Never again. I check in periodically with Takai, who is obviously confused with my shift in mood, but I'm not prepared to explain again here. I gently touch his arm. I love you, Takai. We'll talk when this night is over. To his credit, he simply furrows his brow as he always does when concerned, squeezes my hand and whispers I love you into my ear. The evening meal begins. We are all escorted into a large room with its perimeter lined with tables. Somehow I am separated from Takai, not just by his parents, but also by 2 other Adoan diplomats. Just as well tonight. The president sits in the center of the far wall, and on his right sits Rob Abernathy. I stare at the man, trying to understand how all these people can be oblivious to his cruelty. He looks up from the amuse-bouche and sees me staring at him. No. Him. I have his name now, and I think of the old books I have read that give power to knowing someone's true name. He smiles charmingly without recognition and raises his glass. I lift mine in response. The game is on. I continue the game of gazing and smiling. As the salad is cleared, I see the table set for the requested entree. I'm stunned and somewhat appalled to see how many meat knives are laid out. Don't these people know how many resources, including human, that meat requires? Trouvaille is truly a monument to excess consumerism. However, it is to my advantage that the gent to my right has ordered the meat. I quietly lift the steak knife that has been set out for my neighbor and cover it with my napkin. My fish doesn't require such a tool, and while I'm not intending to kill him, at least not here, not now, it's still good to have a weapon. I decide I've played the anonymous card for the final time. I want him to recognize me. I smile broadly and then turn my neck and run my hand along my scar. For all I know, that doesn't set me apart, but it is all I have from a distance. It works. I see his face cloud as he thinks, then it clears, and his chin lifts. His eyes are aflame as he realizes it is me. I grin and turn my right hand over, raising my middle finger. I see him motion to one of his men, then he gazes across the room at me and smiles his most charming and predatory smile. I chuckle at the ruse and pull the meat knife from under my lap, pointing it upward, rubbing the blade lovingly, never breaking my gaze with him. I want him to know my intention. He wrinkles his brow and looks away. I glance around the room. Most everyone is focused on their meal or on impressing the people around them. However, I see Phil looking at me, and when I catch his eye, he waggles his finger at me as if I'm an errant child. I smile. I hear Edenise being spoken near me in urgent, hushed tones and look at Takai. He's in an argument with Shigeo. I hear the word knife and something like control her. At that, I hear Takai bark a laugh that effectively shuts down the conversation. I would like to tell Takai I appreciate his support, and I will, but I must finish here first. I maintain eye contact off and on throughout the meal with Rob, alternating between looking coyly at him and making vague gestures with my knife. When the servers clear the table, I hold on to my weapon. I hear the band warm up and then begin a traditional FA song. The president stands and invites his partner to dance. I quickly create a hidden holster for my weapon and make my way toward Abernathy. As I pass Phil Reston, I hear him ask, "What the hell are you doing?" Under his breath, I smile beatifically at him. "Just enjoying the evening, Phil. I suggest you do the same." I imagine he is sure I will do something rash, and I may. As I start across the room, I see Abernathy coming my way. I decide to let him cross the distance. He comes upon me. I'd forgotten how tall he was. I look up at him. His face is framed with his boyish blonde hair, and as handsome as the first time I saw it. But now I can see the sinister darkness contained in it. His deep blue eyes, usually devoid of emotion, have the hunger there that he gets when he needs to hurt someone. "How delightful to see you again." Rob Abernathy's voice is warm and smooth. Hearing it again twangs the panic in my brain, but I calm it. He continues. "I'm fascinated to hear how you have appeared here. Shall we dance?" I look into the face of my tormentor and will myself to maintain control. I'm planning on making an early night of it, but I think I can manage a dance and a short conversation. But in case you have any other intentions, Senator Abernathy, I use his name and title intentionally, be aware. I shift the slits in my dress to show the meat knife tied to my thigh with a white dinner napkin. I will not hesitate to cut your heart out, assuming you do have one. He raises his eyebrows as we begin the traditional dance. I have to consciously suppress the flinch my flesh calls for when he lays a hand on my waist. "I think that would reflect badly on you. What was your name?" He gives me a sympathetic pout. "Oh, I remember. It's Mary. To be clear, my name is not Mary." Right now, I care nothing for how it may reflect. I'm a member of the Bosch pirate force, and I make my own rules. As I think this, I realize that no argument I have with Papa, nor time away from Bosch, can change who I am. I am Bosch. I hold my chin high. He snorts out a derisive laugh at my words, then narrows his eyes and squeezes my waist hard with his hand. "You are nothing. You are weak and subject to my whims and the whims of whoever owns you now." He leans in and whispers in my ear, but there is anger in his voice. "You are disposable, and I shall dispose of you after I am sated." I smile widely at this. Such a display of emotion means I have gotten under his skin. Let's dig a bit more. I make a tisking sound. "Oh, so much anger, dear Rob. Do you see me as a threat, then?" I look into his empty eyes. Well, that's as it should be. Remember, I actually know where the bodies are buried, as I buried them myself. How will it play with your presidential dreams when I make that public? I tilt my head, showing off my scar, and put on my best coquettish smile. I see the darkness descend in him and know I have awoken the dangerous side. But it no longer brings me fear. "You cunt!" Abernathy spits. He raises his hand to strike me, but I just as quickly go for the knife on my thigh. I'll happily finish this here. Suddenly, Phil Reston appears and gently lays his fingertips on my shoulder, tapping Rob on his with his other hand. "May I cut in?" he asks pseudo-gallantly. I shrug without taking my eyes from Abernathy, who has quickly let his hand drop to his side. I shift my hand from my thigh, leaving the knife in place. Abernathy glowers at us as Phil and I take up the dance. We start to move away from him, but Phil pauses, then turns to him and says in a calm, steady voice, "Oh, and Senator Abernathy, please don't leave town. As you will be under investigation, leaving the area will result in legal questions and consequences." He smiles at the senator. "And who are you, Reston? You have no power over me. You should go back to tallying the parking fines. I will do as I please." "I have a team of people for that," Phil says in a calm voice. "My power is limited, yes, but perhaps you should think of the optics." Phil waves his hand toward the windows, where a large group of photographers and reporters wait to talk with the elite as they leave. "Perhaps you don't want to be seen fleeing the interview." I see Abernathy's eyes flick up to follow Phil's gesture and his face darken. I stare at that face one final time before Phil dances me away, saying just loud enough for him to hear, "You're a dead man." Phil looks at me as I breathe and bring myself back from attack mode. "Kat, you handed this to me. Give me the chance to do what I do. A lawful investigation. I need evidence, and it needs to be more than just your testimony. But you can lead me. I believe you. And I want to see him taken down. But it is my job to convince the court and the jury to do that." I can tell he is pleading for me to step back. He gives a small laugh. "But I tell you what, Kat, if I miss, then you can take him out. Your way, and I won't see it.
and I won't ever admit I said that.
I look at Phil. He so earnestly wants to do the right thing and do it within the law. It is admirable. And I was the one who came to him. I purse my lips and tilt my head, considering. Then I nod in assent. Your way first, Phil. I trust you.
Let's get started, shall we?
Phil looks at Takai and me as we sit across the table from him. He has set up a recorder to capture my story. Takai insisted last night and again this morning that he should come with me. I am not sold on the idea. Last night, we had arrived back at our rooms in the hotel. Mama and Papa were there in the sitting area with Gray sound asleep in the next room. My breasts were so full I thought they would burst, but I knew I had put off explaining to Takai for long enough. What the hell was going on tonight, Kat? Takai pulled off his neckwear and turned to me. It was a measure of how upset he was that he started the conversation in front of my family. Usually he is very discreet about everything. Additionally, he swore, but that could just be from being around me so much. You spent the entire night in that Phil Reston's company or pursuing Senator Abernathy. If I was the jealous type. I gave a quick laugh. That was a bit rich, given some of the messages that I've seen him receive from the women in his past. He says they are just being sociable, but I don't send messages like that. Mama tugged at Papa's sleeve and tried to pull him toward the door, but Papa had his protective look on and was eyeing Takai suspiciously. Men are strange creatures. Mama, Papa, I want you both to stay for a bit. The story is for all of you. I quickly began to summarize who Phil Reston is and who Rob Abernathy was to me. I did not want to go into detail as I was very interested in getting to Nurse, but they all had so many questions. Eventually, it was too much, and I retrieved my daughter and sat on the couch holding court with a baby at my breast. When Abernathy's role in my life became apparent, Mama and Takai were shocked and very solicitous. Papa had a far more closed expression on his face. I recognized the look. There was something more he knew. We would have to talk later. But he looked at the makeshift holster on my thigh for the meat knife and nodded approvingly. That was well thought out, girl, well thought. I hugged them both, and then I slipped into the bedroom with Gray to dream feed my girl. So here I am now, in Special Prosecutor Philip Reston's office with Takai in tow, ready to tell the whole story. I turned to Takai and touched his arm gently. My love, I can't concentrate knowing that Gray isn't with one of us. Can you please go and check on her? She is perfectly safe with your folks. I want to support you here. Takai reaches out and squeezes my hand. Please. It will be the most support, knowing you are with her. I give him an encouraging smile. He wrinkles his brow but nods and then makes his way to the door. I'll bring her over when she's hungry then. Oh, please do. The door clicks shut and I turn to Phil, my soft expression giving way to a more determined one. He doesn't need to hear me tell the story. It will be hard enough for him to read the transcripts. Let's get on with this. Phil had quietly watched the entire conversation between Takai and me and now nods. Okay then. Let's start with how you were taken from your home. He has a pad of paper for note-taking on his lap and he clicks on the recorder and looks at me expectantly. I freeze and stare at the floral pattern on the rug at my feet. They're pink blossoms and green leaves against a blue background. I move my feet over the carpet. I'd like to feel it on my bare feet. I wonder how rugs are made. This pattern looks like cherry blossoms, which are very Adoan. Kat? Where are you? I asked about when you were taken from the North Country? I hear the recorder click off. I narrow my eyes and bite my lip. Let's start somewhere else. Weirdly, I don't actually fully remember what happened when I was taken. I shake my head as ghosts of memories threaten to push their way out of the box that confines them. A wave of nausea threatens. I tamp down the box and put a rock on it. Phil just nods. Kat, we will start where you want to start. He clicks on the recorder. Okay. I take a deep breath in and begin. That first time, Bell Coast, fall 2347. I don't really want to talk about the first time. He had me come to his rooms, because even now, I still flush with humiliation. But I will, because it helps to know what he is. It was in the late fall, though it wasn't cold on the island. And I had only been there a few weeks. I'd been working in the gardens all day, digging and mulching in various beds on the estate, and now as the sun was starting to set, I was near the backside of the villa, just puttering about, weeding and deadheading, noting the plants I was familiar with, when a guard tapped my shoulder and told me to go to the house. At the back door, his young assistant was there, and he directed me to wash my hands and face and take the indicated tray up to his rooms. I turned to go to the kitchen to wash, and the assistant stopped me and pointed toward one of the household washrooms.
Use that, and the soap in there. Just don't make a mess.
I wanted to comment that I was more than capable of washing my hands without creating chaos, but I had learned to keep my tongue in check, most of the time. The assistant gave me directions to his rooms. I walked the heavy tray to the area of the third-floor hallway, pausing at the landing of the first 2 flights to catch my breath as I steadied the tray on the banisters. There, just as the assistant had described, was the small, bare-topped, polished wood table near a door that was framed with ornate carvings that resembled wild roses, winding up and across the length and width of the door, and then blossoming in the 4 corners. It was one of the prettiest things I had seen, and I set the tray on the small table and paused for a moment to let my fingers trace the raised likeness of the flowers. There were no thorns, though. That should have tipped me off. I knocked, and soon the door was opened, and I saw him, for the first time, close up. He was tall and slender, but carried himself with the confidence that handsome men have. And he was handsome. His face was clean-shaven with a rosy flush to his skin, and his jaw was strong. Angular cheekbones pulled my eye to his high forehead, where his sandy blonde hair was perfectly coiffed, sweeping across his brow and above the collar of his suit, which was clean and looked like it had been made just to fit him. Probably had been. I was suddenly self-conscious of the ill-fitting, dirt-smudged tunic and leggings I wore, and shifted uncomfortably. His eyes, very blue with thick dark lashes, took me in, but as he looked at me, he smiled. "Ah, there's my dinner companion." He made a sweeping motion with his arm toward the room. "Do come in. I'll get the tray." The word companion threw me, and I was uncertain what to do, so I said, "Oh, no, sir, I can manage it. Just tell me where you want me to put it." But before I had finished the comment, he had lifted the tray from the table and carried it easily with one hand to a low table skirted by an easy chair and a small sofa, each upholstered with intricate brocade fabrics. "Come, Mary, sit down and tell me about my gardens." As I sat on the very edge of the sofa where he had indicated, very conscious of not wanting to sully the beautiful fabric, he lifted the covers on the food one by one, and I felt saliva start up in my mouth as the scents of the feast hit my nostrils. There was roasted chicken with rosemary and a side of roasted potatoes all brown and crispy. Another plate held sliced red tomatoes that I knew had to have been brought in, since it wasn't tomato season here. They were served with some type of soft white cheese, and there was a dark stream of dressing on them. A basket held small rolls that I'd seen old Dorothy shaping and baking, and there was a tiny dish with what had to be fresh butter. The final cup he uncovered had some sort of egg custard in it, but the top glistened with some topping that looked crunchy and golden. Next to it were actual berries. Again, it had to be imported, as there were no berry bushes producing currently on the island. My breath was coming quickly, and I couldn't speak as my senses took in all that the tray held. I licked my lips and swallowed. I hadn't seen that much food since last year's holidays in the North Country. I was so mesmerized by the delicious smells and the eye feast that I didn't hear him start to laugh. It was a warm laugh, and it made me relax. I looked up, and he was holding a tall glass shaped like a tulip with a crystal stem out to me. There was a golden liquid with bubbles in it. "Champagne, Mary?" His smile was warm, and his voice was kind. Is it all right?" My words were halting and unsure, but I looked right at him. His laugh rolled around me again. "If I say it's all right, then it is. This is my island." I felt a smile on my lips as I took the glass. "Thank you." I hesitated to drink it as I didn't know the conventions of the place. I glanced up at him, and he smiled and held his own glass aloft. "To my newest but very capable, very lovely gardener.
I'm sure you are going to be a marvelous asset here." He leaned toward me and our glasses touched with a musical ring. I took a small sip and was delighted by the sweet, sparkly flavor of the beverage. I smiled and took another, longer drink, and I heard him laugh. "Pace yourself, Mary. Have some dinner with me, and tell me where you learned to garden." So the night went. I shared his meal. Well, in reality, I ate most of it. There were flavors that I'd never tasted before. I was entranced with the meal. I told him about taking care of farms back in the North Country, and about how my grandmother had taught me about planting and harvesting any number of plants. He shared with me his pride in the roses he kept back at his home on the mainland, and told me how meticulous he had to be to get them to bloom strongly every year. He spoke of his wife and son and young daughter. He had gotten his son a bicycle for his birthday the next day. We talked far into the night. Really, I mostly listened to him talk about himself and his dreams and ambitions. He seemed to know so much about the world. "I have ideas, Mary, good ideas, like how to strengthen the FA. The Alliance is weak in its defenses. They need me. I will have the position and the power I'm owed in this world. And the world will thank me." He took a sip of champagne. "But what about you? You must have a dream." I didn't dare say that I wanted freedom, but I tried to hint at it in a different way. "I want some land of my own. Someday. I've always taken care of other people's farms and gardens, but never had any that was mine. I'd like that." He smiled so warmly at me. "A fine little dream for my fine little gardener. Don't worry, Mary. I'll be sure you are taken care of here." I smiled a little, but it didn't seem he had heard what I'd really said. Then he went back to talking about himself. Finally, I heard the clock chime midnight, and he turned his head toward me. "Oh, dear, Mary, I've kept us both up far too long." He stood up from the chair and extended a hand to me. I took it, and he gently helped me up. I felt my head spin a bit from the champagne, and then he put both of his large, smooth hands over my smaller, rougher one. He released them, and then motioned to the door. His hand was softly resting on my lower back as we walked to the door. He opened it. "This has been a delightful evening. I very much enjoyed our visit. You have a very comforting presence. Please come dine with me again." His thumb traced my jawline on the left, and then touched the thick braid that hung down my back. "You have such lovely long hair." I felt a warm flush. I wasn't sure if it was from the champagne or from his words or from his touch. But I glanced down and smiled. "It was wonderful. I will definitely come again. Thank you." I actually thanked him. I was such a fool. I'm silent as I reflect, and Phil leans forward and turns off the recorder. There's a knock at the door, and Phil stands to open it. Takai is there, holding Gray, who coos and dimples as Phil greets her and exclaims over her. But once she's in my arms, she begins making those hungry, nuzzling half-cries that cause my letdown to happen. I quickly put her to my breast, and she hungrily attaches herself and starts to suckle. Phil stands near the door and chats with Takai, who is looking worriedly over at me. I smile up at him reassuringly. It's good to have this break, and to remember that what I'm telling Phil is not what is true for me any longer. As she finishes, I put her to my shoulder for a burp. Takai comes close and touches my face, then takes the bag on his shoulder off and unpacks several snacks for me. I'm in awe at how well he knows me and what I need. I get ravenous after nursing. I'll be done here soon, love. Thank you for all of this. I could come back, you know. I know, I'm fine. I touch his hand reassuringly. The door closes and I take a deep breath. Let's get this done, Phil. Absolutely. He sits down and turns the recorder on. After the first time. The second and the third time started the same way. I was called in from the gardens in the evening, and his assistant told me to wash up and take his dinner tray, my dinner tray, up to him. I tried not to smile, but I washed more carefully and tried to make myself presentable, even undoing and rebraiding my hair and sponging off my dirt-smudged clothing. I thought the assistant would be impatient with my delay as I primped. Now, of course, the idea that I was primping for him makes me nauseous. The assistant didn't care. In fact, he looked bored when I returned from the washroom and took up the tray. I knocked on the door and he opened it, welcoming me in and taking the tray from my hands. We drank champagne. He shared his meal. He put on music and showed me how to dance with him to it. We talked and laughed. I felt seen and needed. He spoke of the people in the FA who wanted to see him fail, and then reiterated that he would prevail and gain the position and power that was rightfully his. He gave me gifts. Here. He handed me a length of satiny green ribbon the second time I visited. Hair as luxurious as yours needs to be accentuated. Go into the washroom and braid this into your hair. There's a brush I put there for you, my pet. I complied, willingly, happily. I had never had a hair ribbon before. Some of the wealthier girls in my secondary school class had small ribbons at the ends of their braids back in the North Country, but it was beyond my family's reach, and besides, my mom and dad had no interest in calling attention to me. No one I knew had even had such a length of ribbon just for their hair. I sat on the cushioned stool in front of the mirror and considered how to use it. I sat for several minutes unwinding and brushing my hair. He stood at the door watching me. I attached the ribbon and began to experiment. The first few tries were not to either of our liking, and we both laughed at the results. Finally, he came next to me. Here, let me try. He picked up the hairbrush and ran it through my hair, and then attached the ribbon and began to braid. I'd never known a man who could braid before. His hands were gentle in my hair, and I could see him in the mirror concentrating on his work. He finished and put my braid over my shoulders so I could see his handiwork. The green brings out the green in your eyes, he said, as he rested his hands lightly on my shoulders, the weight of them conveying strength held back. It's quite becoming. As he walked me to the door that night after I had hung on his words for hours like the foolish girl I was, he again touched my braid, this time lifting it in his hands. You keep this ribbon safe, Mary. Bring it with you next time. Don't trust the other workers. I'm sure they are jealous of you and your lovely hair. So I was careful. I hid the ribbon and started to avoid speaking to the other thralls during work and in the bunk room any more than was essential. The next time I was summoned, I was careful to braid it into my hair before I arrived, and when he saw it, he smiled and nodded. You are a quick study, Mary. How delightful to know there is a good mind in that lovely head. Again, the compliments fed my soul. I was so unused to them. They pulled me into his aura that exuded charisma and charm. No one had ever been so kind to me, not even my grandmother, and she was the only one in my family who gave two shits about me. That time, he gave me a small braided ribbon bracelet of blue, green, and purple. As he tied it on my left wrist, his fingers then went to my brand, tracing it with almost a tender touch. I found my breath coming more quickly as he did this. He smiled at me, and then turned and put on music for a pre-dinner dance. That night as I left, he pulled my tunic sleeve down over the bracelet, and again, he cautioned me not to trust my fellow enslaved workers. You are special, Mary, like me, and the common folk hate those of us that are special. There was a lag time between that visit and the next. I'm quite sure he knew that I was wanting to come to his rooms. Eager, even. One day, he and two other people, a man and a woman, were walking in the back of the estate, looking at the garden beds I'd worked hard to make lovely. The woman held his arm. I was planting some new perennials that had just arrived when they walked by the bed I was tending. I paused and used the back of my hand to wipe sweat from my brow as I sat back on my heels. The woman spoke to him. Is it just me, or are the thralls getting younger and dirtier here? Her laughter at her own comment rang like the sound of our champagne glasses meeting. He glanced at me, as if I was part of the landscape, and said, I think you may be right, my dear. They certainly are dirtier. I remember I felt hurt and jealous. 2 evenings later, I was summoned. My stomach was all aflutter, and I tried to make myself as clean as possible, though I had been planting again all day. When I arrived at his door, he opened it, before I even knocked, taking the tray but saying nothing. He took me by the hand and walked me to the washroom. The tub was filled with steaming water, and there was a variety of scented soaps with a washcloth on the small table next to it. 2 thick white towels sat on another table, and there was a plug-in handheld hair-drying machine sitting on the shelf in front of the mirror. He finally spoke. I thought you might want to have a chance to get properly clean. You'll find a change of clothing on the back of the door." Then he turned and stepped out, pulling the door closed behind him. On the back of the door was a gown. It was a deep blue, but there were green, purple, and gold threads shot through the fabric, making it almost iridescent. There was a flat braided belt with it, in green, blue, and purple. It matched my bracelet. The gown was far more magnificent than any dress I'd ever seen, though at the time I hadn't seen many. I stripped off my smelly, dirty tunic and leggings and underclothes and stepped into the tub of water. I sank down. It had been months since I had fully bathed. I took my time soaping my body and my hair and rinsing them, first in the tub and then with the handheld spray mechanism. The soaps left my skin feeling soft and smooth. I stepped out and wrapped my body in a towel, focusing on my hair. Usually it took hours for it to dry, but I suspected the hairdryer would speed that. It was my first time using one. Eventually my hair was dry enough to style, and I braided it with the ribbon I kept with me. I then wrapped the braid around my head and pinned it with the hairpins I found in a cup on the shelf next to the dryer. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and was pleased. Then I approached the gown. I would not put my underclothes back on, as they were too filthy to be next to this dress. I removed the dress from the wooden hanger and slipped it over my head. It shimmered down over my body, and I slipped my arms into the small sleeves that puffed out from the curve of my shoulders. I pulled the belt taut and crossed it, the front under my breasts, and then wrapped it once around my back and finally tied it loosely in the front, so the ends of the ties spilled down from just below my belly almost to the floor. I walked to the mirror and gasped. My shoulders and chest, to the top curve of my breasts, were bare except for the puffed sleeves. The tie supported my breasts and accentuated them, and the shimmering fabric that flowed down from there seemed to change colors as I moved. It was beautiful, but still I was self-conscious about the top. I jumped as I heard a knock on the door. "Mary, are you ready? We don't want the food to be cold nor the champagne to be warm." His voice was warm. I'll be right there." I walked to the door and opened it, keeping one hand covering as much of my chest as possible. The sitting room was dim compared to the washroom. He stood in front of me. "Magnificent. Just as I imagined." He barely breathed those words. Then he reached into the inner pocket of his long jacket. "Turn around." It was a command. I obeyed. "Move your hand, Mary." I dropped my hand. I felt a cool, heavy necklace placed around my throat and felt his hands fumble slightly as he fastened it. "Turn around." I obeyed again. He looked at me with his intense blue eyes. I could almost feel them as they ate up my hair and my face, my throat and my bare chest and my naked arms. As his gaze traveled over the gown, I wondered if it was really on my body or if I stood there nude. He was breathing quickly. I was young but not naive. I knew what was likely going to happen next. He lifted one hand and touched my left ear, tracing a line down and across my smooth throat to the peak of my right collarbone. Then he pulled me to him, and he began to kiss me, holding me hard by my shoulders. I didn't move my body, but I admit I kissed him back. Then, surprisingly, he pushed me away. His eyes narrowed slightly. "What is your game, Mary?" I was confused and opened my mouth to protest that there was no game, but he put a finger over my lips. "Let us enjoy our meal." He took my hand and led me to the table and soft chairs where we had eaten previously, and then he handed me a full glass of champagne. "Wait," he said as I started to lift the glass to my lips. He leaned over and picked up a small crystal box with a gold filigree base. He opened it and removed what looked like a small brown nugget with gold and silver veins sparkling through it. "A treat, just for you. Glitter, direct from Bosch. Open." Again I obeyed and received the nugget. It was earthy and bitter, but had a slightly sweet overtone. I chewed it and swallowed it as he watched. Now he was smiling. We sat down and clinked our glasses and began to eat and talk. His mood seemed slightly altered, but he still talked of how he had gained the first level of power in the FA. "I will have what is due me, Mary." As we ate and drank champagne, I could feel my mind becoming fuzzy, and time seemed to stretch. I heard myself laughing louder than usual.
and I felt like my body needed to move. So when he put music on and suggested we dance, I rose, eagerly, though staggered a bit, surprising myself. He caught me and we began to sway to the music, our bodies very close. The swish of the fabric of my gown seemed loud and my lips felt dry, so I kept running my tongue over them. I heard a door open, and then I was boosted onto a bed, and then, well, what you would expect to happen, happened. I must have fallen asleep because I woke when I felt my body pulled to the hard floor. I was naked except for the necklace, my bracelet, and the ribbon in my braid, which now hung down my back. He stood over me, fully dressed, and his face was dark and angry. "You are trying to ruin me, aren't you, Mary? You came in here like a slut trying to break up my marriage, keep me from the power and position that I am due." I protested. No, it's not like that." His fist came down hard on my cheek. "You are not to speak unless I give you leave." He reached over and pulled open a drawer to bring out a cat-o'-nine-tails. I had seen and felt one before while being trafficked, before being sold here. I quailed at the sight, and he seemed to stand a bit straighter. What seemed to be a smile but looked more like bared teeth appeared on his face. The whip came down on me and I cried out. Then I saw how pleased he was. I decided I wouldn't give him the pleasure of my pain. The whip bit into my breasts and belly once, twice, and I turned my head, refusing to make a sound. "You want this. You know you deserve this," he hissed in my ear, as he lifted me from the floor and pushed me face down on the bed and began to whip my back and buttocks. I could feel the skin open and the blood begin to ooze after the first 20 or so lashes. At some point, he threw the whip aside and, grabbing my braid, raped me, accusing me with each stroke of forcing him to betray his marriage. Afterward, he found the whip again and went to work. I passed out after a time, letting blackness take me. I came to, and he stood there next to the side of the bed. It was still night, and I could see moonlight coming in through a gap in the curtains. I thought about running to the window and throwing myself out, hoping the fall would kill me. But then I heard his voice, soft and kind. "Oh, Mary, look what you made me do. Why did you do that? Here, I have some salve. Let me put it on. But first, take more glitter." He didn't wait for me to speak, but forced the nugget into my mouth and started smearing the marks on my body with the salve. It was cooling, and some of the pain receded as he applied it. He continued to murmur to me that I needed to be stronger and not to tempt him into hurting me. At some point, he ran his hand along my face, looking me in the eye. His eyes seemed devoid of any emotion. He just looked at me curiously, like I was some oddity on display. He took me again, and then began to slap me and accuse me of being a whore. The night progressed like this, a cycle of beatings, accusations, rapes, unconsciousness, then tender words and ministrations over and over, until I lifted my head from the floor at the base of the bed and saw sunlight coming in the window through the drapes. I turned my head and saw feet and shoes and looked weakly up to see him towering above me. My dirty tunic and leggings, but not underclothes, were dropped on the floor at my head. "Get up and get dressed, Mary." His voice was brisk, and he sounded rested and strong. "The room is a mess. I can't abide messes. Clean it up, and be sure I have fresh sheets on my bed. Then get back to your duties." I lay there for a moment. I was broken and used. If I even shifted a bit, pain radiated through me. He nudged me with his foot, and his tone was insistent. "Get up, Mary." I didn't plan for what I did next. It just happened. I grabbed his shoe-covered foot and then turned my head toward him. "My name is not Mary," I said through my teeth. He kicked me first with one foot and then the other for several minutes until I lay still, curled inward on myself on the floor. Then I heard his footsteps move away and the door open. "Clean up this mess, Mary." He accentuated the name, and then his footsteps faded as he left the rooms. Only then did I let myself have a moment to moan from the pain. Then I stood, dressed, and slowly began to clean and tidy the room. What was remarkable is that I wasn't angry at him. It was me. I had done something to bring this on. He had told me as much. I kept going over it as I scrubbed my blood from the floor and where it had spattered on the walls. What did I do wrong to let such a thing happen? He had said it was my fault. He'd been so kind before. Had I done something wrong when the woman saw me? Maybe I should have declined the bath. These thoughts rolled over and over in my brain. He was excellent at planting those doubts. Phil turns off the recorder. He looks up at me and his eyes are angry and also filling with tears. He puts his hand to his forehead and squeezes. Good God, Kat, I can't even begin to imagine. I cut him off. Phil, turn the recorder back on. I need to finish this. I have returned to the place where I would not allow tears, not from me, not from anyone. At least not until it was over. Phil takes a deep breath and lets it out but says nothing. I hear the recorder click on and Phil's pen scratch on his paper. Subsequent times. A few days later, when I was still stiff and sore from the beatings and the rapes, I was called to the rooms in the early hours of the morning. His assistant did not tell me to wash as he escorted me to the rooms and opened the door for me, motioning me inside and shutting the door behind me. I looked at the empty sitting room. 2 empty champagne glasses and the remnants of a fine meal were spread over the table. I walked to the washroom and could smell lavender, and saw a thrall tunic on the floor. Slowly walked to the closed bedroom door. I knocked. Come in, Mary. His voice was calm. I opened the door and my eyes went wide and I let out an audible gasp. A young woman younger than me lay on the floor, unmoving in the iridescent gown I'd worn a few nights earlier. I moved quickly to her, kneeling. The gown was in disarray on her, pulled up, exposing her. It was torn in the front and her breasts, covered in whip marks, were also exposed. Her eyes were open, and there was a trickle of blood coming from her mouth and nose. There was no movement, nor sound, when I pressed my ear to her chest. I felt sick to my stomach. I stood and looked at him. He was bare-chested, sitting up in bed with his arms confidently extended, supporting the back of his head. He smiled at me. The dress did not become her as well as it did you. A pity. She's dead. I croaked out the words as my eyes opened wide in horror. Is she? He shrugged. Well, perhaps if you had behaved more appropriately the other night, she wouldn't be. He stretched and yawned. I think I'll have breakfast in bed this morning. Fetch that, then clean up this mess, Mary. I stared at him for several seconds. My mind whirled faster than even I could keep up with. Then I turned and went to fetch his breakfast. As I walked, I began to consider step 1 in making what would be my first escape attempt. The next several months were variations on those themes. Either I was the one beaten and abused, or I had to clear away and bury some poor girl. But I did change the game. I began to run. The first time I ran, I hid, and when the guards inevitably found me, they beat me hard. Old Dorothy had to feed me with a baby cup for several days. My face was so swollen. The second time I ran, it was from him after one of the beatings, and when they caught me, I was returned to him. I remember seeing his smile as I was forced to kneel in front of him, and then I saw the glint of a knife. I remember feeling panic, but also wondering if I'd finally be free. I was hoping to be free. His voice. Need another reminder of who's in charge, don't you, Mary? My braid was grabbed and pulled back, forcing me to expose my neck. The pain as the knife snaked its way down my neck, just barely breaking the skin. I croaked back to him. My name's not Mary. Then he beat me with his whip until I answered to the name. The third time I ran and was returned, I had avoided capture for a full day that time. He carved the cut deeper, and there was no smile on his lips. I made no sound. The whip still came out. Afterward, he gave me champagne and glitter, so sweet and bubbly. He bandaged my neck, chiding me that it was my fault he had to punish me. More glitter and champagne. I felt the pain subside and all my worries fade away. I was so relaxed, and he laughed at me as I started dancing around the room. The night went on as all of them did. Rape, beating, recrimination, and cleanup. That was my life now. The last time they caught me, before Carissa and I ran and I truly escaped, was the worst. They brought me back to him, and he simply shook his head. He didn't cut me or beat me at first. He just looked at me. You don't care whether you live or die, do you? I stared through him. No, you don't. But what about someone else? Then he brought a girl in, She was younger than me, and dark with dark eyes unfocused from the glitter. He began to beat her. I tried to look away, but he grabbed my braid and pulled my head around to see. He said if I didn't watch, that would make it worse for her, though he still beat her harder. He had thrown away the whip and was using his fists, and he seemed to be consumed with striking her. I finally called out for him to stop, to hit me instead. I begged him, but he kept on. So I pushed myself between her and him and knelt, showing my scar. His fist was up and came down and struck my face, but I stiffened and righted myself, keeping the pose. He was breathing so heavily, but he put up a finger as if to ask me to wait, as if I had a choice. He returned with the knife. He opened my cut again. That was okay. What happened next wasn't. He held my chin in his hand, which was covered with both my blood and the girl's. Then he raised the blade and brought it down in a slash on the girl behind me, turning my face to watch. It was so fast. I didn't anticipate it. Would I have moved to block him if I had? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Never disobey me again, Mary. Never run, he said quietly, though his breath was heavy. It's that simple. He ran his hand over the top of my head where I knelt, feeling the blood soak into my leggings as it pooled on the floor. His hand moved down and gently lifted my chin up. He smiled down at me and rubbed his thumb on my face. Clean this mess up. He gestured to the body. Then clean yourself up and come back here. You'll be here tonight. I resolved at that moment that I wasn't going to let him do that again. I wasn't dying here, and I wasn't watching him kill again. Phil turns off the recorder and just sits. I stare down at my hands that are white-knuckled and clasped in my lap. A full 5 minutes tick by before I hear him breathe out and clear his throat, snuffling. How many total? He asks. Counting old Dorothy? 6. My voice is monotone. And if I show you a map of Bell Coast, I can tell you where they are buried, though I imagine there are more by now. Kat, I want you to wrap things up and go home, to Ito. You told him you are Bosch, so I think it best to avoid being in Bosch. I will be asking for the transcripts to serve as your testimony, as I believe he is a threat to you and to your family. My eyes come up at the mention of a threat to my family. If he comes for any of mine, I cannot be responsible for holding to our agreement, Phil. I would expect nothing less, Kat. I will keep you anonymous. My first step will be to seize the Bell Coast property to protect the evidence. Phil, when you do, if there's a woman named Carissa there, Phil nods with understanding. I'll let you know. Go back to Ito, Kat. Today. Chapter 21. Little Thieves. Ito and Bosch, fall 2355. Teddy paced back and forth, punching his right fist over and over into his left palm. He couldn't understand how Miriam could be so calm after reading the transcripts from the court. He continued to murmur under his breath. The bastard, the bastard. From her place sitting in one of the soft chairs in their living room, Miriam frowned. Teddy, settle yourself. You aren't helping anyone pacing like that. But Miriam, what he did. Are you just realizing this? I told you about her scars just after she arrived. Who did you think gave them to her? You saw her neck and her body the first day. Miriam's voice had the edge to it that I got when Teddy was being obtuse. You knew. Not the details, but I don't need the details, Theodore Bosch. While this was several measures worse, this sort of thing happens to some women daily. And for those women who are enslaved, perhaps a little more push to end trafficking and a little less male posturing. Teddy growled. He knew she was right. She always was. Let's go to Ito this week. I'll clear my calendar. Miriam smiled. Now that's a fine idea. Takai sat up in bed, in the cabin in the foothills of Mizuyama, and looked at the dyad of mother and child. Kat slept in a C-curve, her body protectively around Gray, whose little arms and legs were spread and relaxed, though her face was still nuzzled close to Kat's breast. His eyes traveled over Kat's naked form, and while that trip usually brought him desire and delight, tonight it was filled with pain as he saw her flesh through a different lens, one that saw the origin of the hundreds of tiny scars that covered her skin, and the end of the larger scar that started at her collarbone and snaked up her neck until it disappeared into the fold where her shoulder met her chin as she lay on her side. He had avoided reading the transcripts for the first 5 days of the trial, but last evening he felt compelled to know the story, and once Kat and Gray had drifted off, he had stayed up late reading them in bed as the people he loved most slept blissfully next to him. His dreams had been disturbing and violent. In them he had killed Abernathy over and over again, but he just kept springing back to life and laughing an evil laugh. Takai awoke sweating. He had never killed anyone, and, though he had never told her, his shot into Call had been a wild one, and only struck the guard by luck. He'd never in his life thought about raining such violence down on another person. The way taught that violence was never the solution. He didn't know how Kat and other Bosch slept so well. He meditated a bit, and it helped. When he had finished his meditation, he decided that to keep Kat and their daughter safe, he would stay with them continuously. He knew Kat would balk at his constant presence, but if that was what it took, he would do it, at least until Abernathy was securely imprisoned. Yumiko Shima turned off her device. She couldn't bear to see any more news of the Abernathy trial, though it was all anyone in the village could talk about. The testimony was lurid and grisly, and so naturally it caught the attention of, well, everyone. And while the Shima name was not attached to it, given the anonymity, she was appalled that the pirate had aired all her dirty laundry to that prosecutor. Yes, it was unfortunate what had happened to her, but there was a reason some people were selected through the way to become thralls. They were meant for that life. The way balances things. Some must suffer to pave the way for others. It was about the greater good, and likely there was a great deal of exaggeration in her supposed testimony. She was a pirate, and pirates could not be relied upon to tell the truth. And Senator Abernathy had always been very charming and perfectly appropriate and polite the 2 times she had met him. She made herself another cup of tea. The more she contemplated it, the more aggravated she became. How did the pirate not realize what a disadvantage she was creating for Yumiko's granddaughter? To have a thrall for a mother was bad enough, but the pirate displayed it on her arm for all to see. Yumiko had no love for tattoos, the artwork of the criminal element. But if the pirate was going to have them, she should at least cover up that brand. Perhaps she still wanted to be thought of as a thrall. Perhaps. Yumiko thought long and hard about what would be the best for her granddaughter. Takai was a handsome, talented, well-educated man, and a capable father, and as yet still unmarried. One of the few things she agreed with the pirate on. Best to keep the ties loose. But it would not be enough just to separate the 2 of them, no. The pirate would take sweet Aika Gray away from her homeland of Edo if they were to separate. Yumiko would not have that. She saw only one solution. She used her personal device to connect to a contact she had, who knew some unsavory characters. A few comms later, and she was speaking to someone who, for a price, could make her problem go away.
She is an escaped thrall. I expect she should be returned,
Yumiko said, her conviction growing with each word. She listened to the voice on the other side of her device.
Winter is fine.
The distance from the trial would make Takai less overprotective. More discussion from the other side.
Yes,
she said into the device.
Payment will be sent in advance. I just need her to be gone from Edo.
More discussion came to her from the distance.
Yes, I'll await your instructions.
Rob Abernathy sat in his opulent study in New Detroit, sipping on a glass of deep, rich wine. He had been allowed to move here until sentencing, and had been allowed to utilize his own force as his guards. Reston had protested both allowances, but he, naturally, did not have the influence Rob did. This whole trial was a colossal inconvenience. He'd been close to his run-up for the presidency, and then that cunt in Reston had shown up, posturing about justice and requiring a deferral of the run. He had to tip his hat to Reston for getting the cunt out of town so quickly, as he had immediately sent some of his men to seek her out and bring her to him for dispatching, only to find her gone. He positioned some of his people in Bosch to find her, a task made difficult by the absence of her name and of any photograph or really any other information about her other than that she claimed to be Bosch. Unsurprisingly, she never turned up. Still, they would stay in place and provide him with updates as he desired. And he had some of his own contacts there, some very highly placed. The guilty verdict was a problem, to be sure, but not an insurmountable one. Regular people have poor memories because most are stupid and will believe that those who are smart and powerful tell them is true. Regular people have poor memories because most are stupid and will believe what those who are smart and powerful tell them is true. He had laid the groundwork during the trial, knowing he could not push things too far, given the physical evidence from Bell Coast. But he made sure to speak sweetly of poor Mary and give a nod and a wink to the other gentlemen in the room as he explained that their romance just had a few unconventional aspects that were as pleasing for her as they were for Rob. And he made sure to look aggrieved at her distress when Rob called a halt to the relationship. After all, Rob was a married man. It was clear, he pointed out to the courtroom, that distress and jealousy were what brought on her accusations. But what could a man do? Women became attached and acted irrationally. He grinned to himself at how easily the entire room had been influenced. He had never given a lot of thought to how his thralls came to him, but this trial had shown a light on the trafficking industry, and Rob Abernathy knew an opportunity when he saw one. There would be a push to break up a few rings and jail a few ringleaders. That would leave a power vacuum, and a place for Rob to flex some power. But he would not be able to fully flex that power if he went to prison, so favors would have to be called in. Enough of his Senate colleagues had availed themselves of the pleasures of Bell Coast over the years. He was sure he could find a few who could press the judge for a more favorable sentence. "Casey," he called to his assistant, who had been fortunate to be off Bell Coast when the FA teams had arrived. "I need you to place a few calls for me." He poured himself another glass of wine and smiled. Phil Reston sat in his living room, alone as the children were with his ex-wife. His tie was off, his shirt unbuttoned, and a third whiskey was in his hand as he looked at his comm. He had to call Kat before the sentence was read in court. He owed her that, given that he had completely failed her otherwise. Almost everything leading up to this was a success. The arrest, just enough flash to let people know that this was serious. The evidence collected at Bell Coast, while macabre, was sure to swing a jury, and the trial itself by and large went his way. Granted, the defense attempted to impugn Kat and her testimony, but they received solid guilty verdicts on all counts, save the murder one, as the defense had claimed that one of Abernathy's overseers, a Henry Ornton, was responsible for the deaths and wanted him prosecuted, as Abernathy was aggrieved to find that abuse had occurred. Bye-bye, Henry. But this joke of a sentence? He pushed the button and heard her voice after the first buzz. "Can't be good, or you would have called sooner." He gave a mirthless laugh. "It isn't good. I had to have whiskey times 3. He realized he was slurring a bit, but he knew Kat would forgive him that. What about everything else he had promised and failed to deliver? Could that be forgiven? "Okay, Phil. I'm putting you on speaker so Takai and Mama and Papa can hear as well." Phil heard voices in the background. "No, Papa, not a word. Let Phil just get through it all." A few more distant comments that Phil couldn't quite hear occurred, followed by shushing sounds. Then Kat was back. "Let's hear it." Phil took a deep breath. "For the charges of receipt of stolen property, 2 years house arrest. For the charges of racketeering, suspended. For the charge of manslaughter, suspended. For the charges of fraud, 5 years of no contact with any FA governmental official, no political office to be held during those 5 years. There was no sound from the comm for a full minute. Then Kat's voice came through, but now was off speaker. He gets to stay home for 2 years, and can't be a senator or play with senators and the president in his personal sandbox. Well, at least that will annoy him. Phil heard a sound of disgust come over the comm. 6 dead. That I know of, and he is tucked up in his fancy house in New Detroit sipping scotch all warm and comfortable. Tell me again, why the charges of trafficking humans were not allowed? Because Bell Coast lies just outside of FA territory, and within the open seas there is no law outlawing enslavement of people. Phil shook his head as he heard how ridiculous the line of reasoning sounded. Well, I tell you, This is really a fucking crap show of a day.
Phil thought she sounded tired. He knew he was. Kat, listen, I am so sorry.
Phil put a hand to his forehead and squeezed. Her voice, while taut, carried a tone of surprise. What? Why are you sorry, Phil? You did everything you said you would do. When we talked larger and darker, we just didn't bank on him having such very large, very powerful, and I guess very dark allies. She gave a mirthless laugh. No, you did it your way, and you did yourself proud. And I, for one, am proud of what we were able to accomplish together. I mean, Belcoast is no more. The enslaved from there are free. I wish we'd found Carissa. She took a deep breath and gave a growl. If only I'd gone in sooner. But I can guess, in general, where her remains are. He heard her sigh. When the time is right, Phil, and it may be quite a while given the baby, I'll do what needs to be done. My way. Until then, you have my appreciation and my friendship, Philip Reston. Keep fighting the good fight. Phil smiled at the dual pictures he had of Kat, one with a babe to her breast murmuring softly, and another with a knife in her hand, ready to destroy her destroyer. And you have my friendship and respect, Kat Wallace. Talk soon? Absolutely. Phil nodded, clicked off, and set the comm down. What was that quote? Justice delayed is justice denied? What about justice wadded up and thrown into the fire? It was up to his friend the pirate now. Chapter 22. Midwinter Festival. Edo, January 2356. The midwinter celebration in Kiharu is large because of the temple, and brings in people from several villages and from the floating cities nearby. There are food stalls and bar stalls and art stalls and rows of beautiful ice sculptures, most depicting the tenets of the way, but some are a bit more whimsical. There are stages and performances by bands and orchestras and singers and dancers. It is a wonderful 3-day event. I hadn't wanted to go initially, as I was still stewing over the trial results and not feeling like celebrating anything. But Takayo convinced me that Gray would like it, so I grumpily agreed, and now I'm delighted we are here. It buoys my spirit as I watch my 9-month-old's eyes that are a lot like mine, light up as she gazes at all the people, and I hear her chuckle when a dancer twirls in a winter kimono, spinning with colorful rainbow ribbons. She is snug and warm in my arms, and I find that fact so comforting. As I gently tuck an errant dark curl of her soft baby hair back under the knitted green hat Mama had made for her, I realize I would do anything for this child. And one of those things is to be patient in my pursuit of Rob Abernathy, and take the joys that she has to give me while she is small and in need of her mama. Yumiko has been ever present tonight, not leaving my side, as she recommends that we stroll down this lane and that. It's nice to see her putting forth a bit of effort, though I wonder how sincere it is. She has always been distant and disapproving, and while she has said the right things during the trial and after sentencing, I got the feeling that she was more embarrassed than outraged. We are moving down the row, showing Gray the sculptures that are illuminated with artificial lights. Shigeo and Takai are walking some distance behind us, and I'm delighted by this because while I love the man, Takai has been excessively vigilant around me. I barely can shower without him checking in every few minutes. I know he means well, but it has been suffocating. Now he and his father have stopped, likely discussing some point of diplomacy while Yumiko hurries Gray and I ahead with her, increasing our distance from the men. She reaches over and scoops Gray from me, moving toward a smallish sculpture. I want to show her this one up close, she calls in Edenese as she practically jogs with the baby. She gestures to a sculpture of a small cat playing with a ball of twine. I wanted to grab Gray and hold on to her as she took her, but figured that might send the wrong family message. They may not care for me, but Shigeo and Yumiko adore their granddaughter. I walk to catch up with them, and I smile as I hear Yumiko murmur descriptions in Edenese into my daughter's ear. It's good to learn multiple languages early on. We take a few more steps, and have come to the last of the sculptures. I think we have to turn around, I say, peering into the dim, seeing no more sculptures. Yumiko looks at me for a moment longer than typical. There's a shortcut here. We will end up by the food stalls. She is snuggling Gray close to her. I shrug. She knows the festival layout far better than I. Oddly, it's a dead end, blocked by the backsides of 2 market stalls and an enormous hill of snow that has been pushed aside for the festival. A curious tableau is presented as I look. There in front of us are 3 non-Edoan men. 2 younger men hold the upper arms of 2 young Edoan women who are struggling to pull free, while the third man, who is older and bearded, glowers at them, not yet seeing Yumiko, Gray, and me. The nearest woman sees me and gasps and starts to yell, but a backhanded slap quiets her into silence. I narrow my eyes and turn to shove my not-quite-mother-in-law back toward the crowd, but find she is already moving away with my daughter in her arms. She looks back at me, and with an odd smile on her face as she pulls my daughter close and calls, "Here," in F.A., which startles me. She then turns and disappears. That was weird, but I have more immediate issues to deal with as bearded man has turned toward me, grinning, his teeth brown with a few missing. "And there's our bonus," he speaks in the standard F.A. tongue. I feel a smile start at the corners of my mouth. They're fucking traitors. I pat my right leg. It's there. About a week after my Truevale encounter with Rob Abernathy, a box arrived for me in Edo from Bosch, with a bone-handled knife and a thigh sheath. The note read, "Now you have a proper fucking knife, Papa." I'm pretty sure you won't think so in a moment. My full focus is on these 3 now. The sounds and smells of the festival fade as I feel my body and mind move into a battle mode I haven't felt for so long. I feel the adrenaline begin to surge and the blood rush to my muscles. My senses are focused, and I feel invincible. I have little time to consider tactics, however, as Beard lunges to grab for me. I will have to rely on instinct. I let him reach out, then grasp his closest arm with both my hands and pull him forward, overbalancing him as I step aside. He hits the frozen ground hard, and my foot comes down even harder on his windpipe with a delightful crunch. One of the younger men, this one clean-shaven, shoves his captive to the third, who sports a small goatee, and comes at me. These big guys are always so sure they have the upper hand. My Bosch brother Peter taught me how to use their momentum against them, so I squat down and throw a hook to his liver as he rushes me. As he doubles over, I reach through the hole in my right pocket and pull the bone-handled knife from its sheath. I slide to the ground and slash the back of his left ankle, cleanly severing the Achilles. My work with the physicians has benefited me in ways they could not imagine. He collapses like a house of cards, howling in agony. I hop to my feet and look at the third man and hold up my blade. Next. "Look, I don't want any trouble." He releases the women, who begin to rush away toward the festival, but I notice they stop at a safe distance and turn to watch. And yet, here I am. I give him my most predatory smile. "You should have chosen another line of work." He pulls out a short pistol and trains it on me. I spin a kick to the outside of the arm that holds the weapon and hear the bone crack. The pistol drops and bounces as the man screams in pain. A quick hook to his head and he too is down on the ground. The knuckles on my left hand feel a bit bruised, annoying. I kick the closest man for the irritation of the injury and wipe and resheath my knife. I shake my head as the adrenaline pulses in my temples. The sounds of the festival start to return, and I hear voices raised. I look toward the way we had come in. Takai and his parents are arguing, with Shigeo and Yumiko trying to restrain Takai from coming to my aid, of course. He is their little prince. Yumiko is still holding Gray close to her, facing Takai. She looks over her shoulder at the men moaning on the ground, her face horrified and angry. Shigeo stands with his hands on Takai's chest, pressing him back. When he looks my way, his expression is equally repulsed. This little sortie is not going to help build any bridges in our already strained relationship. I shrug. Takai and I look at each other, and he stops struggling against his parents. He had looked a bit panicked, but now I wink at him and shrug, and he slowly shakes his head, his eyes dancing with mine. Then a commotion erupts behind them as the 2 girls rush back, dragging an older man by his arms. All 3 are trailed by several decent-sized Edoan men, who hold themselves like, could they be bodyguards? The girls and the man speak with each other quickly in Edoan, and while I can understand some of it, my brain is still abuzz with the battle. So I only make out that this is their father, and they had slipped away for some fun of their own before being cornered by the traitors. The older man carries himself with a relaxed confidence. He nods at his daughters and tells them to wait, and then comes forward toward me. For some reason, Shigeo looked even more offended by his presence than by my actions. Takai takes Gray from a distinctly uncomfortable Yumiko, who argues just a bit with Takai as he lifts her into his arms. Gray is currently throwing a dimpling smile at one of the big men standing almost at attention. She has pulled his focus, and I see him crinkle his face into a smile and give a wave with his fingers. Adorable. The older man stands next to me for several quiet moments looking at the vanquished, and then he gestures at the three on the ground and says in clear FA, "Your handiwork?" I smile. Not my best, but there was little time to plan. I hear him give a short, sharp laugh as he turns toward me. He reaches out, offering his hand and arm as a greeting, a very personal move in Ito to offer physical contact. His sleeve slips up as he does so, exposing the head of a dragon tattoo on his forearm. Interesting. Yakuza. I know that they still exist, almost unchanged from the old Earth days and the ancient ones, but had not knowingly met anyone involved. I smile as I pull first one sleeve and then the other up and expose my brand and my Bosch tattoos as I accept the offer and grasp his arm and elbow with my hand. We hold the contact in a warrior's greeting. The colors are magnificent. I incline my head toward his arm. I may have to consider a dragon next. He leans his head back and laughs out loud. I join him, and then we both look at the men on the ground. I am Kenichi Tsukasa. It was my daughters you protected. You have my gratitude. Even as an outsider, I know that name. This man is powerful and connected. I am Cat Wallace. Traitors are scum. I will never again. Here I touch my brand and see Tsukasa-san nod. Allow them to operate in my presence. Then I look directly at the kingpin. All of the souls trafficked are someone's son or daughter. I would encourage anyone who may have dealings with the practice to divest themselves as quickly as possible. Tsukasa-san's expression is unreadable. Do you wish to keep these? He gestures again at the three men on the ground. I smile. No, let them be a gift to you. He speaks a few words to his men, and they come forward and lift the three battered traitors up and move quickly away with them. How unfortunate for them. Things would have been quicker with me, but my daughter was never at risk. Tsukasa gives me a slight bow. I must see my daughter's home. He presents me with a card, holding it out in the traditional way with two hands. Please, come take tea with us. You will be an honored guest. The honor will be mine. I accept the card with both of my hands and give a small nod. Then Kenichi Tsukasa sweeps toward his daughters, pausing to acknowledge Shigeo and Yumiko. Shima-san. Shima-san. He inclines his head slightly toward each. Fortune has smiled on your family with your daughter-in-law. I could just about see the bile rise in Shigeo's throat, just when I figure he couldn't find any more fault with me. Yumiko looks furious with the statement and the events. Her behavior was very odd. I'll have to consider that. For now, I move forward to Takai and gather a delighted Gray into my arms and stand close to my not-husband, as Tsukasa-san gazes at my sweet little girl and says, "Lovely," as he moves his own daughters toward the exit of the festival, his cadre of bodyguards sweeping after him. Part 4. Chapter 23. Convolutions. New Detroit and Edo, May through August, 2360. 4 years later. Teddy had been to New Detroit many times over the past 50 years, but never to this neighborhood. The properties here were huge, gated estates, and he figured some of the owners probably had a net worth equal to the entire nation of Bosch. Well, maybe not that much. Bosch was like Teddy, outwardly understated and modest, but below the surface, there was an abundance of power and markers. He strolled along the far sidewalk and surveyed the vicinity. He didn't worry about assessing security because he wasn't going to be breaking in or out. The air was chilly on the cool May evening, and he rubbed his hands together, flexing the fingers that had been stiff and uncooperative of late to warm them. He eyed the place he would be visiting tomorrow, at a discreet distance. He'd agreed to be picked up and driven to the address, and he was positive the vehicle would be luxurious, but would also have darkened windows to keep his destination confidential. At least, confidential was their intention. Teddy had been running reconnaissance missions for decades, and a friendly chat at the end of a long work shift on public transportation with a few gardeners and cooks over a couple of days had allowed him to zero in on the address. He took a few photos and wrote the address down for his letter later. It was time to go get a drink. He had arranged to meet one of the gardeners with whom he had visited in a more modest section of town for a beer. He was looking forward to it. Then he would head back to the room he had rented. Tomorrow was showtime. I realize it was years ago, Teddy, but my sources tell me that Bosch is the most likely place this woman we are seeking would have gone. He had a smooth, rich, melodious voice. That was the voice that was supposed to have been the FA president's. Gotta tell you now, Rob, we get a lot of hot bonds in our business. Teddy sat forward in the leather chair and looked Rob Abernathy in the eye. He made sure his pirate patois was broad and his mannerisms exaggerated. All the losers in this world think they can solve their troubles by becoming a pirate. It ain't true. Nope, not by a long shot. Being a pirate takes skills and brains, but I needn't tell you that. You'd have been a good pirate if you'd have wanted to. Abernathy looked appalled at his statement but stayed quiet. Teddy rubbed his chin. But I think I might remember the one you'd be talking about. Kind of scrawny, chopped-off hair? I remember because she had the Thrall brand. He gestured to his arm. Don't see that much, nope. Rob shrugged and nodded slightly, as if he didn't recall, but Teddy could tell he did. Teddy felt his hand twitch, as if to move toward the small hand weapon he had concealed, but consciously stopped it. He was here to help Kat, not satisfy his own thirst for vengeance. One shot would do it, he thought. But his fingers weren't responding like they should these days, and he'd never make it out alive. He paused and considered that option. No, this was to be Kat's kill, when she chose it. When she had the power and the allies. Focus on the mission, Teddy, he told himself. See what cards he's holding. I asked around a bit. If she be the same one you be seeking. She did spend some time in Bosch, even signed up to serve. But ultimately it didn't work out. Not the right stuff to be a real pirate. Teddy squeezed his eyes as if he was really thinking back. I be thinking she moved on back to her podunk North Country, where she likes thrilling 'em with stories about where she'd been and who she had met. He gave a swipe of his hand to Abernathy, who preened with the thought. What was her name? Abernathy pressed. Teddy wrinkled his brow and looked at the tall, handsome monster incredulously. You can't even remember the names of the thralls you keep, and you expect an old man to remember the name of every recruit who crawls to him trying to curry favor? Fat chance. Abernathy looked unruffled. There was talk she had lived with you for a time. Begad, Teddy exclaimed, thinking how he hadn't used that word for years. What sort of a fool do you take me for, Abernathy? You think I bring some little wench home to meet the wife, do you? He smiled and winked with what he hoped was a sly dog look. This was territory that required the most of his acting skills. Would you? He looked at his empty glass and wished he could have it filled with good whiskey, but instead asked, Any chance I could have another wee drop of that rum? Abernathy narrowed his eyes but said pleasantly enough, Of course, let me arrange that for you. He lifted a small comm, made to look like an old Earth Day's telephone, and spoke quietly into it. Within a few moments there was a soft knock at the door, and it slowly opened. A petite woman with long blonde hair and a braid stood at the entry holding a tray and looking nervous and uncomfortable. Abernathy stood up. Anne. He walked over to collect Teddy's drink, chatting softly with the woman at the doorway. Teddy took the opportunity while Abernathy's back was turned to pull his camera and take several shots of the room, the windows, and the door, before quickly sliding the camera back into the secret pocket he kept front and center of his trousers. No guard ever checked there. Abernathy handed the crystal glass with the sweet, strong rum in it to Teddy. He smiled at him and then walked to his chair and sat down. He looked at Teddy and steepled his fingers. Teddy shifted in his seat, taking enough of a drink to appear polite. You take me for a fool, old man, Abernathy said evenly. Teddy was undisturbed. Most people are, Senator. You and I both know that. He winked. Rob Abernathy nodded in acknowledgement of the statement. Nevertheless, I have it on good authority that my property ended up in your possession on Bosch. He leaned down and withdrew a piece of paper. According to my source, you and your wife began keeping one Katrina Wallace at your home in the spring of 2349. My information states she graduated from that pirate school you call a military force, and then left the country, He paused and looked up. Teddy steadily met his eyes and said nothing. "Where is she now?" Abernathy asked. His voice was clipped.
"Well, now."
Teddy paused and deliberately looked down at his hands and shifted uncomfortably. He had figured Abernathy knew more than he had initially let on. He just needed to play this part well. He gave a large sigh.
"Aye, you've got my storytelling fair and square. There was a lass by that name that stowed away, and me wife did take her in for a time. I'm afraid we had a bit of a falling out. She had served well for a few years, but still carried some bad habits with her temper, for one. I told her we couldn't tolerate that at our home. Next thing I knew, she'd taken off with some foreign guy who had hired her for an extraction. Few things went missing from our place and the base at the same time. Not exactly a proud moment for me."
He contemplated pulling his handkerchief out and blowing his nose, but thought that would be over the top. Abernathy continued to stare at Teddy over his steepled fingers. A moment of quiet passed. "That story parallels the information I've collected. What country was the foreigner from?"
Teddy shrugged. "Hard to say. One of them Western continent ones."
He made sure to make eye contact. Those eyes, Kat was right. It was like looking into an abyss, empty. "My sources have suggested Edo or China. I'll be following up with those leads. She will be found, and she will be returned to me. As a military man, you must appreciate that such a breach in discipline cannot be tolerated without repercussions." Here he smiled and tapped his lips with his index finger. "And my sources will be keeping an eye on who comes and goes from Bosch." Another shrug from Teddy. He needed to look unconcerned with any outcome, but he wanted to leap across the room and strangle this monster with his bare hands. That couldn't happen, though. In the first place, that pleasure would be Kat's. In the second, he was too old for this shit.
"Well, you will do as you will."
He set his glass down on the small table and stood to leave. Kenichi Tsukasa sat looking at the screen. He was dressed casually but had slipped a traditional formal robe over his comfortable clothes for this video comm. The man on the other end of the comm was dressed exquisitely, at least the part that Kenichi could see. Though from what he knew of the FA ex-senator, he was likely fully costumed. He was a handsome man for someone from the central continent, and his shirt, jacket, and neckwear, which was a marvelous shade of maroon, were obviously expensive and tailored. His eyes, however, seemed to hold no light, even as he chatted with Kenichi about the roses he nurtured in his garden in New Detroit. "They were quite moody this spring," the man was saying. "I do worry that my blooms will not be as they should this summer." Kenichi nodded.
"My trees do not bloom, but are always a work in progress."
He gestured behind him and moved the comm so Rob Abernathy could see the collection of carefully pruned bonsai that were arranged on a wooden stand. Then he turned the comm back to himself.
"So, Mr. Abernathy,"
Kenichi intentionally omitted the title of senator,
"I understand you are requesting that some of your people be allowed into Edo to search for—"
Here he narrowed his eyes and looked up and to the left as if he was trying to remember the reason. He knew the reason.
"Ah, yes, a young woman?"
Rob Abernathy replied quickly. "I'm in search of stolen property, Tsukasa-san. I believe this person, this woman, has those items." Kenichi smiled.
"Ah, well, we cannot allow your people to conduct searches in Edo. It would be far too upsetting to the people. However, if you will forward the necessary details—"
Kenichi smiled inwardly at his use of the word. He would have to share that with Wallace-san the next time they took tea. She would appreciate the irony.
"My people will be happy to seek out the items for you and return them if they are recovered."
"That is very considerate of you, but unnecessary. My men can be very discreet." Tsukasa-san noted that Rob Abernathy's face had taken on a darkness that belied the tone he was hearing. He had upset the man. That pleased him. Time to demonstrate his dominance.
"I'm afraid the answer is no, Mr. Abernathy, and I must now go. June is a busy month. I have important business to attend to."
He clicked his comm off even as he saw the man begin to speak. Kenichi Tsukasa stood up and took off his formal robe, carefully shaking it out and hanging it up. He reached over to his nightstand and picked up the old Earth Days book his friend Kat Wallace had recommended and settled into his most comfortable chair, to the important business of catching up with one Walt Longmire. Rob Abernathy threw the comm against the wall and was disappointed it did no more than thump to the floor. He disliked feeling he had to ask permission for anything, and he especially disliked having to take the time himself to deal with some foreigner preventing him from retrieving his property. No matter. He doubted if the family this man represented would take any action against his men. He had gleaned some information from the pirate boss to help his people track Mary down, and he had other sources as well. He would continue to pursue her until she was brought before him. He had not revealed that the woman he was seeking was a thrall, as on the outside the Edoans had lofty principles stemming from their national religion that forbade the keeping of thralls. But the man he had spoken to was certainly comfortable with the practice, as a portion of the orders for specific types of thralls, mostly young women, came from Edo, and from the organization Tsukasa led. It was a bit curious, however, that based on the records he had seen from a few years prior to his takeover of the trade, the number of orders sent to Edo was declining. He would have his people push a bit harder to reopen that market. Kenichi Tsukasa looked at the handwritten note he had composed. It was in standard FA, not Edanese. He would ask his assistant to read it over, and be sure his usage of the language was appropriate and accurate, but he believed it said what needed to be said. Ike, Honorable Master Commander of Bosch, Theodore Teddy Bosch. I would like to introduce myself. I am Kenichi Tsukasa of Edo. I'm a friend of your daughter, Kat Wallace. We've been friends for several years, ever since she intervened when my daughters were threatened by traders at a winter festival. My business allows me a great deal of information regarding who is in Edo and what business they are seeking. It has come to my attention that the villain responsible for enslaving and tormenting Wallace-san desires to track her and seek retribution on her. Abernathy has asked for my assistance, and this has been rejected. He has sent representatives this summer, even though I cautioned him against it. They have been dealt with, and their remains returned to Abernathy to underscore the seriousness of my family's responsibility to protect the people of Edo and to keep our word. I wish to assure you, as one father to another, no one will touch Wallace-san, nor her family while she is in Edo. However, I have heard her discuss returning to Bosch, and I would strongly caution against that beyond short visits, as her work for Bosch would expose her to Abernathy, and his thirst to regain possession of her and seek revenge. It has been my honor and delight to make your daughter's acquaintance, and I look forward to meeting with you one day as well. Keigu, Kenichi Tsukasa. Sitting on his back porch in his favorite chair, Teddy blew on his still-too-hot coffee. The early morning sun was pleasant, though it would be intense later in the day, as it always was in late August. He checked his watch for the time and picked up his comm, putting in the comm code that had been included with the letter he had recently received. He heard the ring through the comm as the signal traveled the thousands of kilometers.
Ah, Master Commander Bosch, how are you? I'm delighted to speak with you. You are Kenichi Tsukasa? Should I call you Tsukasa-san? It's evening there, right? You can call me Teddy. The Bosch aren't much for formality, unlike Edo.
He heard a laugh from the other side of his comm.
I see where Kat has learned her directness. We are a very formal people here. There are rules for everything. But one of the amenities of being a man in my position is I get to disregard those rules as I choose. Please, call me Kenichi.
Teddy grinned.
Well then, Kenichi, it is good to talk with you. I gotta tell you, I appreciated the letter you sent and the actions and motivations behind it. Kat is a friend, and I owe her a debt that can never be repaid, which I'm sure you can understand as a father yourself. That I can. Kat is like a daughter to me.
Teddy smiled to himself.
While I appreciate you keeping an eye out for her, the idea that she should stay in Edo is laughable. Eventually, Kat will return to Bosch. I know she wants to. She has said as much to me, but this is where I must ask for a father's caution. My reach only extends to the borders of Edo. I cannot protect her in her work flying pirate missions from Bosch. We can take care of our own.
Teddy frowned at the assumptions.
And Kat, well, she's special. She could be a leader in Bosch if I can convince her. Take it into the future. That's been my hope since she arrived. A noble dream, but one that requires she stay alive. You have never lost any of your force during missions?
Teddy shifted uncomfortably.
Seldom, but it happens. And are there signs of surveillance from this Abernathy?
Teddy could hear the distaste in Kenichi's voice as he said the name. Well, yes. There are ships patrolling outside our territory that are registered to him, and some FA-styled airships that have been seen by our flyers with report of them attempting to intercept visiting vessels. Any indication he has allies within Bosch? There are sources we are attempting to track down. I see. The words hung in the air. It's nothing we can't manage, and Kat has been in plenty of conflicts. She can handle herself. I've seen the results of her abilities, but she has small children now. Children that could be used against her. Teddy-san, Ito's borders are tight and controlled. No one arrives or leaves without a record, and my people have access to those records in real time. Teddy, she is safest here, at least until her children are grown. Teddy thought about his grandchildren in Ito, and the freedom they had to roam the mountainside forests and clearings. He wanted Kat to come home, to take her place as part of the future of Bosch. He thought about the letter he had written to her with the photos and the address. You know Kat, it's pretty hard to dissuade her from what she wants. Kenichi's warm laugh came through the comm. This is very true. But if anyone can, it will be you. Your counsel means the most to her. Teddy went quiet for almost a full minute. His mind was working quickly and efficiently despite the unpleasant news he had received recently from his very own Dr. Dalton. That news had caused him to consider an exit strategy. He began to see the pieces of a final mission fall together. A mission that could be parlayed to give him the exit he wanted, and the one that would protect Kat as well. But the price was high. He growled under his breath. I don't know, Kenichi. There may be a way to keep her from returning to Bosch. It would break her heart, though. There was now a pause at the other end of the comm. Better a broken heart and a long life. The master commander of Bosch sighed and nodded to himself, closing his eyes. Sometimes, for a mission to succeed, the final goal had to change. He would put the letter aside. He would do what he could in the time he had to protect Kat and her children. He would let go of his dream, that she would follow in his footsteps. He cleared his throat and swiped at his eyes. Kenichi, I thank you for everything you have done. Your counsel is sound. I'll take it from here. Patty Owens sat in his small old Toronto apartment and looked at the envelopes of markers that his people had dropped off this week and smiled. Glitter sales continued to be good, no surprise there, and he was enjoying the profits his crew brought in. He had plans to use some of those profits to increase the small arms stock he had. That would allow him to force out or absorb some of the smaller dealers, and to take in another block or two in Old Toronto as his territory. Patty intended to become a rich man and a powerful one. His personal comm rang. It was not a familiar number, but not many had his personal information, so he answered it. Hey, Patty, how's business? It was indeed a familiar voice. Kat, business is booming mostly because you aren't making drops and out negotiating me. Patty laughed. Where are you? This isn't your usual comm. Yeah, I've been living outside of Bosch for the past few years. But I have a deal I'm putting together, and I wanted to see if you wanted in. What's the risk? How much could I make? Patty peered out his curtainless window at the street below with its boarded-up buildings and its view of the gun shop. He was always interested in different ways to make markers. The risk is negligible, and the markers plentiful. Her voice sounded reassuring over the comm. Patty chuckled. Sounds too good to be true, Kat, and we both know what that means. Not this time, Patty, because it's my deal. I'm looking for information on someone. I have a score to settle with them, and I need to know when they are vulnerable. All I'm asking is that you use that ever-growing network of yours to let me know when this person is exposed, and I can get to them. I'll pay 10,000 markers, 5 now, and 5 when you get me the information. Patty considered. These were most definitely easy markers. He had crew all over the city and connections in several other Central Continent cities. Having them send him information was no cost to him. But Kat didn't need to know that. You want me to pull my people off their corners and go sniffing around for you, Kat? Not a nickel under 50 grand. He heard a hoot come from across the comm. Patty, buddy, I calmed you because we have a relationship and I figured you'd want in. But if you don't, fine. I can calm someone else. Just don't try and soak me for such an absurd amount. I have expenses. He didn't want to lose the deal, so he tread cautiously. Well, that you do, and we go back a long way. So how about I sweeten it to 20,000?
Well, Patty stretched the word out as if he might decline. Okay, Cat, for you, I'll take the loss. Cat's laugh could be heard throughout the room through the comm. You are ever so kind, Patty. I am the soul of generosity. So, who is the mark? Patty picked up a writing pen and a scrap of paper. Rob Abernathy, recently of New Detroit, came the answer. Patty's eyes went wide.
Chapter 24. Bosch, National Day, Edo and Bosch, September 2360. September is a bridge month in Edo. Some mornings can be crisp and feel as though fall has arrived, but those days are interspersed with warm, leftover summer days that at times border on hot. I find these challenging, especially when the boys insist on nursing at the same time. It is tough enough nursing twin toddlers who are fast approaching their second birthday and tolerating the acrobatics that come with that. But on hot days, the sticky, sweaty boys are almost more than I can bear. Takai, can you come and take the boys? Mama is calling, and I'd like to be able to talk with her without the two of them grabbing my... Kick, stop. That is Mama's comm. Don't pull my hair. Mac, we use hands to touch gently, not to hit. Takai? My voice has taken on an urgent plea. Takai appears, tucking his personal comm into his pocket, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I'm here. Come here, gentlemen. Let's go get a snack. He motions to both boys with a wide smile. The boys clap and squeal and scramble off me as I mouth a thank you to Takai while reaching for my comm. Hi, Mama, what's up? A few moments later, I walk into the kitchen where all three children are content and devouring sliced apples and cheese, while Takai supervises and runs interference as needed. 5-year-old Gray is making her snack into neat faces on her plate before she eats, but each boy is simply trying to stuff the most pieces of food into their mouths in some twin competition. Takai looks up as I come in, and I give my cheekiest smile. Want to go to Bosch National Day on the 15th? His expression in response makes me laugh, but the kids clap and cheer. Go see Mama M and Papa T! See? I wink at Takai. It'll be fun. Uh-huh, comes the response. Why this year? We went 2 years ago when Teddy retired, and that was bad enough. I thought the boys were going to be born in flight. What's so special about this year? Oh, Papa is getting some Lifetime Achievement Award, and Mama wants us to be there. It would be a chance for me to talk with Miles about the no-fly rule for mothers. Kat, you know my work is here. Takai is quick to parry my nudge with a firm tone. It is not our first bout over the subject. I nod. Doesn't hurt to talk, I say vaguely. But I really want this. I'm still unable to fly as part of the Bosch battalion since I have nurslings, and yes, I still think it's a bullshit rule. But especially since his retirement, Papa and I have mutually decided to let that issue drop between us. I'm sure it's a disappointment to him that I'm not there running missions and advancing onward. But I didn't make the fucking rule. I want to return after the boys wean later this year, or early next. I'd planned to go back when Gray was weaned, but life laughed at that plan. Takai's diplomatic assignments had taken an upswing right around weaning, and after a year he was still deeply involved, traveling to several East Continent countries for a few weeks at a time. That was around the time he suggested a sibling for Gray, which actually was a delightful suggestion. I had such a crap relationship with my closest in age brothers and a pretty distant one with my sisters and little brothers. Yes, that is a lot of kids, 7 by the time I was taken from the North Country. And Takai had no siblings, so we both wanted a closer connection for Gray. Twins were not what we had drawn up in our plans, but hey, who really gets a say in who kids are? Somehow, in my maternal haze, Takai managed to get me to agree to marry him. I roll my gold band on my ring finger with the digits to the left and right. I wasn't sure about marriage when it first was suggested, and for a good while after. But now, I find I like the sense of commitment, effort, and give and take maintaining a good one requires. I know Takai won't be thrilled with living in Bosch, but we have been in Edo for nearly 6 years, and he understands taking turns, I'm almost sure. And while I've learned so much and developed an excellent relationship with the village physicians and their patients, and appreciate all that the villagers, except my in-laws, have done to make me feel welcome, if I must treat one more ingrown toenail on some elderly person, I may scream.
I need to return to the work that I love. I am a pirate after all. So how about we leave tomorrow? Then we have a few days with Papa and the family before the event, I propose.
You don't have to bend over backward, Kat. They're your family. They love you. More to the point, Teddy loves you.
I know. I just want... I trail off.
Him to be proud of you?
Takai asks knowingly. No, of course not. Yes, absolutely, I think. I just want them to know I love them. Takai shakes his head.
There's no way I can say no to this, is there?
Nope, not unless you want to look like a real tool. He pauses and looks like he's considering the option. Let me rephrase, I say, giving him my best stink eye. No, you can't say no. He laughs and throws his hands up in surrender. We are midway into our flight to Bosch aboard the Edoan vessel I'd purchased and reworked just after I had arrived in Edo. It is far clunkier than the small, fast Bosch vessels I enjoyed flying back home, but I retrofitted it to allow for the children to each have a seat and to have an area in the middle to play in and stretch out in on the flights to Bosch. I also modified the engine enough that I can really get some speed and maneuverability if needed. But to no one's surprise, it isn't needed toting children to their grandparents' house. We fly through the night, and all 3 children are asleep about an hour or so into the flight. This means Takai and I are finally able to finish a conversation. We make plans for a family holiday on one of the southernmost islands of Edo, and laugh about the last time we were at Takai's parents' home and how appalled Yumiko and Shigeo had been by the 3 children's raucous activity. It is so clear you are an only child, I laugh.
And you wonder where some of my straight-laced behavior comes from.
No, I don't. That was clear the first day I met them.
And you are straight-laced with everyone except all the ladies.
I wink naughtily at him and shimmy my chest in my seat, and we both laugh quietly. Takai was quite the playboy before he met me. He yawns immensely and stretches. You should sleep for a bit. I can fly and listen to music. It's a treat being able to choose my own soundtrack, instead of the pablum the kids like. And the boring crap you like, I add in my head. He nods sleepily, undoes his seatbelt, and tucks into the blankets that are piled in the center play space. I plug in my earphones, turn on my music, and get lost in the heavy beat and the loud, fast melodies from the 21st century, post-hardcore, that I favor, and the hours slip by. When I get near Bosch airspace, something unusual happens. A mid-sized vessel with an FA logo appears at cruise speed to the side of me. As I continue my flight pattern, it takes on speed and flies in front of the nose of my vessel. It doesn't look exactly like the airships that I've seen FA Air fly, but I have been otherwise occupied for a while. But wherever it is from, that was a very aggressive move. I put on my comm and try to raise the pilot. What the fuck is going on? I get no response on my comm, so I turn my little baby bus off to the left, and the vessel moves to block me, rolling and showing me her belly where I can make out what looks a little like the FA insignia, but not quite. She's also showing me she is armed with a traditional belly cannon, but also a couple of missiles. What the hell? She's not trying to fire on me, though. Let's try that again. To the right this time, and there she is again. Who the fuck is this? I smile. I like playing games. I glance back and ascertain that the children are securely buckled. Takai is wrapped in blankets and has also buckled himself down because he is Mr. Safety. Okay, let's play. I accelerate quickly and turn the vessel sharply to the left, and then to the right, then move into a slight left bank. I pull a wing over as the FA vessel tries to parallel me, and then I pull away from her as I slip nicely into Bosch airspace and hail the controller on the ground. Suddenly, a Bosch vessel appears, and the FA airship wheels and takes altitude and disappears. My helm comm buzzes. Good morning, I say to the Bosch vessel. This is SkyDrive E4347 coming in from Edo. Who am I talking to?
Good morning, ma'am.
A voice crackles across the comm.
Controllers have your flight plan, but what about the other vessel? Is she with you?
Negatory. What the hell was that?
I think I know that voice.
Who is this, Diaz? Tony Diaz? He had been in the recruitment class behind me and was a pretty good pilot.
Yeah. And you are?
Tony, it's Kat Wallace.
Well, shit, Kat. No wonder you looped them like that. That FA vessel has been crowding incoming vessels for the last several weeks. We haven't got a bead on it yet, but we think she's connected to some ships that are cruising the waters outside Bosch. It's pretty weird shit.
But Kat, where the hell have you been? It's been years. In Edo, having babies. I roll my eyes. I can't work because the old guys in shiny vests say I can't fly while I'm pregnant and nursing. Yeah? I hear a laugh. The old guys might want to be up here and see just what you can do. I mean, they may be wearing their vests a bit tight, if you know what I mean. I laugh at the Bosch idiom and look back. Kids are all strapped nicely in, and Takai has slid about a meter but is still breathing steadily. No one so much as muttered during that little escapade. You got that right, Tony. Let's get a beer sometime. You're on. Gotta go to work. Enjoy your visit. He starts to click off, and then I hear his voice again. And Kat, come back to work soon, will ya? That's my plan. See you around. I awake to find myself alone in bed with a cold cup of coffee on the bedside table in the tiny room, and the sound of many children running and laughing in the backyard. I scramble up, shake my head, yawn, and gather fresh clothes to put on after my shower. Papa had suggested Takai, or Edo, as he calls him, and I get some sleep right after we arrived and tucked the kids into the bunk room. I was helping Mama with breakfast and coffee prep and was listening to her monologue about the newest grandbaby, Andy, that Mimi had born just a couple of weeks earlier. Sleep sounded good. Now I come downstairs to a bustling house filled with the people I love most. Elise and Paul are in the kitchen making sandwiches for what was it now with Andy's arrival? 10 children. Hey, Kat, Paul calls. Think fast. A large orange comes hurtling toward my face, and I duck, reaching up to catch it neatly. I laugh and shove Paul aside with my shoulder, unseating his spot near his sweet wife. I lean in and kiss Elise on the cheek as Elise laughs and shakes her strawberry blonde head. She has seen our sibling antics for years. Paul comes over and gives me a kiss as well. Then he smacks me in the back of the head, calling, "Let's go get Peter!" Elise calls after us as she calmly continues the sandwich conveyor belt. You three are perpetually 12 years old when you get together. We dash out the back door toward the yard, laughing. Mama and Papa are on the porch in the brown woven reed chairs we kids had gotten for them from District 4. They are still sipping on coffee, watching the antics of their herd of grandchildren. Mimi is sitting in a similar chair near them, nursing new little Andy. There is a baby basket between her chair and Papa's. As the back door crashes open, spilling Paul and me onto the porch, they all turn their heads and grin. We pause for a moment, and I blow Mimi a kiss, before my brother and I run in opposite directions. We keep each other and the entire yard in our sightlines, and crouch quietly in the shadows of the trees that frame the 2-story home and expansive yard. Looks like Peter's the last one standing, I hear Mimi observe. Bad luck for him. I watch as she laughs. Unlatching Andy and putting him to her shoulder for a burp. We'll see who wins this time, Teddy comments. Kat's been gone a while. She may be rusty. He stands up with a grunt. Mimi and Miriam both issue a short and very similar laugh. Unlikely, Mimi says. I creep around a big pine at the edge of the property. Peter is pushing his older daughter Leah on the swing set in the far corner of the lot. I motion to Paul with 2 fingers to go around, and he motions his assent back. Takai is standing with the twins and their 2-year-old cousin. It looks like they are attempting to play cooperatively. That won't last more than a few minutes. He looks at me and rolls his eyes, giving me a "come on, really?" gesture with his hands and face. I offer him my best cat smile, the one I use when I am joyous. He chuckles and returns to running interference among the 3 boys. I see him glance around and I follow his look. Gray is sitting on a rock watching me intently. I wink and waggle my fingers at her, and then put a finger to my lips. She copies the gesture and then covers her mouth as she giggles. I give a quick hand signal, and then Paul and I bear down on Peter from either side. He is apparently unaware of us until just a moment before we hit, calling out, "No way!" just before we topple him. We all begin to scrabble and punch and kick and yell and laugh in a mass on the grass. Papa appears at the swing set and takes Peter's place, pushing Leah, who seems unconcerned with our antics. She has seen it a few times before. Papa yells a few encouragements and cautions to each of us in turn. Finally, I hear Peter call out, "Okay, I give." And Paul's voice, "Stop, Kat, you win." At those words, I pop up and thrust 2 fists in the air. My hair is undoubtedly a mess, and I brush dry grass from it. feel a bit of blood trickling from my nose, and I rub the back of my hand across my face to staunch it. I love hearing those words, especially from you gents. Papa is laughing, and he and I offer a hand up to the vanquished. Peter has a twinkle in his eyes as he looks askance at Papa before accepting his hand, saying, "You know, this is all your fault." Papa laughs. "I had Tommy teach all three of you to fight. It was you three who honed and then marketed Kat's skill in the ring to earn yourselves a few markers in the betting pool, as I recall." "True enough," Peter says as he stands, brushing the grass and yard debris off. "You were a cash cow for a while, Kat." He gives me a small affectionate shove. "Until word got around how good you were," Paul adds as he clambers up with my assist. "Then we couldn't get another opponent until the new recruit class came on. And then the odds weren't great because everyone was betting on you." "I'm not one to hide my light under a bushel, and I invested my shares, so I'm still getting dividends. You two spent yours on wine and fancy women," I say with a grin as I jerk my head toward Elisa and Sharon. They're wives whom I love. My brothers both laugh and nod in agreement. I'm wiping my nose again and trying to make sense of my hair as Gray appears at my side and grasps my leg. "Good win, Mama." My heart about bursts. I scoop her up and give her a kiss, leaving a smear of blood on her cheek. "Let's do lunch," Mama's voice calls from the porch. "The children can picnic out here and we can all eat at the table." I see Papa glance up at her call, and he seems to sober slightly, but then takes Gray from me and walks back with her, chatting amiably in her ear as the pair heads to the porch, where the sandwiches, fruit, and lemonade are being distributed. The adult lunch is salad, cheese, white beans spread with herbs and crackers. It is homey and delicious. I indulge in a small glass of District 7 wine. The smaller children are either napping or watching a show on the larger Obi in the family room, while the bigger ones are playing games outside. Gray at 5 is in between, and I watch as she meanders back and forth between the groups trying to find her place. I hear Papa talking as I watch my girl. "So, I'm getting an award on Bosch Day. Lifetime achievement." I'm only half listening while I watch the children. "So, it'll be my last Bosch Day." I turn my head at this and focus on what Papa is saying. I see the bros and Mimi doing the same. I start to ask, "What do you—" Papa holds up a hand and continues. "There's no point in talking around this. Been having a spot of trouble with my memory and with my fingers since the spring. Now, you know I had Iranian flu back when I was young, right?" We all nod silently. Papa nods in response. "Saw Steve Dalton, and he ran all kinds of tests." I see Mama blinking fast as Papa picks up her hand and squeezes it. "We got the diagnosis just a few weeks ago. It's VWM, Void White Murdoch Dementia." Papa clears his throat. "So, it looks as though things are going to be changing." The entire table is silent and unmoving, except for the eyes that dart around looking at the others at the table, looking at Mama and Papa and looking down. I stare at the polished wood of the big dining room table, focusing on a whorl in the wood grain. I think I may have been hit in the stomach by a heavy weight. I want to vomit. I've noticed Papa retelling stories and maybe being a bit forgetful, but VWM? That can't be right. It's an awful disease and there's no treatment. I look up at Papa and we stare at each other. He gives a small shrug. Mama is talking now about some early plans that Papa's doctor, Steve Dalton, had recommended to provide support, but I can barely make out what she is saying because my head is still buzzing with the acronym VWM. "Well, the truth is everything is always changing. I'm here now. I know all of you, and I'm happy." Papa smiles his crooked smile and looks like the Papa we all know and love, so it feels like we all take a collective breath again. Mimi reaches under the table and grabs one of my hands. We stand up and go to hug Mama and Papa. Mama has tears in her eyes, but a resolute look on her face. "You will weather this. We can take care of each other." I feel the tears slipping down my cheeks, and Mama's hand comes up quickly and gently to wipe them away. "You two might be able to beat your Papa at cards now." Papa snorts. "How to play pirates poker will be one of the last things I forget. Make another plan, ladies." We all give the best laugh we can muster under the circumstances. "We'll come home,"
I hear myself saying, and as I say it, I know it is what I want. I don't care if I ever fly again as a battalion pirate. I just want to be with my family. I see Papa's brows knit.
Well, no. You have a home in Edo. We are fine here.
I look at this wonderful man and smile sadly. Are you? I reach out and slip my hand in his and meet his eyes. I want to come home, Papa.
Well.
His voice is gruff and he drops the gaze.
We can talk about it. I don't expect Edo will want to make the move.
I shake my head and give a small laugh. It's his turn. Papa is at the dining room table when I appear from tucking in the kids. We are staying at the family home tonight and then moving over to the little white house tomorrow. Takai has gone to bed early and angry after he and I went around and around several times when I told him that I planned to come home. He's still adamant that his work will not let him leave Edo. But I'm resolute and know my tenacity far outstrips his. Papa stands and gives me a small hug as I come to him. He had slipped away to either the library or his room after lunch, and I hadn't seen him until now. I figured he needed a rest after all the activity and emotion of the morning and lunchtime. He motions down the hall toward the front of the house.
Here's my long-distance girl. Let's get a whiskey in the library.
This is a tradition for us, and I'm delighted to keep it. I wonder if whiskey is a good idea for someone facing dementia, but then again, why not? Papa opens the library door and we enter, but then he does something odd. He peers down the hall, as if to check for any followers, even though there was no one else I had seen. Then he closes the door and locks it. Why are you locking the door, Papa? We never lock doors.
Well, that's a fact. I don't even know where the front door key is anymore, and that's been true for years.
He laughs.
But I want this conversation to go uninterrupted, and there are lots of people here tonight.
I shrug. Makes sense, I guess. I do like feeling as if we were having a special moment. I sit in the comfortable, upholstered chair, near the fireplace, next to the one Papa favors. Papa pours 2 whiskeys, fumbling the stopper slightly as he pours with 2 hands. He holds up the glass with the pour of amber liquid.
Your favorite glass, right?
He smiles as he hands it to me, and then takes his own seat. I love how it catches the light, and it just feels right in my hand.
You are as good a judge of crystal and whiskey as you are of vessels and missions.
He chuckles.
Good to know somebody was willing to listen to me and learn what I had to teach.
I feel warm inside from the compliment, and I raise my glass to him and he to me, and we each take a small drink and sit for a moment in comfortable, familiar silence. Then Papa takes a long sip of his drink and looks at me, turning his chair to squarely face me.
You know, this is completely fucked.
That is a pretty fucking fair assessment of the situation. I like talking about this as if it is a mission to be sussed out, not a tragedy of epic proportions. Papa snorts a laugh and says,
Well, I tell you what. I'm not having Miriam or you or any of you kids wiping my ass and my drool.
I sigh. I had done a quick search for VWM after lunch, as I imagined the other kids did, so I knew what the likely progression and prognosis were. I get that, Papa, but given the diagnosis, that literal shit show is likely inevitable. But, we all adore you. And, I will do anything for you, just as you would for me. Same for the rest of the family, so, I have to say, when it comes to the wiping, you probably don't have an option. There's an extended silence at this statement, and I pull my eyes away from watching the light break on the crystal cuts in my glass as my whiskey shimmers, and look at my Papa. He's staring directly at me with that look I've seen him use so often when negotiating a glitter deal or talking with his generals. It is the look that says, "This is what I say, and there will be no arguing." I sit back and tilt my head in question.
Girl, there are always options, and I am calling in my options, and the debts owed me.
I breathe once, then again before answering. Debts? What debts, Papa? I give him a questioning look. Mine? Papa grimaces and starts to shake his head, but then stops, smiles, and nods.
Aye, girl, yours. I need an assist, given these fingers. I love flying in my family and want to go in the sky on Bosch Day. Quick, simple, no drool.
As these words hit my brain, I feel the planet simply stop spinning. I look at Papa, at Teddy, at my master commander, at this man I adore, and it seems that he is receding down a long hallway at breakneck speed. There's a buzzing in my ears, and I feel alternately hot and then cold. Is he asking me to do what I think he is? I had said I would do anything for him, but not this. I send a plea to the universe even though we have a mutual ignore agreement. Please, not this. I look into his eyes and I blink and shake my head ever so slightly. Did he really just lay that out there? The buzzing clears and Papa is in his chair within my reach, and I feel the globe slowly start to turn again. I set my glass down and lean back, working my thumbnail between my front teeth as I consider his ridiculous request. I love him, but I'm suddenly goddamn pissed off. I drop my hand and feel my chin tense, and I roll my neck. I stand up quickly and stare for a moment at the marooned man. Then I turn, and my voice is strident. What the fuck is it with you, Teddy? You always decide on some goddamn course of action and assume I'll go along. Here's the deal, girl. Well, no, not this time. I am not going to fucking do it. What would I tell your grandchildren? Sure, Mama helped kill Grandpa. Well, let's not make that a family tradition. I'm breathing heavily. That's not even considering the consequences after... I put my hands in my hair and squeeze. Mama and the bio kids would never forgive me, and it wouldn't matter, because I would be gone from Bosch forever. You know the law. Hell, you probably wrote the fucking law. Papa just waits quietly for me to finish my rant. Then he stands and comes to me and wraps me in a bear hug as I start to cry on his shoulder. There, girl. I hear him murmur. He releases me but stands near, holding my elbows. He leans his head down to see my face as I snuffle, and my breath catches again and again. Cat, this is happening. I want it to happen with you. Come on, it's always been true for us pirates. A merry life, but a short one. Some pirate from 600 years ago said that. It's still true today. Teddy gives me that crooked grin I know so well. Let's have this be our last mission, girl, and a merry one at that. He lifts my chin, looks into my eyes, and nods, as if that will bring on my agreement. I touch his grizzled brown face from his day's growth of beard. Then I begin to pace around the room, touching everything, the desk, the books on the shelves, the decanters in the bar, the mirror that hangs near the door. I even run my hands along the wall with its stripes painted in an intricate pattern. I move to the chairs and run my hands over them, noting their colors and the texture of the fabric. I turn and look at the maroon man and suddenly feel an affinity for him. I thought when I graduated recruitment I'd grown up. Then when I went away on the Kingfisher, I realized that was what being grown was. And when I discovered gray in my body, I was sure I would never feel more adult than at that moment. But now, I reach up and touch the man sitting alone on a sandbar. That'll be me, because of one last mission. I blink back my tears. I turn to my Papa. Oh, Papa, I breathe, then nod slowly. Okay. For you. I sniff and swipe at my eyes. It'll take some preparation. Is anyone else in on this? No, there isn't anyone else who I trust can do this and survive. Just my girl. Bosch National Day is Thursday. That gives us 3 days. We plan more in that time. Papa gives me a grin. I laugh a mirthless laugh. 3 days, then. I'll do the planning. This cannot take place at the event, though. That's just too much. Papa laughs. Aye, you are right about that. It'll just be a good cover for us. I look at him. And I will ask you this question many times. Are you sure? Papa comes close and kisses my forehead. Aye, girl. I'm very sure. Chapter 25. September 12th, 2360. Bosch, Day 1. The next morning I wake early and spend about a bell researching on my obi, and then go for a long run. Before I leave, I kiss Takai, saying, I think you are right, my love.
Edo is the place for us. His face softens and he smiles widely and kisses me a second time before happily settling back to sleep. While I run, I think about my research and I calm Steve Dalton's office to set up an appointment. In a turn of luck, I'm uncertain if it is good or bad. He's in the office early doing paperwork and picks up the phone himself. We agree to meet at his office next to the hospital. I'll just loop it into my run. I arrive and step into the office. Steve is my height and very dark with rows of black braids that have a sheen of gray through them. His smile is genuine as he hands me a cup of water. I feel the post-run sweat start as I greet him. It pours for me as I stand trickling down my neck and between my breasts and butt cheeks. I smile apologetically and decline the invitation to sit. I just leave a big sweat stain on your chair, not a particularly pleasant reminder of my visit.
Well, I seem to recall one of your children bled on that same chair. How did the cut heal?
A year or so earlier, Gray had tumbled on some rocks while trying to keep up with her older cousins on a visit and came away with a sizable gash on her forehead. You can barely see the scar, Steve. It's like a tiny pink line. Nice work. Still can't thank you enough.
It's my job, and I love it.
Steve nods, then pauses.
But that's not why you are here this early morning. What can I do for you, Kat? You said you wanted to talk about Teddy? You know...
I don't want you to divulge anything private. I put my hand up. He and Mama told all of us about the VWM yesterday. I just want to get an idea from you of what we can expect from the progression of the disease. I've looked on my OB, and I know you can't be positive, but... Steve wrinkles his brow.
Well, actually, I could be pretty clear about this disease's progression because it follows a pretty clear path in virtually all cases.
Okay. I take a breath. So there's no last-moment miracle play that will result in Teddy recovering? Steve shakes his head.
VWM is a rare complication of the virus that caused the Iranian flu pandemic back in 2316. It causes rapid deterioration of the brain, but not all parts. Someone with Teddy's family history and his stamina and robust health would normally be expected to live for another 20 years or more, and that is likely what will happen. But VWM will erode and form plaques on the prefrontal cortex, then the cerebrum, then the hippocampus and the cerebellum, over the course of 10 to 14 months. In other words, you can anticipate that within the year Teddy will no longer remember his history, including his family, will no longer be able to walk, talk, feed himself, take care of any of his bodily functions. But oddly, the plaques do not extend to nor erode the brainstem, so he will continue to breathe and live, I suppose you can call it. And most cases of VWM do not dramatically alter lifespan, although there will likely be hospitalizations for aspiration pneumonia and other systemic infections.
I stare at him, horrified.
I agree. It's a pretty bleak diagnosis. I'm sorry.
And you are sure of it? I know I'm grasping at straws here.
We certainly don't make this diagnosis until we have ruled everything else out, and it unfortunately comes with some clear blood markers.
I walk over and look out the big picture window in Steve's office. It overlooks a small landscaped garden with a walking path. There are some lantern plants that are starting to take on the color of fall. And what about now, Steve?
Now?
How is his mind now? Is it sound? Can he make decisions? Important decisions? I turn and look penetratingly at this man who has been doctoring the family for years. He sighs and nods, and then returns my gaze just as intensely.
Teddy's brain and capacity are good right now. If you are asking, can he make a rational decision? Well, yes, right now he can.
Steve looks off toward the door and then back again.
And Kat, if he were my father, I'd do whatever he asked. It's his due.
I take a deep breath. Thanks, Steve. Don't know what Teddy and Miriam or the rest of us would do without you.
I only wish I could do more.
I take his elbow in appreciation, and then turn and leave. I stand outside the office in the little garden and consider. Then I begin to jog and ratchet up my pace as I head for the family home. At home, I pull on a work shirt and pants quickly after showering. I have a project I want to accomplish for Papa out in the airfield. He and I talked about it last night. I know that puts the kids and shifting to the little house all on you, but Takai's reassuring.
My love, don't worry about it. There are many hands here, and honestly, it is easier with all the extra children. Ours don't seem to expect as much from us as often. Maybe we should have another half-dozen." At this statement, we both give a hysterical hoot of laughter. 3 is quite enough, thank you. I put my arms around Takai. I know he is grateful that I've dropped the return to Bosch push, so I imagine he will do anything for me right now. Thank you. I love you so. We pause to share a few deep kisses. I am being as honest as I can be with Takai, but I do feel a twinge of guilt nonetheless. I take a vehicle to the old airfield on the edge of the foothills far from the base and begin to wander through the line of vessels peeking under the tarps that cover them. They are as expected, all in excellent shape and repair. These are Papa's pets, almost a dozen vessels that he has collected over the years, stripped down and rebuilt from the engine out, restored to their glory days and most beyond. He has passed his love for flight and the vessels that soar down to me over the years. While my initial flight training came as part of standard Bosch lessons for recruits, most of my expertise stems from my lessons with Teddy. I have spent hours at his side watching him, questioning him, trying things out, and making not just a few mistakes. Day after day I learned from him as we flew together, and he gave me more and more freedom as my skills increased. I am looking for a particular vessel, and I finally find it. I pull the tarp off and walk around the vessel looking admiringly at the little Skyhawk 350. It is styled after the vessels from the old days, but Papa and I have updated it. Had to after I cratered it early in my flying career. This is the vessel I had to put back together. It took months, but it is a thing of beauty now. The style is very Bosch, of course, and includes the traditional etching of a sailing ship with mast and sails on the hull. This is Papa's favorite. I power it up and drive it close to the entrance of our cave. I'm thinking about the plan and what I need to accomplish today. I hop down out of the vessel and drag a table out from the cave and start to assemble the tools I need to retrofit the Skyhawk with the necessary adaptations required to fulfill its final mission. I get lost in the work as the day slips by, stopping only briefly to eat the apple and nuts I brought from home. I am reinforcing the hull, and I won't stop until I am sure the bolts will hold, at the height I intend to take it. The sun is starting to dip in the west. I'll test it tomorrow morning. I hustle home, but the little white house is silent. I head to Mama and Papa's and pause at the front walk. The sunset colors the sky with a deep rose and a hint of orange as I look at the 2-story brick home with its wide front porch, complete with a porch swing. I sigh. Every time I see this house, I feel so safe. Cedar trees border 2 sides of the property perimeter, and Mama's plantings in the front are still in raucous summer bloom mode. Light shines out from a side window, and I know the family is preparing dinner. I try to freeze the moment, because I know now that it is precious. I feel tears coming, squeeze my eyes and shake my head. I step inside, and I'm set upon by my children. "Where you be, Mama?" The boys chorus as I lift them into my arms. I know they want to nurse, so I sit down in the oversized chair. Gray shows me the dandelion necklace she and Leah made and brings me a book to read. Mama comes into the room and gives me a kiss on the cheek. "What have you been doing all day? Seems you've been in the shop by the looks of your clothes." I flush and stammer, thinking, I can't do this to Mama. Papa is her love. Then Teddy appears and says, "I have her working on a project. Her fingers are younger and more nimble than mine, especially now." That gives me a moment to recover my composure, and I smile. Putting my mechanic skills to good use. I hope I look sincere. Mama looks from one to the other and narrows her eyes, but keeps her smile. "You too, always cooking something up. And don't look so innocent, Teddy Bosch. You know I'm right." "You usually are, my dear." And he leans over and gives her a kiss, which evokes a coquettish giggle, before Mama returns to the kitchen to attend to dinner. For a moment, Papa and I are the only adults in the room. "Are you sure about this?" I ask. "I'm positive. Hope you had a good day's work." He surveys the grease marks on my clothes. 2 more days. Hey, don't look so glum. This might be the best adventure yet.
Chapter 26, September 13th, 2360. Bosch, Day 2. The next morning, I head to see Maxwell of Maxwell's Gas in Mama's midwife vehicle. She has no one due, so she happily lent me the starter.
Hey, Max, how's your family? Cat Wallace? I did not know you were in town. The family is good. Monica will be enlisting in the next class. No, little Monica? Wow. Good thing you and I aren't any older, Max. Max laughs. Too true. What can I do for you, Cat? I provide Max with my list. 1 large and 1 personal tank of compressed oxygen, a mid-sized tank of nitrous oxide. This causes Max to raise his eyebrows, and I remind him of the favors he owes me. And a mid-sized tank of compressed nitrogen. It's a science experiment, Max, I say with a completely serious expression. It's for the kids. I load up the tanks into the vehicle and drive back to the airfield. After a quick spin in the Skyhawk up to the 5,500-meter point to check my work yesterday, I'm now digging through the electronic debris in the bins on the left side of the main cave, and I pull out the components I'm seeking. I sit at the table with a light for most of the morning, soldering and retrofitting the remotes I will need. This afternoon, I build a small 1-person anteroom at the Skyhawk hatch. It will allow me to step in with a pressurized suit and depressurize the small room while maintaining pressure in the rest of the vehicle. Then I connect my very small single-person glider by tow line to the Skyhawk. Afterward, I'm working on a zip line from the vessel to the glider when my personal Obi rings. My heart leaps. I know it is Teddy telling me he has changed his mind, but it isn't. It's Patty Owens, my Abernathy snitch. Hey, Patty. I hold the comm between my shoulder and ear, since I didn't bring ear connectors. What do you know? Patty has called me with dry holes 2 or 3 times. I've threatened to go elsewhere, but honestly, he has the best crew when it comes to illicit sleuthing and snooping. It's a hot one, Cat. Thursday morning early, your Mark will be in a vehicle taking a tour of the mainland leaf colors, only about an hour from Bosch. That's a bell for you pirates. He laughs at his own joke. Asshole. He's traveling alone. My source thinks he's meeting someone important in Sherbrooke. 0600. I'll message you the coordinates. It's perfect. Alone, on an isolated road? Fucking Thursday? That's Bosch National Day, or as I've begun to think of it, Teddy in the Sky Day. But the event doesn't start until 9 bells, so I could get to near Sherbrooke, end the asshole, and be back. Okay, Patty, as long as this isn't bullshit like the others. I verified this myself, Cat. Then you'll get paid. I take a breath. This doesn't complicate things at all. Thanks, Patty. I read those transcripts, Patty comments. I'm guessing that was you, so I'm in your corner on this. He clicks off the comm. I finish my zip line and contemplate my obligato mission. Chapter 27, September 14th, 2360. Bosch, Day 3. The first thing I say in the morning when I come to the brick house and see Papa is, "Sure?" I am keeping count. It's the 10th ask I've made, and it is answered with the same patient smile and nod. Sure. I sigh and nod, and then leave for my run. I run fast and hard today, trying to push myself so I can't think beyond moving 1 foot in front of the other. I'm breathing hard and heavy, and yet I feel weighed down by both tasks in front of me tomorrow. The previous night, the family gathered at the table and laughed over the stories of past exploits that Papa was spinning. I heard myself laugh, but still felt apart, as if I was observing the family in a study, or they were actors in a play. Last night, I pulled Takai to me when we went to bed, hungrily wrapping myself around him. He responded with passion, but I could feel his underlying surprise at my intensity. I was a bit surprised myself. But afterward, it helped me finally find the right amount of oblivion to fall asleep. I arrive at the airfield and survey what I've created. I spend the morning testing the remotes. First, the one that controls the opening and closing of the gas tanks, and then the second one, that I finally cover with a note in big red letters. Not yet. I stow my face mask and personal tank next to the anteroom and proceed to hang up 3 strands of twinkle lights. Photos, I think. I need some pictures. The house is quiet, which is surprising at the noon hour when I slip into the house. Papa is sitting in his chair in the family room with his eyes closed as I smile at him and try to walk quietly to the library. Is everything ready? I freeze at the question and turn to see Papa looking at me.
Papa, you're awake. I take a deep breath and ask again, hoping for a new answer. Teddy? Papa? Are you absolutely sure this is what you want? He smiles, and it reaches his eyes as he says, It's been a hell of a ride, but yes, I'm absolutely sure. I turn and go to the chair. Oh, Papa. I touch the wrinkled face that I love. Everything ready, girl? I feel the tears well in my eyes and sting in the upper reaches of my nose. Yes, Papa.
So, what are you doing here?
I needed some photos. Papa chuckled.
There's an envelope on my desk with some I printed. Apparently you and I are still thinking alike when it comes to details.
I smile through the tears squeezing out of my eyes. Yes, we are. Always the details, right? I stand up. Okay, I'll be back for dinner. Then, tomorrow, I trail off.
I'll see you at dinner, troop.
I chuckle half-heartedly at the old title and slip into the library to pick up the envelope of photos. I string up one more long strand of twinkle lights at eye level around the helm and then methodically begin to hang the pictures. But the emotion contained in them flows over me and I get lost in Teddy's life. I smile at the wedding shots of Teddy and Miriam and the series of photos of the 3 kids as they grew from infants to toddlers to young adults. Then I see pictures of the times I can remember of Papa and Mama cuddling their grandchildren. All 10 grands are represented in them. I pause and wonder for a moment why there are no photos of me. Then I realize, with a heart-wrenching pang, that I will be present, so no photo is needed. I pull out the small glitter dispenser I brought for this occasion and set it on the helm. Then I stand back to survey my handiwork. It looks very celebratory and festive. Teddy will approve. I have another vessel ready to be powered up in the morning. I've put both light weapons, which is not my preference, and small arms in it. I may not use any of them as I have the 2 pistols that were handed down from Papa's father to him, and that he ultimately gave to me, and my knife. I want Abernathy to see me and know that I've come for him. I will leave Bosch at 0730 or 7:30 bells, and I will seek out the vengeance that I am due from him. I arrive home to all the family sitting in the front yard laughing and talking. I pause a distance from the house and take it in. My feelings are such a hodgepodge. I know there is pain and grief, but when I see and hear these people and their voices, I also know I am one of the luckiest people on the planet. I was not born into this life, and Abernathy almost kept me from it. But this joyous mess is now my life. This place, these people. A pang of anticipatory loss hits me, and I block it sharply. There will be time for that. For now, I smile and put away my reflections and distance and go to join my family for a joyous evening. After dinner, I sit in the corner at the dining room table and watch as Papa goes to each child and grandchild, being sure to kiss and hug and chat with each one. Several times I find I need to look away and squeeze my eyes against the flow of tears. At one point, I open them and see Mama looking curiously at me. When I meet her eyes, she gives me a sad smile and blows me a kiss. I throw a kiss back, but then look quickly down and pour another glass of Warner wine. An hour and several glasses of wine later, I feel Teddy lean over and whisper in my ear, "I'll see you at 9 bells." I nod and reply just as quietly, "If that's what you want, Papa." He cups my face in his palm and smiles his crooked smile. 9 then, he whispers, and he kisses my forehead. He turns and says in his normal gravelly voice, "Come on, Miriam." He takes his wife's hand. "Let's head to bed."
Chapter 28, September 15th, 2360. Bosch, the day. I toss and turn through the night, falling asleep decently somewhere after 1 bell. At 4 bells, I wake with a start and sit up, feeling the chill from the window I left ajar. I pull the covers over a sleeping Takai and softly kiss his cheek. What will he think of me today? I don't want him to be one of the many things I'm set to lose. I love him so. Then I shake my head a bit and swing my feet over the side of the bed. Deep breath. Time to work. Feelings will come later. I dress in my flight suit and check my weapons. They are secure and ready for action. I can't wait to watch Rob Abernathy's eyes as he dies. I wonder if they will look any emptier than how I remember them. Next, I make my way to the kids' rooms to check on Gray and Kick and Mac. I give myself a moment to think about the first moment I saw each of them. My sweet Ika Gray arriving quickly on a spring morning and giving a cry while she was still halfway in and halfway out of my body. Her first name means love song, and Gray was Mama's surname. She navigates both Ito and Bosch so well. Kick, with his thick, dark hair, was the firstborn of the boys. He looks like Takai's twin. We named him Kita Keaton Shima. His first name means widespread brightness, and his second name is Teddy's surname, before he elected to change it to Bosch. Mac is actually Tano McCrae Shima, a combination of Ado and Ford the Right Path and Teddy's middle name. He came into the world bottom first, and a few minutes after his brother, and had very little hair. He looks a lot like me. It was 3-year-old Gray who gave them their nicknames the moment she met them. I give each child a kiss as they sleep, pulling the blankets around them to keep the chill of the September not quite morning from disturbing them. I slip out of the house and retrieve my motorbike from the shed. I push it down the street before starting it and hopping on to cruise to the old airfield. I arrive at 4:45 bells and slip into the smallest vehicle of Papa's squadron. I really like this one. I roll onto the runway and lift off and set my coordinates for the mainland. I can make this flight in under a bell, take care of business and be home before Papa has his coffee. There's nothing below me but the stretch of sea, and I think about the Bosch before the air vessel age, navigating by the stars and, I guess, their compasses and sextants and astrolabes. It does seem a marvelous life. Most Bosch learn to sail as children. I never did, though. And Mimi and the bros tease me relentlessly when we go out. I am pretty hopeless, but I always intended to improve someday. I sink into memories of my best days on Bosch, and I'm surprised when my personal comm rings. It's Patty, calling with my specific coordinates. Hey, what do you have for me? I have your numbers, but there's been a shift in time. What? My eyes go to the clock. I have a schedule this morning, Patty, I think. What kind of shift? Looks like 0800, not 0600. My heart drops. Why? Hell if I know, Cat. Maybe the guy wanted to sleep in. Well, send me the coordinates. I'll see what I can do. What difference does it make? You on a tight schedule or something? Patty laughs. Actually, I am. But I'll wire your markers, Patty. Thanks for the update. I close my comm. I continue the flight for several more minutes before I hit autopilot and stare at the clock. I put my elbows on the helm and lean my head in my hands, running my fingers through my hair and scratching my scalp. I stop after a few moments and squeeze the top of my head. Then I sit back up and take over control from the autopilot and begin my turn back to Bosch. No, I can make it. Oh, no, you can't, Cat. Not even you can fly that fast. I scowl inwardly at the voice of reason nudging me. You promised a man you love and respect you would aid him. You can't put that aside to satisfy your hate. Shut up. No, this is the chance I've been waiting for. What's more important, love or hate? Fine. I make the full turn back toward Bosch. A fucking perfect opportunity to end Rob Abernathy, but it would have to wait. I won't let Papa down. I've waited this long, another chance will come. Patty will be happy to get paid again, and my family, my Papa, my commitment is more important. When I arrive at Mama and Papa's just before 8 bells, there's a steaming cup of coffee waiting for me. Moments later, Papa appears from the hall dressed in his formal Master Commander uniform, his vest neatly buttoned, the gold embellishments and buttons shining, holding his own coffee cup securely in his hand. I smile wanly at him, but no words come. I love you, girl, Papa says with a heartiness that I can't fathom. But I smile a bit more sincerely, then take his hand and kiss the middle knuckle. I hear the clock tower from the base begin to toll 8 bells. I look off to the side. Odd to realize I know exactly where Rob Abernathy is at this moment, and he is still drawing breath. I shrug the thought away. We sit sipping the deep, rich, bitter coffee for a good half a bell, until we hear Mama come creaking down the stairs. Her graying hair is loose around her shoulders and waves as she ties the belt of a deep blue dressing gown over her white nightgown. Her cheeks are flushed, and I find myself hoping that Mama and Papa made love that morning. Not exactly the thoughts most children have about their parents,
but ours was not exactly like other parent-child relationships. Look at you two all dressed up. Are you planning to relive a mission? She laughed softly. The usual for breakfast, Teddy?
Yes, ma'am, please.
What about you, sweetheart? Anything? I swallow and feel my stomach lurch. I take a breath and clear my throat. I'm okay for now, Mama. Maybe later. I wonder if I'll ever see the inside of this cozy house again. Maybe I should eat something, if only for the memory. But my stomach is not willing to go down that road. As Papa sops the last of the egg yolk up with his toast, he leans back and says to Mama,
Kat and I are going to take a little spin in one of the pets this morning.
Mama is washing up in the kitchen, and it looks like she grips the edge of the counter at Papa's words. They know each other so well. I wonder what Papa has shared. But a moment later, Mama responds with a cheery, Wonderful. We will meet you at the event then? Papa stands and goes to the kitchen. They wrap their arms around each other and kiss. This hug seems to go on for moments longer than most, but that may just be me. I see final goodbyes in everything today. Then Papa turns to me.
Let's head on then, Kat.
I swig the last of my coffee and head for the front door, leaving Papa to kiss Mama a second time. He joins me a moment later on the front stoop, and we walk in silence, in the chill fall morning, feeling the air crisp and cool on our cheeks. Finally, Papa asks,
So, what's going to happen?
I glance left at the craggy face at my side and say, I'll tell you, but, Papa, all you have to do is say you want to go home and we can turn around. Papa reaches out and takes my hand as we walk.
I am going home, Troop.
I give a quick intake of air as we walk hand in hand. I review the plan with him, as we have for so many other missions we've run together. We arrive at the old airfield. Teddy walks to the cave and stands for a moment, running his hand along the rock entrance. Then he turns to me, his face expectant. I show him the vessel. A smile curves on his face.
Skyhawk, huh? Excellent. You know I love it.
I nod with my own smile and open the hatch. Teddy admires the second entrance a mere half-meter from the hatch. That will make it possible for me to open the door and not depressurize the interior.
You've done a good job with details, girl.
I glow from his praise. We sit down at the helm. Do you want to take off? I look at Papa as he smiles at the photos hung around the helm.
Nope. You are in charge. Take me up.
I start the engines, push the throttle, and then pull the yoke, taking off smoothly. I still love the feel of takeoff, and I know Papa does too, so I try to extend the pull of it for as long as possible before leveling off. Then I put on autopilot as we cruise. He's looking lovingly at each picture I hung. Then he looks quickly around at them and pauses, slapping his hand to the pocket on the left side of his uniform at his chest.
Wait.
He reaches in and pulls from his pocket a photo whose edges are tattered. He looks at it and smiles, then holds it out to me.
Here.
I wrinkle my brows as I reach out for the proffered photo. It's us, the two of us, arms wrapped around each other, laughing. It had been taken just after we had returned from one of our first missions together, and there had been some complications that we managed quite well. I hadn't realized at that time that Teddy seldom went on glitter or any other missions any longer, but he had. The man had all but stopped, then came back in full. For me. I feel the tears filling my eyes. I remember when this was taken.
Yep. We had a hell of a good time, didn't we?
He smiles. That we did. Papa points to the photo.
I always kept that one next to my heart.
I blink fast and take 3 breaths, consciously. I will my lungs to slow and am able to maintain control of my emotions. I take the autopilot off and focus my flight tasks, as the vessel reaches the flight level that requires me to turn the pressurization on. Thanks, Papa. I slip the photo into my chest pocket, next to my heart, where it will stay. I remind myself what the next step is in the task. I have a playlist for you. He chuckles.
Bet there's nothing on it from the last 200 years.
You know it, Papa. I hit play and we sit for a half bell listening to music and holding hands. I'm studying his grizzled face. I want to memorize every curve and wrinkle. At the end of the 9th song on the playlist, Papa reaches into the shoulder bag he had taken from the house and draws out a large envelope.
When it's time for you to go home, my girl, I need you to put this on the table in the dining room before you go do what you need to do.
He extends the envelope to me and I take it, never breaking my gaze with Papa. I tuck it into one of the pockets of my flight suit. I sigh and reset the autopilot, then take a deep breath and kneel next to the navigator's seat. I wrap my arms around the man who both saved my life and taught me to live. I kiss him on both cheeks and then quickly on the lips. I lean back and look at him at arm's length. My tears are coming freely now. Thank you, Papa, for everything. I love you so. Teddy smiles and strokes my hair. It feels so comforting.
I love you, Cat Wallace. Thank you for choosing my vessel to escape on, and thanks,
he gestures around the vessel,
for this. Now, let's get on with it. And don't forget, no matter what happens, you are Bosch.
I stand and lift my chin, smiling and wiping my nose and snuffling. I point to the small box that is on the helm containing a nugget of glitter. Papa shrugs and nods, reaching for it. Then I turn and walk to the anteroom, picking up my mask and small portable oxygen tank. I settle the tank on my back and then pull the mask over my nose and mouth. I'd intended to leave now and use the remotes from outside, but when I realized that Papa would be alone when he died, I couldn't abide that, and Mama would be heartbroken with that thought. So I choose to stay and see his passage through. So I pull the first remote from my pocket and turn the nitrous on to mix with the oxygen in the cabin of the Skyhawk. I return and sit down next to Papa, my mask and oxygen tank keeping me alert. We chat aimlessly about missions past and times shared. We start talking about family, and before I know it, Teddy is giggling.
Well, I'm off on an adventure. I'll see what's out there. I know I'll see you and everyone else again.
Teddy begins a rambling, giggling monologue about family and Bosch, and I enjoy hearing him giddy and relaxed. We fly for a good half a bell. I know I am putting off what I have promised to do. My fingers toy with the remote, and I set it down and pick it up a couple of times until I feel Papa's hand on mine. I look at him and he smiles broadly.
It's time to weigh anchor. I'm ready.
I hesitate as he squeezes my hand, so I pick up the remote. I feel tears stinging my eyes, and my throat is thick. I turn the oxygen off and the nitrogen on. I hold his hands and look into his eyes. After a few minutes, his giggling ceases. Teddy draws his hands out of mine and leans back in his seat, reaching to pluck a picture of Miriam off my display.
Ah, Miriam, he says slowly. I'm sorry it had to go this way.
A long pause.
I love you, Miriam.
His eyes close, and his hand drops, the picture of Mama slipping to the floor. I gasp a little. I wait. There are no more words, no more movement, no more breath. I reach out and feel his neck for a flicker. Nothing. I cradle his cheek and blink quickly and firmly, then take a deep breath. Goodbye, Papa, I whisper. I stand and move away from the helm toward the door. Then I turn and give the Bosch salute, my right fist firmly at my heart level. I step into the antechamber, shut the door, and seal it. I wipe my face and take a breath through my mask. It's time for me to return to the surface. I open the hatch. Glancing down at the ground thousands of meters below, my eyes follow the tow line back to the glider, happily skipping in the airstream some 80 meters away. I hold on to the hand grips I installed and check the tautness of the line with my foot. And then I lean down and attach the zipline handle. I grip the handle and drop from the Skyhawk, sliding quickly to the glider. I land on the nose and my feet slip and slide, but I put in handholds here as well, so I'm able to pull myself to the window hatch. All I have to do is open it. I'm buffeted by the wind as I'm being towed by a vessel in flight. I go to open the hatch. It doesn't budge. Shit. I know I didn't lock it. Its latch should release when I press the button. I press it again, and I see the latch release, but the window stays stubbornly shut. The wind pressure. It's holding it closed. Damn it, Teddy, I love you, but I'm not going on this mission with you to the end. I picture my babies and Takai and pull as hard as I can, but there's too much wind pressing on it. Fuck. I look back to the vessel. Can't go that way. As I shift my body to find a better angle, my feet slip out from under me, and I must quickly grab for the handholds as I hang from the side of the glider. I switch my hands so I'm on my back. Remembering the time I kicked out the back window of a vehicle, I reposition my body and use the toe of my boot to inch under the hatch. Then I use my legs to push it open enough for me to slide in. I'm breathing rapidly, and I can hear my heart beating in my ears along with the buffeting sound of the wind. Made it. I swing myself into the reclining seat and then struggle to pull the hatch closed. It finally shuts, and the noise of the air outside is quieted. I lock the window and breathe a sigh of relief. I want to put my head down and sob, but my promise to Papa is still not completely fulfilled. I release the tow line and steer the glider toward New Earth. Once I am well away from the Skyhawk, I pull the second remote from my pocket and carefully remove the tape of the "not yet" note. I stare at it for a moment, then set my mouth and push the button. I don't see the explosion behind me, but I hear it. There you go, Papa. Quick, clean, no drool. I blink fast as I steer the glider to a field and land. Then I simply lie in the reclined seat of the glider and begin to cry, grieving for the best man I've ever known, while at the same time cursing the worst man on the planet. I slam my hands on the sides of the cockpit over and over again, screaming curses, and my simple tears become gasping, gulping sobs. I choke, and my palms are burning. But the sting I feel is beyond physical. Abernathy taught me to bear that kind of pain, but this pain has worked its way into my skin. It has shattered my bones, burrowing a hole into the pit of my soul. I feel the memory of this sort of agonizing grief deep in me. I howl at the unfairness of the universe. A man I love is dead at my hands, and a man I hate and should have killed today still lives. But my day is not done. I have more heartache ahead. I promised Papa I would see this through, so I wipe my face, unlock the hatch, get my bearings, and head toward home. Chapter 29. Aftermath. Bosch, September 15th, 2360. I hear the doors opening and feet running toward the direction of the explosion as I calmly walk the roads toward Teddy and Miriam's house, a dozen blocks from the base. I pass Dawn's pharmacy and Azizi's corner grocery before coming to the little white house Takai and I and the kids stay at when we visit Bosch. I pause and look at it. It was once the house Mama and Papa first lived in when they were married, when Papa was a captain and Mama a newly minted midwife. It's quiet now. My family was at the event and now have likely been stashed somewhere safe until the explosion can be reckoned with. The house and yard, and even the 2 trees in the front look lonely without a family, and I wistfully imagine a world where my family might have lived there permanently. But that won't happen now. I hope you find some family who will love you like I did, I say to the little white house, before I head the few blocks farther to Mama and Papa's, well, Mama's house. As I come up to it, I look at the brick house and front porch. I love that swing in front. It just felt like home when I would sit and feel it sway with me and whoever decided to join me on it. I look at the lantern plants and the fading echinacea. Soon they will be brown and dormant, waiting through winter to grow again. But Papa won't see them sprout and green in the spring. I pull a steadying breath in. I step inside the gate and up onto the porch. The house is so quiet. Well, of course, everyone is at the event, and now trying to figure out the explosion. I open the front door and turn to my left into the formal dining room. I'm unzipping my pocket that holds the envelope Papa had given me when I feel a presence and look up. Mama is here, standing in the doorway from the kitchen quietly looking at me. I hold her gaze for a moment as I place the envelope on the table. Mama knows. I think she has known from the start. I swallow and then clear my throat, trying to find my voice. I'm sorry, Mama, I say in a loud whisper. Then I look at the floor, turn, and head out the door and down the road toward the base. The base is abuzz with troopers running about, trying to make sense of the explosion. The Bosch are pirates, and we are unafraid of battle, but there have been no incursions from beyond our borders for decades, mostly thanks to Teddy's leadership. So I know all hands will be on deck until it is determined that the explosion was not an attack. I make my way to Bosch Hall and, though the security had been tightened in response to the possible attack, there's a guard from Teddy's day who knows me well and waves me through. I head up the stairs to MC Miles Baldwin Bosch's office. I try to smile appreciatively to the guard as he motions me on, but I have little capacity left. I arrive at Betsy's desk, Miles has wisely kept her on after Teddy retired. She gives me a long look when I ask to see Miles. Then she reaches out and picks up one of my hands in both of hers. "We will get through all this together, dear," she says. I look at her curiously, but Betsy always has seemed prescient, so I shrug and nod. She opens Miles's door and motions me inside. Miles is on his comm taking notes, and I hear him ask for the caller to pause.
"Kat, what can I do for you? We are in a bit of an emergency here."
I pull in my breath and stand at attention, my feet close together and my hands at my sides. I look straight ahead as I say, "The explosion was my doing, sir. I've killed Master Commander Emeritus Teddy Bosch. I'm here to turn myself over to your custody." There's an extended silence before I hear Miles say into his comm,
"I'm going to have to call you back."
Chapter 30. Tribunal. Bosch, September 15th and 16th, 2360.
"So, the tribunal will convene tomorrow at 8 bells. You'll need to give them more than you've given me, Kat."
I know. My hands are behind my head as I gaze at the ceiling, below which is the hard bunk I'm lying on in one of the cells in the basement of Bosch Hall. The soft blankets and pillows Miles had directed be brought in lay off to the side unused. I look at the cracks that snake across the concrete, smeared over with repeated repairs. The bars of the cell are deeply embedded in the ceiling and floor. There is only the bunk, firmly fixed in the foundation wall, a large tin cup on the floor filled with water to drink, and a hole with a bucket for relieving oneself. There is no window, just a small light at either end of the hall, so it's dim, and everything looks gray and tired. The only door to the stairs going up and out onto the green and the base and freedom is at the far end of the hall, preceded by another barred metal door. And all in all, it is one of the more inescapable cells I've been in, and I've been in a few. Andy Dufresne would have been challenged, but he was the only innocent man in the Shawshank Redemption. I am not innocent. I am most definitely guilty. And I have no intention of trying to escape. I will take my punishment, cruel as it is. It is the Bosch thing to do, the right thing.
I've convinced the council to make this a private tribunal. I think that Miriam and the kids would prefer that."
Miles is sitting on a small stool just outside of the cell, hands between his knees, looking at me sorrowfully. I turn my head to look at Miles and give a tired smile, then a small nod. That's good. The family shouldn't have to deal with any more drama than necessary. I turn my head back and close my eyes, feeling them fill with tears. I'm exhausted, and I miss my babies and Takai, and Teddy, and Mama, and the family.
"I'll, have some food brought in a little later." Miles stands up. "You get some sleep."
He pauses.
"Kat, I know you loved him, and I know he completely loved you. I'll wait for the whole story tomorrow, but—"
He trails off. Thanks, Miles. I don't open my eyes, and I hear his footsteps recede, and the newly assigned guard at the hall cell door stand, unlock, and open the heavy metal door for Miles with a sharp,
"Master Commander, sir."
Then I hear the door slam shut and the lock engage. I sigh and fall into a fitful sleep. The council convened promptly at 8 bells. I've been sitting with a guard in a straight-backed chair, to the side of the semicircle council table for a good bell before that. Think about my meeting with the generals and commanders all those years ago, when I sat similarly and wondered what the future would bring. Evidently, I did not learn what I was supposed to, because here I am again. I was brought a basin of water to tidy up in my cell, but I am still wearing my flight suit from the previous day. I originally had shackles on my wrists and ankles when I was brought in, but after a quick and fairly stern order from Miles, they were removed. The shackles wait close, however, in case they become necessary. I am, after all, a murderer. A few minutes before the council files in, the door to the gallery is opened, and I look up to see Takai, Mama, Peter, Paul, and Mimi step in. Peter has his hand protectively on Mama's arm. Takai looks sad and as worried as I've ever seen him, but he gives me a tight-lipped smile and an encouraging nod. But the family, they look broken. All 4 of them have red, puffy eyes, and they look like they've all aged 10 years. I can't tell what they are thinking when they look across the room at me. Their faces are drawn and sad. I hold each of their eyes for a moment before I drop my head and close my eyes, as the knowledge that I am responsible for their pain cuts into my heart. I feel the sensation of tears, but nothing comes out. Not surprising. I'm probably dehydrated. I think I cried all through last night. Then the council comes in, and I'm led to the center of the room, facing the members who stand near their chairs in the semicircle. I stand at attention. They take their seats, and Chief Council Member Nia Clark begins. We are here to conduct this tribunal in the matter of the intentional death of Master Commander Emeritus Theodore Bosch. There's a small sob from Mimi at this. And to hear the confession of Corporal Katrina Wallace. If found guilty, the punishment for the intentional killing of a Bosch citizen is lifetime banishment from Bosch. Corporal Wallace, do you understand the charges and the consequences? My heart and belly feel like lead as I give a short nod and answer, Yes, ma'am, I understand. Then please, for the record, make your statement. So I tell the story of the past few days as fully as I can. I omit the visit to Dr. Dalton, as I see no need to drag his name into the fray, and I omit my failed foray for revenge. I speak for about 20 minutes, standing at attention the entire time. I'm glad I don't have to see my family's faces as I tell the tale. I keep my face as neutral as possible throughout, but I feel the emotions flow into my hands and fingers as I grasp and squeeze them, where they lie clasped behind my back. I finish the story with my landing in the field. The council asks me a few questions for clarification. Council member William Vargas asked how I had made my way to the glider from the vessel Teddy was on. I utilized a zipline, sir, I say. He nods. That's a unique solution, Corporal. Very unique. He looks a little impressed. Under other circumstances, I would be thrilled to share more about the details, but that is not what is needed now. Then Councilmember Howard Archer asks, You say you followed Master Commander Emeritus's instructions, but they were instructions given by a person with a degenerative brain disease by your own admission. As I listen, I wonder if there is actually a question being posed. So you, as a recent immigrant to Bosch, assumed he was able to make such a decision. Or perhaps you helped him reach that decision? I narrow my eyes at the underlying intent of the questioning from this little man recently elected to the council. This was Teddy's decision. I applied my own tests to be certain he was of sound mind. Comes the response, a tone of skepticism apparent. Your own tests. How very convenient. And you had already spent several years insinuating yourself into his home. Interesting. There's an audible intake of breath from someone in the gallery. Now the council member's voice drips sarcasm. I'm sure you didn't anticipate profiting from the old MC's death. I feel the shift in my body and mind into battle mode. Tears or the memory of them are forgotten as I turn my body slightly toward Howard Archer. Well, Junior Council Member Archer, I make sure to accentuate the junior portion of the title, my relationship with my family is none of your goddamn business. And when it comes to Papa's death, there is no profit, only loss. Something I believe you are all too familiar with in your various failed businesses. I give a quick, tight smile to the council member and look directly into his eyes, daring him to come at me or my family again. At my final words, I hear a small chuckle that morphs into a cough from Councilmember Vargas. Howard Archer glares at me and prepares to respond, but Nia Clark cuts in. I believe we have the information we need to allow us to make our decision. We will recess for 3 hours and then return with a verdict and sentence. She stands, and the rest of the council follows suit. Howard Archer standing last, still held in my gaze. What a little shit. So, for the next 3 hours, I lay on the hard bench back in my cell, making a list of all the things I love about Bosch. District 7 wine? Well, I can get imports of that. The beaches in District 4. The base when a new recruit class arrived. Rays. The way spring comes slowly through February and March in fits, and starts but then blossoms fully in April. The fall leaves. The smell of the ring after a good sparring round. Tough glitter negotiations where I win. All the things I will miss. I am weeping copiously at the smallest details, having downed the water in my cell and rehydrated. My canyon? I smile a little. I discovered it and taught myself to maneuver a vessel through it. The snowdrops under the trees in front of the little white house. The porch swing. Mama's smile. Peter, Paul, Mimi, Elise and Sharon and Ryan, all the nieces and nephews. I knew what the consequence would be when I agreed to Papa's request. Hell, the Maroon Man was there when the plot was laid out. But right now it feels overwhelming. I sit up and take several deep breaths. Remember what you keep. Takai and my babies, they will always be there. My life. But I'm clearly an outsider in Edo. How will that be my home? Where will my home be now? I think for a moment of the North Country. No one left there that cares anyway. But I still wonder about the baby I've half forgotten. Never had that dream again after I was pregnant with Gray. But I know in my heart there was a little boy before. I shake my head. Even with all this, that sense of that memory comes with searing pain. I press it back where I don't need to see it. I go back to cataloging my Bosch delights. 3 hours later, I'm led back into the council chambers and return to stand at attention in the center of the curved table. The members are already seated, and I glance back at the gallery. I don't see Mama. Takai is there, and so are my brothers and sister, but not Mama. She'll never forgive me, and I can't say I blame her. I do a double take. I see a man sitting between my sister and brothers. It's Steve Dalton, Teddy's doctor. What is he doing here? I specifically tried to leave him out of this. Nia Clark calls the session to order, and my head pivots forward, all thoughts of Steve Dalton forgotten. She asks the formally required question. Before we read the verdict and pronounce the sentence, is there any further information in this case that anyone wishes to provide? Let's just get on with it. I wrinkle my brow inwardly, wondering why I'm so impatient to be cast aside from Bosch.
I would like to add something.
I turn my head to see who spoke, and each council member also looks to the gallery as Steve Dalton stands. Please come forward, Dr. Dalton. Nia motions for a guard to bring a chair as Steve opens the small wooden gate on the railing that separates the gallery from the chamber proper. I step to the side and look curiously at Steve, who is studiously avoiding my gaze. Please, your statement, Councilmember Clark prompts kindly. Steve nods.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, Master Commander Emeritus had VWM, which would have left him essentially without his mind within a year or two, and given the MC's family history, his body typically would have been expected to continue for another 20 years. I wrinkle my brow in actuality now as I think, we all knew this, Steve. What's the angle here? He goes on. However, Theodore Bosch was diagnosed last week with an inoperable terminal lung cancer that would have killed him within a year. I feel a small explosion in my brain, but I keep my face neutral. That's not true, Steve. Papa would have told me. He would have seen that diagnosis through. He wasn't afraid to die. He just didn't want to have his essence leave before his body expired. He wanted to protect his family. I hear the council ask a couple of questions of the good doctor, but my ears are buzzing as I try to make sense of this. I glance at the gallery. My siblings are holding hands and looking nervously at each other. They are in on this, I'm sure of it. They are trying to throw me a lifeline, but it isn't up to me whether I'll be able to grab it or not. The chief council member thanks Dalton, and he is shown back to his seat where I see him chewing vigorously at his thumbnail. Council members turn their chairs around, backs facing me, and talk in whispers, then turn back, writing on and passing several slips of paper back and forth until finally, Councilmember Clark says, Corporal Wallace, please step to the center. I move forward a few steps, though I feel as if I am in a dream dragging my legs through thick mud. I look at each council member in turn, and they look back with neutral expressions, except for Howard Archer, who wears a scowl, though that may be his neutral expression. Nia Clark stands and reads the verdict. This tribunal finds you guilty in the death of Master Commander Emeritus Theodore Bosch. Given that I told you I did it, can't say I'm surprised, I say in my head. Outwardly, I simply nod slightly. And as provided for and indicated by Bosch law, you are sentenced to banishment. My knees go weak as I see the lifeline drifting away from my sandbar. But Councilmember Clark continues. However, banishment is meant to provide justice by asking the perpetrator to suffer removal from their home and family to the same degree as the victim that was killed, and given the description of Master Commander's ailments, he would have lived for at most another year. So, it is by majority vote. Here Nia gives what I can only describe as a stink eye to Council Members Archer and Pratt. That the banishment period is set for 1 full year. I feel my fingers close over the lifeline. It is thick and sturdy, though rough to my touch. All markers, accolades, titles, and ranks of the convict will be removed, or will be left to the victim's family to disperse as they see fit.
If after 1 year the convict desires to return to Bosch, she may, but any career she would pursue would need to be restarted from the beginning. In other words, Miss Wallace, clearly I'm no longer a corporal, I think, as I look up as Naya directly addresses me, you will have to re-enlist, become a recruit again, and commit to a minimum 2-year service in the battalion after your banishment. Or perhaps you may choose a career in the private sector. Either way, it is essentially a 2-year probation. At the end of that time, you would once again be considered a full citizen of Bosch with all the rights and privileges. Do you understand? My eyes are wide, and Naya Clark's image is starting to swim as tears accumulate, but my hands are firmly in fists behind me, holding tight to the lifeline. Yes, ma'am, I hear myself say. I completely understand. Epilogue. In flight to Edo, September 16th, 2360. The children have finally slipped into sleep on the baby bus after 3 hours, and I am able to read the letter that Mama had brought me from Papa. She wasn't supposed to have any contact with me as I am banished, but Mama has always done things her own way. She was on board our Edoan vessel that Takai had prepared for flight. He had also gotten the kids securely fastened in their seats, and all of us had packed and everything loaded. He is an amazing man. I can tell he is torn in how he feels. He gave me a brief hug when I came aboard, then said, "What have you done, Kat?" I figured I had already told the story, so I focused on the children and Mama, not answering him. Mama had come to me after I had kissed and cuddled the babies and slipped the letter into my hand, telling me that Papa had left a letter for each of the children and for her. "I want you to have yours now," she had said gently. I tried to respond, but she shook her head as she cupped my face in her hands and looked right at me. "1 year, my darling. It's just a year." And then she kissed my forehead and deplaned. Takai is intent on flying. He doesn't like any distractions when he flies, so I have managed the children. Now I make myself a nest in the center and break the seal on the envelope.
My darling Kat. So, my dear girl, it has been our joke for you to ask if it would kill me to tell you that I'm proud of you. And apparently, it has actually required my death. But no, Kat Wallace. I have been proud of you from the moment I peeled back that burlap and saw your eyes flash. I am proud of your work to become a trooper, your prowess at becoming a skilled emissary of Bosch, your efforts on my behalf, your role as an agent of change for the better for Bosch, and as importantly, you as a mother, who can obviously still run circles around others, probably because of, not in spite of, your children. My grandchildren. And most especially, I am proud to call you my daughter. You may have been born in the north, but your heart is that of a Bosch pirate in all the best ways. You have no tolerance for fools or for evil. You seek egalitarian ways in all your dealings. You are a savvy but scrupulously fair negotiator. The times when we have shared dodging ammo on missions, and the times we have gone head-to-head and you've shown me up are the lights of my life. You are as much a source of love and pride as your brothers and sister are, and the gift of your presence these past few years has been an unanticipated joy to both your mama and me. Your Papa forever. Theodore McCrae Keaton Bosch, Master Commander Emeritus. I sit very still after reading the letter the first time. I have to be careful to keep my tears from smearing the ink. I've lost my home for a time, and I missed my shot, but the year will pass. And there will be another opportunity to take Abernathy down. But Papa is proud of me. He always has been. I hold that thought and turn it over and over, admiring it as if it is a precious jewel. After reading the letter a second and then a third time, I take this jewel and place it in the safest part of my heart. Then I stand and go to take my seat at the helm.
The end. This has been A Merry Life, written by Sarah Branson, narrated by Helen Lacer, production copyright 2022 by Sarah Branson, produced by Audio Productions.